Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembe TV and your favorite open forum political discussion show that comes to you every day to see to it that you are kept abreast on the issues that are happening on our political front. Today, it was the date of the BBI at the Supreme Court, and it suffers another defeat, although with much more gain along the way. What is your take? This is the end of the road, or what is going to happen? We need to hear what you think about the whole thing. Of course, this is that period again for where nominations is the main thing for political parties to end up with candidates. And there are Jitters everywhere. Kidero Cries foul in Homa Bay. What is happening is Gladys Wanga giving him a run for the money, or what is cooking? Is Orange House not playing ball? We need to hear what you think about the whole thing. DP Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance are in Northeastern, and they have taken their gospel there. You need to let us know what you think about their progress in their campaign. And of course, Baba is headed to the Rift Valley over the weekend. What do you think? Does he have a chance in the Rift Valley, or he should just keep in his strongholds? Okay, whichever way you think about the whole thing, we need to hear what you think. And so we are here to see to it that you get the opportunity to air what is on your mind and on your heart as far as our politics are concerned. Welcome. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on the link, allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in the same space with us, and we will begin to share on what is happening on our political front. Thank you very much, Salome Mbone. We appreciate you, Billy M. Asante sana. Okay, thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu mwingine anaitwa John No Chalk. Thank you, Billy M. Asante sana. Alumu, asante sana. Gordon Omondi, thank you very much. Richard Kips, just fat. Asante Alum, we appreciate you. Patel Saboka Mani, thank you. Jared Joram Wangira, we appreciate you. Kuna nani huyu mwingine? Bishop Sila Lastborn, karibu kwa show. Kuna Fatma Nasimiyu, thank you for joining us. Caroline Kowech Anyumba, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Akinya Molo, thank you. Hi to you. It is that time again. We want to welcome what you think about the hits and the hit and miss of the BBI at the Supreme Court, and what next for the same. And of course, DP is in Northeastern, drumming up support for his bid for the presidency and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Baba is headed to the Rift Valley. You know, the Rift Valley is the turf for the deputy president. What do you think about this weekend events of Baba in the Rift Valley? And then, of course, there is the jittery of the nominations. Kidero crying foul. Is Orange House refusing to play ball? Is Gladys Wanga too much? What's happening in Homa Bay? We want to hear what you think and feel about what has happened and what is going to happen. And this is the reason why we are all here, to see to it that every Kenyan is fully informed and makes an informed decision come 9th August 2022. This is a historical elections that everybody needs to think deep about the same before deciding who you give the mandate to take care of you for the next 5 years. If you don't think deeply about it, you are bound to make a mistake, and that mistake is going to last with you for 5 years. So if you don't want to be part of the problem, you better ensure to be part of the solution by all means. Thank you so much. He says, Alum says, please make sure that you play the parliament clip shared on Tembei WhatsApp. Uh, I'll find it. Let me find out what that is all about. Bwana Wangira, vipi leo?
Tuko bwana Bernard, habari ya leo?
Niko salama. BBI peke yake ndio inasumbua mimi akili.
Usinipe dakika tatu because hii maneno ya BBI siwezi fafanua kwa dakika tatu. Leo utanipa dakika tano.
Dakika tano utapata, lakini baada ya utangulizi.
Because leo haya ni masuala magumu yale, lazima tuelezee kabisa. So niendelee.
Endelea. Thank you. Karibu.
Kwanza nataka kuwasalimu wale walio studio, si waoni wamejificha, naona WG wao wengine siwaoni wamejificha kweli. Okay. Today was a historic day in the history of the Kenyan democracy, and I call it historic because I call it historic because on the larger side it was a win for the people of Kenya. And there's a reason why I say it was a win. Because if you look at the ruling of the High Court and the ruling of the Court of Appeal, they had affirmed that the basic structure was applicable in Kenya. And now by affirming that the basic structure was applicable in Kenya, they were going to make it impossible for the Kenyan constitution to ever get amended. That in fact that was the key area that most of us were looking at. And when the Supreme Court said that this particular doctrine was not applicable in Kenya, to me that was the greatest win in this particular judgment today. So we also saw the judges say that the president cannot initiate an amendment through what they call the popular initiative, because the president is not an ordinary mwananchi like you and me, Bernard. That's what they said. Then they also say that the creation of the 70 constituencies was unconstitutional. And this was also another area that I liked about the judgment. The High Court and the Court of Appeal had opened a floodgate for whoever would have wanted to sue either President Kenyatta or any other president that would have been elected thereafter. But today, the Supreme Court affirmed that you cannot institute criminal or civil proceedings against the president so long as he's still the president and is still in the office. I remember Smokin Wanjala saying that once a president, always a president until you leave office. Then there was that issue of the quorum on whether IBC had the quorum to undertake the exercise, the verification exercise, and we saw the Supreme Court agreeing that IBC had the quorum. And finally, there was that issue of the multiple questions on whether, when drawing a bill, whether it should be multiple questions or a single question. And they say that was not right for determination. So I just want to look at one area here that is very vital for us who have been following this process since it was in the High Court and since it went to the Court of Appeal, and today when it was finally decided on at the Supreme Court. The judges at the High Court and the Court of Appeal had introduced what they called four consequential stages. By introducing four consequential stages, because if you look at the area that we are dealing in, amendment by popular initiative under Article 257, this one is very, very clear for any layman to read and understand. And these judges were making it very complicated for us, and it was going to become very impossible for us as ordinary Kenyans to even try and move a constitutional amendment to the popular initiative. Because under Article 257, it's very clear that an amendment to this constitution may be proposed by a popular initiative signed by at least 1 million voters. Then it goes on to say that a popular initiative for, for an amendment to this constitution may be in form of a general suggestion or a formulated draft bill. Because of time, let me just leave it at that so that I can now come to what they'd introduced. Now they come up with what they call 4 consequential stages. And you know, when we talk of consequential, which a stage must follow one another. And the stage number 1, they were telling you that you must first conduct civic education and carry out public participation. And you know, in conducting civic education and carrying out public participation, they even say that you must print copies. And these copies could be they must be in English, in Kiswahili, and in vernacular. And that's what many of us have been questioning. For example, I, as Wangira, because I'm now the Wanjiku who is allowed to initiate a popular initiative under Article 257 of the Kenyan Constitution. If you are telling me that I must conduct civic education, then carry out public participation, then move to constitute what they call a constituent assembly. A constituent assembly, you constitute an assembly of people who will now deliberate on that deal. Then after constituting that constituent assembly, then you must carry out what they call public debate. Then after carrying out public debate, then that's when now you can think of now carrying out a referendum. So you see those 4 consequential stages, they are going to be impossible for any ordinary person in terms of resources and even capacity. Because let me ask you, how many of you, because to print uh, uh, to make simple printing of even posters, if you ask politicians, is not an easy venture. And here they are telling you as an Wanjiku that now, because you want to change the constitution, first carry out civic education, which means to carry out civic education, you were supposed to hire people who were supposed to conduct the civic education. Where were you to get that money to carry out such an exercise? Where were you to get such resources to carry out, to institute what they called constituent assembly? How are you going to conduct what they were calling public debates, and how were public debates before you ended up onto the referendum? So I agree with the judges, especially the Chief Justice, who say that such a move by the High Court and the Court of Appeal was equivalent to the court amending the Kenyan Constitution through what she called judicial craft. In fact, she said that we know that previously Parliament was abusing the process of amending the constitution by doing whatever they wanted. You remember during the Moi days, to uh, they never used to consult anybody. They could amend anything. If you remember the section 2A, they could just amend it over one evening and could become the law. So she was also worried that if we allow the courts to take the direction they took in the High Court and in the Court of Appeal by exercising what we call judicial craft, then we'll end up with a court that is now amending the constitution through the back door. When it's very, very clear that if you want to amend the Kenyan constitution, the only avenues are through Article 255, 256, which is a parliamentary initiative, or 257, uh, which is a public initiative. So finally, because this is a hot topic, and I plan today to stay here longer so that I can participate longer. What are the consequences of this judgment? The consequences of this judgment are, one, that now the status quo until after the election remains. And if the status quo remains, which means at the apex we'll have the president and the deputy president, which means whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or you are in Azimio, or you can either fight for the president or be nominated as deputy president, or those are the key positions now, or wait to become a CS or a permanent secretary or something like that. So, that one narrows what could have been easier way of sharing power. Had you have come up with other three positions of a prime minister and two deputy prime minister. So that becomes hard on both sides. That is Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. Secondly, we were proposing that there be the office of official opposition, whereby if you lose elections and you are the second runners up, perhaps you could become the official opposition funded by the state with an office with everything. But now that one also seems to have gone. That means that, for example, as some of us pray, if William Ruto loses these elections, then he'll go on the streets. He'll have nowhere to hug. Had we have attained this amendment, he could perhaps have become the leader of official opposition. But now, the way things stand, if he loses this election on the 9th of August, then the guy will go straight to the streets. Then the greatest losers are perhaps the people who are celebrating most, our brothers from Mount Kenya. I hear that there were celebrations in Muranga today. I don't know why they were celebrating. One area that they are losing in this thing is in the area of 1 shilling, in the area of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. That one they have lost. They have lost that one, which means when it comes to the sharing of the national resources, they will be disadvantaged because they are heavily populated, and if you look at their quota of national revenue of national share cannot 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 balance with the population presently. For example, if you look at a constituency like Ruiru, the number of people there and perhaps what they get in CDF, you realize that per student, if you have to give bursaries, perhaps it will be 1,000 shillings per student compared to other areas. The other area that now is, I'm just finishing. Mhm.
Time management.
Yeah, I'm just finishing in a half a minute. The other area is on the protected constituency. There are 28 of them, which means if things remain the way they are, then come the elections of 2027, some of these constituencies will die. Finally, I want to agree with Raila Odinga that for now, what we have is an election to win. So let us embark to ensure that we win this election on the 9th of March, on the 9th of August, 2022. Bernard, I have tried my level best. Let me leave it at that, but I'll be here longer today. Asante.
Thank you Bwana Wagera, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Wapi huyu Caleb Shumari, uko wapi?
Yes, Bernard.
Namna gani?
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Umeanza na kujificha?
Tajificha tu saa hii. Anyway, nikianza na mambo na BBI, I think walifanya the right thing, because looking at the situation currently, I don't think kama they wange rule in favor of the BBI, the situation ingekuwa aje, because I think tuko in the election period, so the atmosphere is so tense. So again, I don't think BBI, even when you look at the ruling, I was trying to look at the ruling, you see that there are some key issues that the judges will raise, ambazo maybe the promoters of the BBI hawakuwa wameziangalia from the onset. Ukiangalia kwanza, who are the promoters of the BBI? According to the secretariat, alikuwa anasema ni Dennis Waweru na Junet Mohammed. But from the look of things, that was just on paper. But on reality, you could see the promoters were Raila and Uhuru. And I think over there, will mess up, because if they had a really good structure, kwanzia mwanzo, and I think it would have been better. But ukiangalia what the promoters were doing, walikuwa wanajaribu kuhepa from following the right procedure. And then among the key proposals that was introduced on the new post was the Prime Minister. It raised speculation that the President Uhuru Kenyatta could seek his role through Raila Amolo Odinga's presidency to become a Prime Minister. So you look there, those are some of the issues that were not comfortable with the other people. And again, You remember that before even the BBI appeal went to the BBI case went to the High Court, the DP had raised some key issues whereby he said, let them have a consensus. But the people from Azimio, by that time they were in the BBI, they rejected it. They just wanted to be taken to the people the way it was. And then another key issue was raised over there, whereby alikuwa anauliza, why didn't they propose that the document be presented to the citizens as a question whereby each and every citizen will vote for each and every, how do you call it, article, whereby maybe you will ask, not generalizing it yes or no. And I think over there they were trying to deprive the citizens their right, because you might find there's something useful in that document, but there is somewhere whereby the citizens had some objection to it. So when you're trying to force them to vote either yes or no, you're going to put them in a very difficult situation, because I believe the BBI ilikuwa na some of the agendas which was good for the citizens. And then ukiangalia, the BBI reforms were touted as a means of rallying the country together. But from my own look of things, the BBI divided the country more than it rallied the country together, because now you have the country being split into two formations, the Kenya Kwanza and now the Azimio. This as a result of the handshake which led to the BBI. So the BBI, which was supposed to rally the country together, made the country to split. And Kenya now finds itself whereby the deputy president, who is the second highest in command, was opposing the government's key reform, whereby, and then we find here an opposition leader, Raila, who was championing it. And then if you look at the Supreme Court ruling, whereby it rejected the government's appeal against the previous court verdict, it found that the BBI bill, it was irregular, whereby another element the Supreme Court deemed unconstitutional was the plan to create the extra 70 MPs, the constituencies, whereby critics had viewed it as a self-attempting to reward some loyal politicians. And the government has, however, allowed to appeal on 5 other issues which were under consideration by the court, and a final judgment will be read out next week. So we'll be waiting to next week to angalia vile kutaenda on that. And then there was some good news for the president, whereby the Supreme Court dismissed an earlier judgment by the lower courts, which had ruled that the president should be prosecuted as an individual. But they said the president cannot be prosecuted as an individual until maybe he exits the office. Then over there, you can prosecute the president as an individual. Or the other way around, whereby they propose that if you want to prosecute the president, then you can go to court and then prosecute the president through the attorney general. Yeah, that's all I will speak about the BBI. Maybe I will contribute later on. Going to other issue is about the ODM, whereby today they declared Gladys Wanga and Oyugi as the flag bearer, whereby Gladys Wanga will be the flag bearer of ODM in Homa Bay County. But Kidero has raised some questions. So I wonder, because the party leader Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was addressing the media, he said that the move came after extensive consultations. So if somebody is complaining, what does that mean? Did they have extensive consultations? Because I think when you have extensive consultations, that means that they came up with one solution. And then if you look, Raila said that the result whereby the contestants, they proposed the former Kapsil, MP Oyugi, to be the running mate for Wanga. And then they highlighted that the party, ODM, provides for nomination through consensus, nominations of delegates, party members, or a direct ticket by the party. But here we saw an aspect of consensus. If it was a consensus, then that means that all the aspirants who are going to run under ODM, they came into an agreement. So I think there's some issue that the ODM needs to iron out. And then again, where does the position of Kidero stand? Is he going to support Gladys Wanga? Is he going to have objection to it? So we'll just wait and see. But I think the way of nominations, the consensus, it's a good way, but it should be done the right way. So sometimes you don't go around trying to coerce some leaders to go into the party's direction to support other leaders, maybe forcefully. So I think maybe if the consensus came up with, I don't know why Kidero is complaining, or maybe he was not part and parcel of it. And then from the look of things, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, I saw some poll which was done by Mizani Africa, whereby they were rating Kidero as the most preferred candidate for the Homa Bay governor's seat. and Gladys Wanga came third. So I don't know how it will play out for Gladys Wanga to play out the cards very well and come up the ladder. And I would really like to quickly comment about the Kenya Kwanza rally, which was held today in Wajir, and later on they went to Lamu County. There are some issues that the deputy president has raised which are very key, whereby the deputy president was trying to question how the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga will fight corruption, whereby the DP was clear that was trying to say that the ODM leader is a great beneficiary of corruption, whereby he has said that there are a lot of money which has been channeled from the government ministries, which were allocated for other projects, and they have been taken into the campaigns for Azimio, whereby now the DP is claiming that Raila is a great beneficiary of corruption, and even say that most of the allies of Raila Amolo Odinga, they are the ones who are involved in the KEMSA scandal, the COVID billionaires, if you remember the expose. And there are a lot of things whereby the deputy president was raising, whereby there was an issue which was raised when they tried to impeach Governor Waiguru. They took her to the Senate, but when the Senate was giving its verdict, you will see that the most of the senators who allied to Azimio, they said that Waiguru alikuwa mweupe kama pamba. But now all of a sudden, when you see these guys going to a rally and they're trying to shout at the top of their lungs, saying that Waiguru ni mwizi. So why didn't they help the other senators during the time of impeachment of Waiguru? They tried, they said she was clean.
Bernard,
I really don't understand these guys.
Bernard, I have a rebut.
Let him finish, then you come in.
But he's continuing with a lot of lies there. He's just magnifying the lies of Ruto without being interjected. That is wrong.
Banakela.
Yes, Bernard.
There is a rebut over what you have just said between William Ruto and Raila Odinga on matters corruption.
Yes.
Who has played the shield for everybody mentioned in corruption?
I would really say that the DP has played a shield to his allies, whereby saying that they are being targeted.
So, what will he be doing with that when he turns it against Raila Odinga? Is that not just
Bernard? What I'm trying to say is, let us operationalize some of the institutions which have been put in place to fight corruption, and with that, I think we will be okay. When the government operationalizes corruption on one side and leaves the other side, that's where now.
Yeah.
Yes.
We already have those institutions and they are working. Those are the ones naming people who are corrupt. Okay. Then after they have named somebody who is corrupt, that person goes to DP's office, and the DP claims the reason those people are being followed is because they are associating with the DP. So that's somebody who is not serious about fighting corruption.
Bernard.
After the investigation, when somebody has been found culpable for corruption, all right, like Waiguru and the rest, like Titu, Sonko, and all that. What do we get from the mouth of the deputy president? Is it not that those people are being targeted because they associate with the deputy president?
Bernard, an issue which is being raised over here, and if you guys give me humble time, I think you'll be able to get my point. What I'm trying to say is, Bernard, you must ask yourself this question. Since 2017, EACC has been there. How many people have they been able to verdict because of corruption? The government, whereby the problem is they keep on raising these issues. There is another issue.
That question should be on the doorstep of the deputy president, not the deputy president on top of the car asking Kenyans. He is the deputy president. He should be telling us how the government is working and fighting corruption. For him to come here,
he's not in government,
Bernard. They are beneficiaries of corruption. Because he has benefited from the same, that in itself will not hold brief. Will not agree with you. So
Bernard.
Yes.
When you're talking about the fight against corruption, Bernard, Number one, we should never take sides.
Ngoja
We should be neutral about it.
Neutral. There's no neutrality when it comes to fight. You must take a side before you fight. You cannot be sitting on the fence to fight. Look here, let's do this. Our topic today is on the BBI ruling, okay, nomination, Jitters, and the politics in wherever, on the campaign front. Let's not divert to corruption and holding brief for corruption. If you really want to fight corruption, fight it, not justify it because it has been mentioned in the Azimio, so it is okay for it to be in UDA. That is not why we are here. Thank you.
Can I disabuse a few things also? Bernard, do you allow me?
Yes, you can come in, but be brief. Thank you.
Number one, I wanted to ask him, he's saying that what he has magnified what William Ruto said was it in Lamu? So he said that Raila is the biggest beneficiary of corruption. So how is it that Raila is benefiting in those corruptions? Is Raila the only person who is standing for an election? Number two, if his allies were involved in KEMSA, so was Raila there? And his allies are also Kenyans who are independent, who can also face the same anti-corruption unit. How come the anti-corruption have not gone for them? And number three, why must Ruto link Raila to fetch Raila and bring him into line with people who are independent and not directly being engaged in corruption directly, just like Raila? Ruto, there are things that we involve him directly. And not his allies. If we were to include his allies, actually the whole bandwagon of UDA is almost have a case. But here, how come Ruto is bringing in those people who are close to Raila and not Raila himself? That is far-fetching. Can he talk about that?
Okay, one thing they always say is, show me your friends, I will tell you your character. So if you hang out with thieves, then you cannot be claiming that you are the anointed one. What I was trying to say is, I'm not trying to shield those who are corrupt in UDA. What I'm trying to say is, if you look at these bodies which have been put in place to fight corruption, they are not working, they are lame. Why? Because they are at the mercy of somebody else. Some people have been mentioning the deputy president and Kim Wared and are all over. But when the Directorate of Public Prosecution was being interviewed, when he was asked that question, what did he give? And if the deputy president has been involved in corruption, do the honorable thing. If the president is shouting to the Mount Kenya people that this person is corrupt, take him to court. Let the court verdict that person. When the president is going to sell to the public rallies, what does that mean? I mean, as long as there is no any case which has been presented to court.
Between
WG, hold on. Let him prosecute his sentence. Amalize alafu tajibu. Relax. Thank you.
Okay, what I was trying to say is, kama mtu ameiba, Ruto amesema ameiba. I'm not trying to sema yeye si mwizi ama si mwizi. Do the honorable thing. If you have evidence, give it to the investigative agencies, DCI wako, we have the DPP of the office of the DPP. Let them go to court and verdict that person. Ukianza kusema, those are political issues. Yeah. Fight, when you are going to fight corruption, you're not going to give sides. That's why I was saying, let it be neutral. If anybody is reported of any corruption case, acha court iapelekwe kotini, so that the court, for example, we also Waluke was taken to court. It was asked to pay a fine, I don't know for how much. That's the way it should go. But when I'm trying to bring in the political issues into the corruption matter, it will never end. You people, I think you are forgetting too fast that in the back years before the handshake, Raila used severally, not once, not twice, accusing the president of stealing the money which was meant for the SGR, inflating the prices so that he could take it to his personal accounts. Why is he
Was
not
the
saying it
Jubilee
right now?
government, not Uhuru. So,
Interesting
but
times.
I
I can
want
see
to
the way you're
remind
trying
you
to
that
shield it, but
William
my
Ruto
point is
is
Okay,
this.
order,
William
both of
Ruto
you.
has been presented in court, and we
Let
have
me
evidence for
wind it
that.
up. Let me wind it up.
Yeah,
Let me wind it
but
up.
are you denying that
Tell
William Ruto has been in court?
What
Has
I'm
it
trying
not
to
been
say is
presented in court? And some of the issues are still ongoing in that court.
exactly what I'm trying to say is, in the back before the handshake, Raila was very vocal in fighting corruption. He had raised the main issues, and I think maybe tomorrow when I come to the meeting, maybe I'll come with the list of the allegations that Raila Amolo Odinga had raised upon the president as an individual, but currently is
Look here,
quiet.
it is not
Why?
Raila's job to fight corruption, and you did not
It's
vote for him to do that.
responsibility of each and every Kenyan, Bernard.
And so,
Raila is a Kenyan.
so if
Why
he
not
takes a
He's a
back seat,
Kenyan.
are you going to accuse him
Why
for the
not
same?
Ruto?
Look
Why
here,
not Ruto?
Raila is not the only leader in this country. Number one, number two, you need to have an understanding that there is a difference between working in harmony with the government and working in opposition against the government. Raila made it very clear that previously, since there was no good relationship between his office and the president's office, they could talk to each other through the media. But now they have personal access to each other. If there is an issue on corruption, he can call the president and they whatever report the matter as is reported to him. Why are you people so stuck into working into acrimony all your life and blaming Raila for the same? The DP is in the office. He is the number 2 man. He should be telling us the roadmap on fighting corruption, not balancing his corruption and sharing it to the other side so that he looks cleaner. We know the high priest of corruption in this country.
That is a story.
Okay,
Sorry.
Bernard.
Let's WG make your submission, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I'm just surprised at the level of how young people are just able to pick up every statement Ruto issues and runs away with it without probing them. Now, with this, my fellow contributor here is jumping with issues from William Ruto without even checking on them. Here, there's no room for coming to throw statements like the DP does outside in the forum. Here we probe you, so you must make sure that whatever you are here to say, to tell us, you must have done your research. Otherwise, we are not going to just play into those kind of things. So thank you very much. I can see the UDA guys are all over regarding the BBI. To me, I think the BBI is a case we had rested it some times back. Even if the Supreme Court or the court today, if it was to be doing the ruling after the election, we knew where the BBI was lying. That's the reason why we didn't even bother to represent our case, strongly in that court, because we knew we were done with it. And because whatever the issues and the things that BBI stood for, most of it has been, I think, has been, reflected in the 10-point agenda of Raila Odinga. So we are not bothered. We will shoulder on because we, as far as we are concerned, even now, today, things are not so bad. So it's not a loss per se. We can see the UDA wing abandoned their their agendas today, all of a sudden, and now they are trying to, the only thing they can stand on the podium to talk about is about the BBI. They've become judges they are analyzing what the judges had already, done. I'm not going to delve into those points because it's something that we've passed. Uh, I don't think the BBI was welcomed all across the board. It had its own weaknesses, but also its stronger points. So for both sides, it was standing to gain. For example, if it went through, it wouldn't have just benefited the Azimio people alone. I'm very sure the DP would have jumped very fast on that bandwagon and started, implementing its benefits. For example, dishing out of power. It would have given him a good opportunity to give the balance between the Western, who are now squeezing him, to give him to give them the DP position, and it's raising heat in Central also at the same time. We all know that it was going to be an easier way out. But since it's like that, as we in Azimio, we are sorted because nobody is seriously looking for this, DP's position. We know where it belongs, and therefore we are not perturbed. We moved on. So the issue of BBI to me isn't that important, even to warrant our most of our time today. We had crossed that bridge. Coming to the nomination saga, I think, like I had opined before, Bernard, if you can remember, I said this is where now the 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 issue will be. If it's not handled properly, it's going to cause a lot of a lot of disturbance within the parties. And for example, in Luo Nyanza, personally, I don't think that consensus was really called for, because whichever side that took it, to us, as long as we vote for Raila Amolo Odinga, the ground here should be left for people to decide. I don't think that is my own opinion. Uh, Politicians should not drag Raila in their issues, that they every other time they run to Raila to come and assist them square things down. In Homa Bay, for example, Wanga, when she goes for the title of governorship, I think she should be having what it takes to be a governor and to campaign and to wrestle that seat from other contestants. Likewise to Kidero. And this issue of politicians going to hold Raila ransom with their issues should stop. Even in Kisumu here, the issue of dishing out of, is totally uncalled for. It should be left for people to decide on the ground. That way, people will be feeling like they are participating in this election. So as much as it is good, I think politicians should give Raila, should give Raila a break. They should sort their issues on their own. Again, I want to finally talk about the resumption of Azimio for to the campaign after a few or 2 days of break. I think they are headed to the rift, the way you've said, you've indicated, and I'm expecting that those leaders of the parties that signed that Azimio Accord should be in that team. should be in that campaign. I have not seen people coming out or leaders of those say for Martha Karua and a few people. We need a coordinated campaign. We need to see some seriousness on the side of Azimio, just the way it had begun. It is true that people have been busy, politicians have been busy, checking their strongholds, checking their backyards, and many are also fighting for their own survival where they've come from. But they should also focus on the greater picture. That is the presidency. So if they become lukewarm at this moment, they will watakuja kupata mwana si wao. But let's see. Especially in the Rift Valley, it's a very important region for us, because just like William Ruto is going through, is going all over ODM zones and former opposition zones, we should also see a lot of activities from Azimio in Rift Valley and other regions that are perceived to be William Ruto's stronghold. So I'm expecting to see the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka and those other leaders of the parties joining Raila Odinga. Asante sana for now, unless if someone has some question.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Douglas.
Good evening, Bernard and the other gentlemen. Good afternoon, morning, wherever you are.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Happy to join you guys today, and it's a wonderful day. I want to start from where my friend Caleb left before I make my submission briefly, please, if you can allow me. You know, we need to really avoid issues we call political hypocrisy and wanting to beat drums that can only support our thinking. Why do I say so? From 2013 to 2017, there were corruption scandals. And the people that were involved, the people that were mentioned, were aligned to the Jubilee government. And the same masters that Caleb is trying to call today, that they are calling out people who are benefiting from corruption, were the same people hiding those people and having meetings in Karen all over the places and benefiting from the supposed money that was lost from corruption deals. So when we come to this time now in the year 2022, when their supposed person who was supposed to support their candidate is supporting another candidate, now they want to turn the tables and they want to start accusing and making allegations and accusations. That is, I call it a hypocrisy. How could it be better if we stood by what we believe from the word go? And believe you me, Bernard, if today Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting DP Ruto, we couldn't be hearing of all this nonsense that we are hearing being thrown here and out. If today Ruto was supporting the BBI, we couldn't be hearing all these nonsenses that are being thrown left, right, center. But that said, let me come to my submissions. Today, I want to really shout out to, and I want to really celebrate the gallant soldiers who fought for the liberation of this country, that brought us the new constitution and the clamor for constitutional change that made us even have freedom of speech, and we can do anything, we can say anything that we want. That is why today the Supreme Court judge can render their judgment not by coercion, not by intimidation, but because of principle and the following of the constitution and the rule of law and order. If we were in those previous times, the ruling could have been predetermined, but that was not the case today. However, the BBI ruling gives a leeway to the Azimio guys. If they want to reintroduce that after they win the elections, they can easily do that, because all they need to do is to address the two issues that were rejected in the Supreme Court, and they'll be done, they'll be home and dry. So there's nothing here to celebrate that BBI has died. it is like you've done an exam, you are told go and do this revision, and you are given a marking scheme to go and use, or you are given a roadmap to go and use in doing the revision. So that one can easily come back if the Azimio guys win the presidential election in this year. And let me quickly move to the Azimio heading to Rift Valley. That is an area they have not gone for a long time. They have not done extensive campaigns. And for the sake of unity of the country and not to appear like they have some selected regions, they really need to invest in that area. They really need to go and do their campaigns. They will have their numbers there. They'll go and market themselves. And there are people who are supporting Azimio in the Rift Valley, of course, as well as there are people supporting UDA in the Nyanza region. So that is having and throwing a lot of credibility to their campaigns, that they do not segregate areas. They all go to all areas and they treat all Kenyans as equal. And I don't want to have the issues that were done in Kondele and sometimes back repeat themselves when the Azimio guys go to Azimio, and we condemn that, and we want to say, let everybody go everywhere, do his campaigns, sell his agenda, and his maazimio yake, and then it will be well. On the nomination issues, I'm not concerned in any way, because either way, those people are in the same house. They are all supporting the same presidential candidate. So whatever they decide to do, it is the people on the ground to choose a leader that will help them. Remember, you are voting for the presidential candidate, but that one will go to the national government. The governor is the one that will be in that local place. So it is upon the people in Homa Bay to decide, is it Wanga or Kidero? That one, Mimi, I have no problem, because it is their place. Mimi niko concern na yangu Nyamira na Kakamega, I'll choose mine. So let them choose theirs in their area. So that is all I have to say for now. We'll get back. I want to give space to Alex so that he comes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. We appreciate it. Let's make progress. Katwe, njoo tuokoe muda. Katwe, umekwama?
Niko Bernard. Niko Bernard.
Endelea.
Me out like BBI. So I really want to do a very quick rejoinder on Caleb Shumari. Kijana chap. Asante sana kukuja kwa debate, but we are going to deconstruct what you said, and then I go to my submission in 2 minutes. I'm very quick. One, I want to quickly remember that the work of EACC, one, capital A, is to do what we call investigation of graft. EACC is the one that does investigation of graft. And in the case of where that some of the people that are in UDA are the ones that are being because it's too a year of election, because the case of Waluke was determined in the 2020. No, the case of Nerito Rigathi Gachagua on the 9-point-something billion was started in the year 2021, and in the case of Waiguru, the case was started in the year 2020. But those years of election, they were not years of election, and the EACC has the mandate to clear candidates towards the elections, because it's the ones who are supposed to be clearing them. So you are telling us right now that if at all EACC should go on a break just because somebody is supporting William Ruto, EACC should go on a somebody is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. We've seen a lot of people, even from the case of even Okotobad, has been facing graft. The case is still in court. He is facing murder charges in court. There is the for Homa Bay is facing graft cases. So somebody is supporting either as me or it is the question of letting the bodies do their work. Wacha kutuambia hapa ati iko inaegemea upande moja ama inaegemea upande gani. We've seen a lot of people being castigated in corruption cases who are associated with Raila Amolo Odinga even before and even now. So if you're bringing in people like Waititu Ford who have been rejected by the people, and then you want to force them people, and then you expect EACC not clear them. You're bringing Rigathi Gachagua, who has issues with EACC. You don't want EACC to work. I mean, what are you telling us? The president is the one who is supposed to be promote this independent institution to do their work, not to tell us that when he comes to power is when he is going make them to become better than right. And the second question is that the second thing is about nomination. Going around, especially in my hometown, Kisii, Homa Bay, we're seeing all. See, the process of nominations, we know how it goes. It's either through consensus, it's either through scientific research, and it's either through the ballot where they are going to vote. So if the party decides that it's through consensus, it is our own business. It is not UDA business to come and poke holes in our business. It is not to tell us that we need democracy. It is us that need to our house in whichever formula that we decide. This is not national elections. These are party nominations. So Caleb, stay out of this. I don't see why you should be talking about this. On the case of BBI, today, in my own opinion, today some people have been denied their rights, most when it comes to the economy. UDA is talking about the economic empowerment, but they are not telling us how they're going to derive this formula. Babaman and Uhuru decided that today, we in the fullness of time, we are going to have BBI that are going to increase revenue to 15% to 35%. UDA is saying that is not applicable, but they are not giving us any methodology. At least BBI is a statement that is showing how they are going to achieve. UDA has not given any methodology statement. They have not even tried to tell us how they are going to achieve this one. They are not doing anything but they are busy telling us, you not work, this one will not work. They have not given us any formula. So give us a break. Let us continue with what we understand better. Because today, if you listen to Njoki Ndung'u today, she ruled that even the High Court and the Upper Court with a lot of politics.
Katwe, your network is not stable. We are not able to keep up with your submission. There is a lot of breakage. To save that, we will love you to come later on and make a submission properly, so that the viewers can follow without suffering along. We also don't want to lose your points because they are breaking up. Let's just sort out that, then you will come back later on when there is stability na uendelee. Naomba sasa turuke hawa majamaa tuende kwa wamama kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwa Favor na Jared baadaye. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa Penat.
Karibu.
Asante. Imekuwa siku njema. Mambo ya PPI iwezi kutusumbua. Ingebenefit watu wengine. Wangeweza kubalance regional hiyo vitu walikuwa nasema. So sisi tumeendelea, baba ameendelea. We are leading. Na ninashukuru kwa hiyo interpretation wamepeana ya kwamba it can come back. Ile mambo ilikuwa imefungwa saiti na High Court na Court of Appeal, then imetusaidia kwa sababu wamesema wakipanga mzuri mambo ya BBI inaweza rudi na clauses, na vile walikuwa nataka kufunga rais wakisema Uhuru Kenyatta. So kuna vitu imetusaidia pena tapo ya kwamba head of state is His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na vile walikuwa wamejaribu kuweka Uhuru Kenyatta ili waweze kumstaki, tumeshukuru katiba wametuambia vizuri constitution inasema nini kwa the sitting president. Ya pili walikuwa from 20 to 7, so hapo tumeona at least wameamua vizuri. Second, tena people are celebrating after August 6, wale wanaanza kucelebrate watalia because the churches wametaka kutuonyesha they are very independent. Whoever will want to run to court akifikiria huko ndiye mahali ataenda kufanya vile BBI imefanya, itakuwa ni ole wao. So we are really 4 months to election. Ingesemekana mambo ya BBI waseme hakuna pesa, waseme tena waende kotini tena kusema hakuna kufanya election. So we are happy, na baba ametoa statement mzuri na tumefurahia vile amesema kuhusu nomination penalty. Ni kwamba party inapeana nomination kwa wale watu wanajua ni strong, wanapeana nomination kwa watu wamekuwa kwa ground. Tena tuwezi kuja kwa chama 2 days ama immigrate from somewhere na utake tu ukuje ushindane upatiwe. Kuna ile mtu amefanya kazi. Hizi parties is, if you are a member, you have worked for that party tirelessly. Alafu inafika siku ya campaign watu wanakuja na pesa. And then after money mtu anaenda kama ile mtu ya Pokot, ule deputy mayor, governor. He was selected, he come back to US. Amerudi na pesa na anasema nataka kusimama. Sasa ule governor amekuwa akifanya kazi. Hiyo ndiyo tunasema nataka kusema parties. Ya pili penalty. Nimeshukuru kwa nomination ama Central Jubilee vile imekuwa na more members. Ya kwamba walikuwa nasema Jubilee ilikufa, lakini chama yenye ilikuwa imekufa ni hiyo ilitoka Jubilee. So Jubilee was just quiet wakingojea penalty. Hiyo ndiye dawa, na hiyo nataka kusema baba kwenda Rift Valley. Mnajua Rift Valley tuko na Turkana wenye wana support papa, tuko na Samburu wana support papa, tuko na Wamasai. And Rift Valley kati ya Wakalenjins na Nakuru tuko na watu wengi wana support Azimio. So tunataka kuona at least baba ameenda Rift Valley. Hata kwa Wakalenjin kuna kura atasipata, kuna kura saka anapatanga tangu. So we say okay, Azimio. Second, tunataka kuona Gideon Moi sasa akijitokea. Mtu kama Kalonzo Batu alikuwa kando akingoja prime minister ama wherever alikuwa na ngoja, ajue sasa hiyo hakuna. If you want to come, let him come. Na watu wasisema ati tunachokosana. Siku imeisha. 4 months, 3 months, hiyo siku imeisha. Na unataka kukuja kukula chakula yenye hukupika. Tena ukipata watu wamepakua chakula kwa nyumba mesa 5 na unaingia, haita walikuwa na chakula ingine iko jikoni wanakupakulia, ama wanakwambia sorry wakupatie maji ama wakupikie chai, because chakula imepakuliwa wale watu walikuwa, and nobody is ready kukupatia chakula yake. So the best thing wanasema ni kwamba kama kuna maji ama kuna chai, pikie mgeni. So Kalonzo anataka kukaa kando mpaka wakati anakuja patiwa chai baada ya kukula chakula. Penalty wacha niwachie wengine waseme, but for today nimefurahia kabisa, kwa sababu hiyo BBI chama wangechikawanyia amungeamini, wangepata viti mpaka sasa raia wangefuata. So they are really wanasikia mbaya na mambo ya corruption. Kama kotini leo imetuonyesha ya kwamba kama kuna kesi, kama kuna mambo inafanya, tunataka kuambia Martha Koome, kama kuna mtu ako na corruption asiruhusiwe kusimama hata kama ni nani. Wacha waende washughulike na kesi, wakikuwa cleared kuna 2027. Thank you, Penal.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate it. It's awesome that you have that understanding and a way of looking at it. It's been a great day in Kenya in terms of progressive ruling. Because when the law is meant for man and there is not man for the law, whichever way you look at it. I want us to listen from Mama Rose, alafu ndio turudi kwa line yetu vile tunafuata mkururo. Ladies first inasemekana hapa. Mama uko, Mama Rose?
Yes, habari ya leo Bernard.
Niko salama, lakini umekaa nyuma ya kamera. Hiyo ndio sheria unaanza kuvunja, ndio inafanya mimi nawekanga wewe kwa quarantine.
Uliniweka kwa quarantine jana.
Eh.
Unajua saa
Karibu
zingine
lakini.
unajua mtu anaweza kuwa anakula machakula, hataki kuleta machakula hapa kwa kamera.
Hiyo ni
Sasa
kweli.
ukiona mtu akijificha saa zingine unakula machakula na sio vizuri.
Ukijificha milele hapa mpaka tupeleke quarantine.
Okay. Otherwise, siku ni jema, tumeshukuru Mungu kwa uhai. Although mimi kwa upande wangu sijafurahia vile sana, because mimi naona kama in some way watu wa Central wenye wame celebrate ama wenye wana celebrate maybe wamepewa pesa ndio wa celebrate, they don't know what they have lost. BBI could not be all the way mzuri, ingekuwa na some few mistakes, na mimi kwangu ningesema tu hizo ambazo hazikuwa nzuri wangetoa, lakini zile zilikuwa nzuri kama like one man one sharing, hiyo wangepitisha. On behalf of the Central people, sijui amefurahia nini honestly. Mtu ambaye anajua hiyo upande what is the meaning of one man one sharing, na wajue vile Central kama ni pesa ya CDF, zile pesa tunapewa kulingana na watu watukana. Mimi sikuona kitu ya Central hapo ya kufurahia, but all in all hatuwezi tukajinyonga ama tuseme ati hatutaendelea, life will still continue. Hiyo tu ni kitu tu is just something awidi imepita, lakini bado tumeambiwa tuna still we can apply some other times, lakini for now let us focus with the campaign and try and vote for Baba. Na mimi ningesema hivi, mimi nimesikia kama ule anaitwa nani, she called the who alikuwa anafanya campaign akisema ati alikuwa amesema BBI itaanguka. What is this lady huyu Munande huyu? What is her name? Mimi hata sasa nimeona akiambilia watu huko kwa gari, anawaambia ati niliwasema BBI itapita nini. People are not even celebrating. Na ni huko kwa wazinikisho. That shows hata kuna watu walikuwa after this BBI anyway. Mimi sikuona watu wa celebrate huko. Hata sikuona watu wanapiga makofi ama anything, hata nikashindwa kwa nini, kwani hawasikii lugha ama namna gani? So, all in all, this is a campaign thing also. Mimi naweza sema hivyo, hata vile hiyo BBI imeanguka is a political thing anyway from the beginning, but mwenye alikuwa amejaribu na nikaona kama tena iliwekwa mzaha, sababu inaonekana Juliet ndiye alikuwa anaongoza hiyo kitu. Mliona mahali Baba alikuwa anahongwa, anaulizwa ati Raila, ulisikia hiyo serikali Uhuru alikuwa anataka kuwa assassination? Ati na Junet ndiye alisema. Baba akamwambia si Junet yako hapa. Mimi nilicheka sana. I was very happy kujua Baba anasema Baba, mzigo wako mwenyewe ukiharibika. Baba hata okay. On behalf of tukienda upande wa Kalonzo, mimi naona danger to me, to my side. Ule mtu mimi simuhesabu, anaweza kuwepo, anaweza asiweko, because ako 50-50. Ule mtu ameshikana na Sonko, na Sonko ni mtu wa kuharibu mtu kichwa, na wako na mtua. So this guy msimuhesabu, akikuja akuje, asipokuja akae. Lakini sasa ile kitu imebaki, people should go back to the ground, Ukambani, waongeleshe door to door, waongeleshe hao watu. Hata kama Kalonzo watatoka, isikuwa ati kuna rose kubwa itapatikana. The same thing would happen to Central. Pia watu wasichoke tu na kuendelea na kufanya campaign. Na pia hata Kisumu huko kwenyu, because there are some parts unasikia watu wanasema wataingia ODM. So mimi ningesema tu baba, sasa wasipoteze time. Sasa after some BBI is gone, sasa watu waingie waanze kufanya campaign, tushike ile kitu tutashika, and I'm sure in the hands of God we're gonna win the race. Anyway, tarudi baadaye. Let me give somebody a chance.
Thank you Rose, we appreciate it. Let's move on now, turudi kwa Favor sasa. Favor, namna gani?
Poa, habari ya kila mtu?
Tuko salama, karibu.
Asante. Now, I have a few submissions and few thoughts. One on BBI. Maybe let me sit up. Now, on the BBI, I want to look at it just as in a positive way. I'm happy the Supreme Court has at least upheld two thoughts that to me were my fears after Tutoke Court of Appeal. The idea of having the president being subject to being prosecuted or charged in court, because I mean, I'm not trying to say that when somebody is a sitting president should not be, but I'm just trying to imagine what precedents we are going to be setting, because I may not be competent enough with regard to all the constitutions of all the countries, but at least I'm trying to imagine. I don't know if there's any country where you can take to a sitting president to court, and then it becomes an issue. I mean, then it's just an okay thing, and then the court will just pick up that issue and run it. I don't know, but maybe somebody in the session or in the forum can enlighten me further. But that was to me my biggest fear, because then we would actually be taking ourselves in circles. Because if a section, I mean, a person, somebody is not happy with the president, then they can just run to court. And I think my biggest problem with the fight against corruption or any progress so far is when we brought about the so-called, I'm putting in brackets, the independence of the court. Because if I'm not happy with what somebody has done, I'll just run to court, and then I will hold your hands hostage and you cannot progress. For example, you are not happy. To me, when, for example, that judge gave Waluke that whole amount of money, and it was either he goes in, and then suddenly I hear that he has paid and he's out again, and he's even planning to run again back for election. And to me, I know very well the NC, the cereals board and all these things actually are grounded today because of that kind of a grievous corruption event that occurred in the past, which we will never recover from it. I found that to be absolutely ridiculous. So that was the first one with BBI. The second one is the fact that the concept of basic structure has been thrown out. So to me, those two I win, because it was being carried as though the constitution is cast in stone, that we cannot just wake up and adjust anything. We will definitely adjust. And probably, to me, the people who went to court, I know they were not in their hearts, they know very well they were not disputing the content. They were basically trying to bring the fact that, oh, it was the president who started, and probably there was they were just trying to keep shifting goalposts. But the whole idea was, it was, to me, where I am sitting, I just looked at it like it was just something targeted to actually make sure that they actually nail the president as a person in one corner. But unfortunately or fortunately, to me, I am happy that that didn't happen. So going forward, I know if it is an idea of revisiting it, probably even I can then come up and pick it up and then see how I'll start a public participation. But I do not know how I can be able to gather 1 million signatures before I start like an agenda for Kenyans to rally. I don't know how I'll be able to do that just as a person, as me, Favor. But probably I may need to do a lot of pulling strings here. Maybe I'll run to Bernard and say, can I get support from Tembei and all the people in the platform? And then this is what I'm having. And probably that's how I might raise 1 million. But I don't think just going back to my village and saying I'm doing door to door, I don't see how I'll raise 1 million. So as much as, yes, we agree it should be started by somebody in the ground there who is not necessarily the president, but let truth be told, even for the constitution to have actually been pushed to wherever we got, and finally the changes were made, it did not start with any one of us in the village. It definitely was some people who are a bit enlightened and were in some setting or a political movement. Then they're the ones who championed it. Then I'm looking at it also still on the BBI, to the fact that, yes, there were good things about it, but there is just some fear about the way the message was presented, probably being presented like we are taking it for referendum and it is a yes or a no, and you have all these so many things to be addressed. Different from the previous one, where we knew very well the old constitution had so many things which we didn't want, and we were not going to have to do so many referendums just because we want to keep changing every line. That's why we went the process of having a whole delegates and let them go through different ideas and putting all this together so that then it can be pushed. So that one aside, I'm done. I move now to the second thing about nomination. To me, I am very happy with, for example, that bold move that has been done. If you've been following, I think, different parties, but I think I'll cite an example with ODM. They are targeting to have a certain number of women governors, for example. And it is something I've been thinking, like, let's pass through this hula baloo of the nomination, but I would suggest going forward, if you come to a county, for example, you pick a county where you have a candidate standing in on I go, for example, Western, and I have a candidate on DAP, a candidate on ODM, a candidate probably on another maybe this party of Jirongo and whatever. I think that would not make sense. So probably what I would be thinking is, why don't we have two strong contenders, one being the governor and the other one being a deputy? Because I think now with the new Political Parties Act, you can have a governor who is on one party and a running mate who is on another party, as long as they're in the same coalition. Because this was not possible before. Because then I remember, I think in one discussion, if not Murade saying that they had to actually give Ruto to make him become a member, to register him as a member of TNA, so that they could run together on the same ticket with Uhuru in the past. So to me, I'm very happy if we can have counties where, for example, a woman is standing in either for the position of a governor, then we can rally our support around, as long as she is in Azimio, and then we all drop our bid and then let's support her, because that is how we will attain the affirmative action of actually having 2/3, gender. Otherwise, or rather a third. But otherwise, if we just wait and say, let them go to the grassroots and battle, one thing I have seen, Kenyan politics is a little bit tilted. It does not favor, it is not supportive for women, and unless otherwise. So why should we subject them into all this? So Kidero should just sit down and swallow that bitter pill, and probably he should have been negotiating for if I was Kidero, I would be negotiating for the position of a deputy, for example, to be under Gladys Wanga, and maybe move that agenda, because I mean, he's smart, he's intelligent with regard to leadership and acumen, but I don't know why he's still trying to just embarrass himself by running whatever. So to me, I would support that idea. So any county where there is a woman standing up as a governor, if I would be advising Azimio, I would be saying, please, any male trying to come up, just drop your ambition and let's have, that is how we'll support women affirmative. And then lastly, for these other movements and going to wherever, I would conclude by saying I'm happy. Let them just spread their wings and go wherever they want to go in the country. And then for anybody in Azimio, don't really waste your time about the BBI and the court. It's just a phase that has passed. And to me, I'm happy that ruling is very good, because you can imagine if they said we have it has been upheld. I mean, rather they have thrown away the case, and so meaning BBI is on track. I think it's going to throw away the country into some turmoil and confusion, because I think our side, the Azimio side, or rather the pro-BBI, are a bit level-headed. So we will go into nomination with all this energy and we'll go. But let it be that we give them a temporary relief. At least we are preparing them for a big loss. So let them have something they can be smiling between now and August. Thank you.
Thank you, Feva. Is that encouraging? Whichever way, I support the idea of affirmative action, whereby our men need to be gentlemen. Our men in politics need to be gentlemen, and let ladies have assist ladies. Gentlemen was meant to pull out chair for ladies, open doors for the ladies, and all that. Why? What is wrong with you opening doors for them in politics and things like that? There is something happening in Kisii. I think Alex will come and tell us where there is almost crying for this lady called Janet asipewe nomination, akipewa nomination watatoka ODM. I don't see the reason why men should gather to fight a woman. It's embarrassing, in my opinion. Watu watulize. If being given nomination certificate doesn't necessarily mean you have won the seat. Why should you stop somebody from getting nomination certificate? If you want to go through the process of nomination, that's fine. And what if you go to the nomination process and she wins? What will you do? So it's good to compete fairly and compete also for life, not to compete to destroy lives. Let's compete in the process of nomination in such a way that we have a life after the nominations. The nomination is one day, our life continues. So let's not differ in such a way that we begin now to change our party affiliations and party persuasion simply because our guy was not given certificate or the certificate was given out unfairly. If the certificate is given out unfairly, you have an opportunity to punish the party on the election day by electing independent or electing another person. So let's not make a whole storm of it. I've seen like several shows just revolving around that Janet and the nomination ticket. I don't know what's cooking in Kisii, but please, my brothers, go slow on mamas, on mama zetu. Hapana sumbua. Yes, Douglas, iko nini?
And I have a question to you and the favor. On the issue of women and that tupatie women nafasi. Are we giving these chances to the women because they can lead or because they are women?
They can lead. If okay, Janet in Kisii, she's been women raped. Okay, Wanga has demonstrated her leadership in several places. She's been women raped twice, 2 times. She has, combed the ground in Homa Bay, and now she's set to become governor. I mean, it is not just a matter of gender. It's gender sensitive, yes, but also competence. And of course, a woman serves better when she's supported by men. So you should surround her, not expose her. Okay, men are supposed to shield women so that women function, not threaten women so that women feel vulnerable and leave everything for you. Hii tradition ilikuanga huko kwetu kabla Yesu akuje. Okay. Ile ilikuanga, it was a taboo for women to eat chicken. Okay. And so, but there was their responsibility to cook chicken. So they will go to the kitchen and cook chicken and present all of it to the man. They cannot even test whether the salt is enough because chicken is a reserve of men only. Now, hiyo maneno tuachane nayo tafadhali, imepitwa na wakati. If we are really gentlemen, let's surround our women with support and security so that they can function. History ya ku fight until the last man drops is not healthy for this country. Kidero still has, I think he still has some corruption cases and all that. Let him clear them fast. Your story, hajakilia story ya Nairobi, anaenda kucreate ingine Homa Bay. I'm not against him, lakini I support Wanga. Thank you.
Bernard. Yeah, I just wanted to say that we are looking at areas where, for example, it's not that this lady is just waking up today and just coming like just from the blues, no. But for example, this is already a tested leader, and then this lady has presented herself, and she also has the capability. So what we can do, because ordinarily, if we asked all the governors positions in the country, 47, there is no man who wants to step down. But then as a coalition, we can then try to agree and look around and see, okay, where we can, like I will pick Nairobi as a good example. It's not that really I'm supporting Jubilee, but I would try to say, let's negotiate now that Anne Kananu is there. Can we have an arrangement between him and team and whatever? Let's then just keep her, and then something just to increase the number of women governors, because like Kitui, we know Ngilu, we are keeping her. Let's say Kirinyaga, we know we will want to keep a lady there. So there are only 3 so far. Joyce Laboso left. We replaced that with a man. But now we should have gone back and say, no, let's get, or alternatively, sandwich. If a man is a governor, then the deputy should be women. So at least, but not to hope that some will be impeached or some will die. No. But the point is, if we see a lady standing in an area, then let's support that lady. At least that is an agreement that can be done in-house, not to go brushing ourselves, campaigning to the line, and then we will lose. UDA will just walk through the side and get themselves in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to emphasize that also doesn't need constitutional change. It's just normal human natural law to go lenient and help the nature grow healthy. We don't have to have an election that has animosity all through. Give and take. Mambo ingine utaenda kwa ballot kama uko na watu tano. My uncle died during Mulolongo time, and it was only my auntie behind him, you know. Huyo mama mpaka tupatie kongole, yeye alisimama na mzee peke yake kwa uwanja until all the counting was finished. Now you don't have to vie for the sake of vying, and you don't have to fight to go for nomination all the way. Things can be negotiated, only that should not be compromising corruption, giving the loser the certificate and the winner is denied certificate. Let's not create also aggrieved parties. Honorable Bundi, what are you saying?
Bernard.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nakuomba hivi, ndio vile unasema tuheshimu wa mama, tunawaheshimu, lakini hii ya Kisii wachana naye. Hii ya Kisii nataka wachana naye kabisa, hata usiongere, kwa sababu uwezi kuwa umekuwa kwa kiti, hakuna kitu umefanyia watu, and because you are close to the governor, you want just a direct ticket. I want to remind you that there is women around who has been in ODM. One thing I want to tell you, the Kisii governor does not want Arati to win. That is for the fact, for this Kisii area, our Kisii wako hapa wanaelewa what I mean. Janet, they are coming from wanatoka sehemu moja na Arati. If he is going to be given a ticket, he's going to destroy Arati's efforts. So, ukiona tu watu wa Kisii wanapiga kelele, they know what they are doing. If they do that, they will do a favor for a DAP candidate. Because wataenda watawanya zile kura za pande ile wapatie mtu wa UDA. Sasa hii wa Kisii waacha naye. Huyu mama hata hajaonekana. He has not done anything what Gladys has been doing in Homa Bay. There is nothing yet.
Ngoja honorable, fanya hivi, tutarudi hapo. Mimi sina habari, ndio nilikwambia sina habari na masuala ya Kisii, lakini mambo yafanywe kwa utaratibu unaofaa na heshima idumu. Sie yeye peke yake anasimama kama women rep, hata akipewa hiyo nini, ni vile tu mmepanga. I don't know the demography of Kisii, at a particular place ikipata MP, particular place inapata this, mbile muwa mna balance as a community. Now hiyo ndio siwezi ingilia, lakini kama ni options, you still have options. Kuna wamama wanakimbia wanarun kwa DAP, na kuna mama tarani independent. So kama kuna mama mzuri, chagueni mama mzuri, sio lazima mkae na mtu kwa sababu ako ODM.
That is the danger, Bernard. That is the danger. Once we go that route, tutapatia opponent hiyo kiti mara moja. We don't want that.
Yes. Wewe kaipange, wacha tutarudi kwako. Wacha tuende kwa Jared, tunakuja kwako, utatupatia mengi. Jared, karibu, namna gani? Unmute the mic is beside your name. You click on the mic beside your name, ndio ukiongea tunasikia.
Mute for me.
Tumekusikia sasa, endelea. Umemute. Unmute. Hapo sawa. Mara moja tu.
Sasa kitu mimi nitaweza kuambia, na washukuru sana. Huyu ni Jared Mangera na natoka Mombasa. Nimewasikiza, hata jana nilisikiza vizuri sana. Kitu cha kwanza nitaweza kusema ni ya kwamba huyo Janet makosa alifanya wakati ule Raila alipoenda Kisii, alipoenda kuongea, watu wakaanza kumkataza kwa sababu hajafanya kitu chochote. Aliwatukana, akatukana wazee mpaka watu wengine, watu wakasikia vibaya. Kwa hivyo sisi hatuna shida na yeye, yeye ndiye aliharibu kura zake. Kingine nitaweza kusema ni ya kwamba sisi jinsi ambavyo Azimio inavyoendelea kufanya kazi, sisi tunashukuru. Kitu nitaweza kuwaomba ni ya kwamba wanasidi waweze kuwa makundi, wasiwe wanaenda jinsi ambavyo UDA wanapoenda. UDA wakienda wanafuata mtu mmoja wote, badala wote. Sasa sisi tukienda makundi, mahali wametoka sisi tunaingia hapo. Wakienda kwingine, wakiondoka, wakati wameondoka na sisi tunaingia pale. Hiyo ndio tutaweza kufanya kampeni tuweze kufikia, na tusilale. Kama mzee amepumzika, wacha wengine tuendelee kazi. Na kitu kingine ni ya kwamba Mount Kenya vile ninaona kazi inaendelea ni vizuri. Watu wameingia kwa Jubilee kwa wingi, watu wanaendelea kufanya kama Peter Munya anaendelea kumfuatilia. Peter Munya anafanya kazi sana. Mara ako Gatundu, mara ako Tarakaniti, anafanya kazi nzuri sana. Tusidi kumuombea naye aweze kupenya kila mahali. Na wakiweza kushirikiana na wengine wa Central Kenya, ninaamini ya kwamba tutaweza kupata 40% to 50% tukifanya bidii sana. Hapa Mombasa ninaona kazi si mbaya sana, kazi iko sawa, ngawa naona wamelala kidogo. Wamelala, tuoni walienda wapi. Hapa tunaona ni UDA wanaendelea kusunguka huku, lakini na wao watu waamuke, wasiweze kuona ya kwamba tumekaribia waanze kulala. Kitu kingine ninasema ni ya kwamba mahakama wakati mwingine vitu vingine nafanya ukweli, lakini ikifika mambo ya corruption, mtu yule ambaye ameipa mali ya serikali akienda ndiye amepelekwa kotini, yeye ndiye anakuanga kireati, wanasema huyu ako salama, hakuwa mwizi. Na huyo mtu amechukua mali ya watu, ndio hiyo mali ya watu anachengea, amefanya ako tajiri. Kama mahakama ingekuwa kitu cha kwanza, ingesaidia kama hao wanasiasa. Ukiangalia upande wa UDA, unaona ni wezi peke yake wamejaa pale. Unaona na wakifika pale tena wanaita hawa wengine ati wao ni wezi. Sasa unashindwa wezi ni akina nani, kwa sababu kambi yao imechukua wezi wote, wala wakikataliwa upande huu mwingine wao wako tayari kuwakaribisha. Sasa tunashindwa ya kwamba wezi ni akina nani, wanasema ya kwamba wanaita Uhuru Kenyatta ya kwamba wewe ni mwizi. Sasa tunashindwa, wao wamesahau kama huyu deputy wetu alilala miaka 5 ilipofika, alipokuwa kipindi cha kwanza amekusanya pesa miaka 5 akaweka, akafika kipindi cha pili akaondoka akaanza siasa. Sasa anatuambia nini? Ni serikali gani ambaye atakuja kutengeneza tofauti na hii ambaye alikuwa anaendeleza? Kwa sababu project zote yeye ndiye aliweza kusipatiwa siendeze. Alafu zaisi anasema ya kwamba Raila alipoingia aliweza kuharibu kila kitu. Mimi sikubaliani naye. Yeye wacha atuonyeshe kila alichofanya, na zile pesa alikusanya na kinene Likosigei wakaweza kusiweka. Likosigei tunaona vile kuna wengine waliachishwa kazi ya kwamba wameiba, wakaondoka wakaenda. Sahizi anachisahau ya kwamba watu wake alioweka, ukiangalia hata upande wake unaona ya kwamba nafasi zake alizopatiwa alipatia watu wa kwao peke yao, hakuna mtu wa nje. Alafu hapa nasahau ya kwamba chama chake ni chama cha kitaifa, anadanganya watu. Na ukiangalia ukimwangalia uso wake anapoongea, kweli akichukua atakuwa dikteta zaidi ya Moi. Ukimwangalia uso wake akiongea, kiuma ile mdomo wake, unaona ya kwamba huyu akichukua watu watalia sana. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingine mtu hata mwizi anapoongea anaongea maneno matamu, hata wewe unapomsikiza unaona huyu anakuambia ukweli, lakini anaongea mambo matamu akijua ya kwamba akiingia pale anabadilika, anakuwa mwingine, sio yule ambaye mlikuwa mnatania. Ni afadhali tupatie mzee Raila ili aweze kutuongoza. Tumeona jinsi ambavyo ameweza, mahali ambapo ameweza kutoka, ameweza kutotoa, amefungwa, amefanywa nini, ameibiwa kura nini na nini, siku nyingi analia, lakini saizi wakati wako umefika, hata mimi mwenyewe sijawahi mpatia, lakini raundi hii nampatia kura yangu. Kwa hivyo ninawaomba tuweze kufanyia Raila kampeni ili aweze kuchukua uongozi wa nchi hii, aweze kutuongoza. Asante.
Okay, asante Jared kwa maoni yako. Swali kutoka kwa Alum anasema Mombasa, gavana unaendaje? Alum anauliza kwa comments kwamba Mombasa inakaaje historia ya gavana.
Mimi niko upande wa Mtwapa tuko upande wa Kilifi, lakini pale naona ni akina Abdulsurai na huyu Sabani ndio wao wawili wanakimbizana pale, na upande wa Kilifi ijajulikana sana, lakini George Kiti anazungumza sana na Mung'are. Hao wawili ndio wanazungumzwa hapa upande wa Kilifi hapa, na Isa Jumwa si sana, kama wasipojipanga vizuri naona ya kwamba hawataenda vizuri. Kwa hivyo ni lazima Azimio waweze kujipanga vizuri, waweze kuwa mazuri kila mahali.
Okay, sawa sawa. Thank you Jared kwa majibu yako na maoni yako. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Guru. Tunafuata mkururo bwana Josek. Tunakuja kwako. Guru uko wapi?
Habari yenu? How are you?
Sorry, I am fine, I'm fine. Kale kambuzi tulikuwa tuchinje leo. Tutachinja tarehe 9.
Iko.
Okay. Sawa, karibu toa maoni.
Nauliza iko.
Mbuzi yezi kosekana.
Oh, okay. Now, BBI, the verdict is out. And for me, if there are things that make those people who know our country well, and they also know the continent of Africa, this is one thing everybody should be very proud of. Because what it shows is that our institutions are growing every day. And our country is getting a footing of a modern state where the rule of law is what finally wins. There are places where you find what stands is what the political leaders say. But since we passed the 2010 Constitution, we have observed a growth in all dimensions, including constitutionalism and democracy. You are aware that one of the things that were explored in this ruling was about something that was being called the basic structure doctrine. And it is because our constitution should measure up with the best in the world. However, even as we borrow the good from other countries, we are also alive to the fact that we have our history and we have our ways also of doing things. So today, it has been clarified very clearly that and made easy for the civil society and the civilians to propose changes in our constitution, which would otherwise have become very difficult if the basic structure doctrine that was being pushed by a section of our judicial officers were to stand. There are those who may want to celebrate that they have won. In fact, I think they are very naive in the sense that this was not about political parties. It was about Kenyans. Because whether you are in UDA or you are in ODM, what is written in the constitution is what you will finally stand. There's a problem that happened initially when the BBI was introduced. And the problem is that there are people who chose to see their personal fortunes in what was being proposed. And what they did, they went into our communities, particularly in central Kenya, and using the wrong-held fear that has been put through propaganda against Raila Amolo Odinga. They said that he is the one who is proposing these changes together with Uhuru, so that he can be sneaked in as the president of this country. So the most immediate reaction of that community was to reject the document, even before they read what was in it. But I want to make you aware that subsequently, and after several court cases, there are those who have taken interest to know what was written, the content. And they now know, quite a number of them know that there were very good provisions in what was proposed. More so in terms of fair representation and fair distribution of resources. That they have lost. However, we are told that this could come back as early as next year. So basically, that is what it is. I also want to disabuse a statement I heard somebody called Jared talk about, that the BBI came to divide the people more. This is his own opinion. It is not tested, and constitutions or constitutional changes are not made so that they can railroad everybody in a tunnel thinking. Even the 2010 constitution was opposed by about 30% of Kenyans. Yet it went through, and those who are actually most against it are now the ones who are enjoying the fruits of that constitution. I also heard Rose say that he saw people not celebrate in parts of Rift Valley. I want to make you aware that there are areas in that part of the world who feel depressed because there are some of those who are suffering the unfortunate situation of having to get too retro compared to the population that they have. And therefore, the additional constituencies that were to be given to them and the additional resources that were to come to their constituencies was something they were waiting for. That is why it is naive, even at this level, for anybody to think that you can win the coming election by going to celebrate about the loss of the BBI. You could be hurting yourself because people are not foolish. Kenyans have come a long way, and they even know even some of their own can work against them. So I'll not be surprised. And this should go to those who are here from UDA. If they pick up this as a celebration and as a mobilizing factor, that they are excited the BBI collapsed, I dare tell them that they could be digging their graves politically. Now, going to the nominations, first of all, politics is the first loyalty is to the self. So it is not natural that somebody will suppress his ambitions so that another one can get an opportunity. Power is never given, it is taken. And therefore, while I know there is no straitjacket way of determining who a party will front as their candidate for various seats, some may choose compromise, others may choose the elders' way, others may go for nominations, others may use polling to get the most popular candidate. But whichever the way, the most important thing is to make sure you are consistent with the wishes of the people of that area. Otherwise, the way it seems now, any party that will make a mistake and embargo the nominations or their way of picking their candidates, they will be in for a rude shock. One of the things that has made areas like Central go quiet right now is that they are slowly discovering that some people have edged their way closer to the powers of some of those parties that they thought were popular in the area, like UDA. And some of their preferred candidates as MCAs or MPs are being edged out. And therefore, that is why you can find Jubilee is slowly getting into the area again, because these same people are also finding a fallback position. So basically what it is that parties have to be very careful on whom they pick as their candidates for various positions. Affirmative action, I am one person who believes that perhaps we have not given women enough positions, especially in areas of authority, like the governor. But also that cannot be just a qualification alone, because we have also seen women who are roguish. Some of them are corrupt, just like men. And therefore, even as the affirmative action is being done, the character, the discipline, the competence should not be overlooked. It's not just merely a matter of wearing skirts or trousers that should be considered in this matter. Thank you very much, Bernard. I will talk later. Wacha nifikishe hapo.
Asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tuende kwa Joseph, inaonekana is chewing something, but he will take a break.
It's okay. I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
I'm saddened because of a number of reasons, and I've seen the people from the other side rejoicing, but I watched through the reading of the judgment, but the one thing that which was worrying me is about the doctrine structure. And I'm happy that the churches say that it's not applicable in Kenya. So the only thing that which made BBI made it to not to go through is because of the president. And each and every one of us can agree that indeed, if the president enjoys the powers that we have given him, he cannot start the process. That's where the people who are advising did not tell him the truth. But other things as they stand, you know, any registered voter who is a common citizen can initiate the process. So the thing is, we in this forum, what we could be thinking, is there a way we can wake up the process? That is the thing that I could be hearing people say, you know, because as I stand here, I'm looking who will I get to help me do that process, so that we tell the people in Tangatanga that we still this thing can go through. You know, we should not always think that the politicians can move a thing to move. It is a time that as a citizen, you need to step up and do something which you know that you'll fight for your country. You know, and then in the process, there are people who will come in board. So what I'm saying, it is we have not lost everything. We still have chances. And for those people who are celebrating that BBI, for the loss of BBI, that they're going to win an election, I really sympathize with them. You know, after immediately the judgment was done, they were taking reactions from different parts. The first person who spoke from Mombasa was a Kalenjin. And I was asking myself, how did he praise himself being there? You know, because he was talking against those people who are planning to say that the people are happy for the loss of that PBI. I sampled people who were giving their views, and I came to a conclusion that their separation was coming from one side. Of course, there was different other people, coastal from Kisumu. I had people what they had to say, etc. So on that matter, let us think on how we can wake up the situation. If we cannot, let's wait and believe that it will come after elections. You know, but I believe this forum we have the capability to go through that process. So Bernard, there are people here we can meet and decide and discuss on how we can do. You know, then we will bring other people when we have decided what we need. Kenyans can even donate for this. I know there are people who are supporting BBI. So when they get people there who are willing, and there is a true pathway, this thing we can even vote with it during the general election, you know, so that those people are celebrating will be celebrating having a win, Raila being the president, and have achieved the BBI thing that we wanted. Because both of us here, we are standing for cohesion, one Kenya. And then I must say, the reaction of the deputy president, and even the show Bernard you did of what he was speaking someone with a lot of ventures, you know, his body language. And I wonder this someone who he wants us to entrust our country, having that kind of a tone, you know, with that command, the way that he was speaking, it really, I looked at him and said, this person, even if we're celebrating the fall of BBI, there are other things in his heart which are paining him very deeply, you know. So that's what I will want to say on matters of BBI. In terms of ODM giving direct ticket to Gladys Wanga, I support it 100%. Gladys Wanga has been consistent in our work, and I believe it's good that we give women chances that who work, not because they're women, but Gladys Wanga has proved in her work. She has been loyal to the party. So for me, for her being given, and even I have friends who come from Homa Bay, they can tell me, they have always told me, like Gladys Wanga is the person who is being felt in the ground. You know, Kidero, despite he comes from Homa Bay and everything, he has not been much participating in Homa Bay activities. When he had now an interest, that's when he started going to the ground. And also he was using like, I'm a male, you know, so he feels like I'm entitled to have this. So for Wanga, I support it 100%. But in Kisi, as I concur with my friend Jared and Bundi, I believe that ODM will make a big mistake in giving Janet Ongera the direct nomination. It will give the other people an advantage because one, Janet has not done much in Kisi. She's also associated with I respect Governor Ongwae with much of respect, but I cannot impose someone that who should become the next governor. You know, even he was belittling Simbarati ati huyu kijana. You know, he was mentioning other people, some Ongeri, and then he says, najua kuna kijana anakuja na vijana wa bodaboda. You know, forgetting that Simbarati is also a leader on his capacity because people of Dagoretti have believed in him and elected him. Even the party leader of ODM respects Simbarati because they speak on that. He knows Simbarati is someone who can mobilize and make things. Remember when there was that swearing in of the people's president, Simbarati was the only man who went to tour Uhuru Park. You know, when other men in ODM were hiding, for him he said, if anything happens to me, I'm here, I will stand. You know, so the party leader knows the strength of Simbarati. So when I saw what comes from a respected leader as the governor belittling him, he started raising that they had known that Simbarati was going to call the day in the nomination. So they were trying to pull him down. But I loved, and I've been watching how Simbarati has been doing his politics. He has been meeting people from every clan, discussing with them. He had a plan. So by the end of the day, even if, which I know, Raila will give Simbarati the ticket of to run for governor. But if they make a mistake and give anyone otherwise, Simbarati goes as an independent. He will call the day in the morning. That one we can take it to the bank. Bernard will come on that when we will now be asking who is the governor in Kisii. So there are those leaders we are seeing who are stepping up, who are very strong in matters of ladies. We need to support them because either in one way they are our either sisters, our mothers. Not only that are they for them because they say where there is a woman who is well reasoned, they bring out reasoned judgment. I have done on that part. Finally, at a time there is a time I used to look one of the Supreme Court judges that she was not fair in her judgments. But today I want to hail Njoki Ndung'u for one reason. You know, people have been talking bad about her. Even when she ruled, she dissented the last time, I was saying, what is this with this lady? But today, I want to say that lady, she has an independent mind. Why am I saying so? She doesn't care what you will say about whatever judgment she makes. You know, she interprets the constitution in her own way, and she has been consistent on what she does. And you know, of all the people that I expected, they can never dissent of the president being an initiator, was Judge Renaula. You know, Judge Renaula, if you look at his judgments, much of them have never been found that are having flaws. You know, but you see, by the end of the day, he says the people, the High Court judges, the High Court judges and the Court of Appeal, they framed their own words to put there. It must have been that the word says the promoter, you know, and then he says from there, he doesn't see from the word the promoter when the bill was taken to IBC, where the president was really seen there. So that one tells you people were there making that judgment to suit some quarters, you know. Much of them, like you see the last time when election, people like not smoking. This Ibrahim said that he was sick, he didn't want to participate, he went hiding, you know. Look about someone smoking Wanjala. The other time they were in the Mutunga era, because they had now the fear. That's when he participated in saying that he was part of that thing that when it was ruled. But you can always know there are people who are weaklings who can never stand their way. So all said and done, as the people from UDA are celebrating, when they lose an election of August, I'll be happy when they will accept that we have divided them squarely, so that they do not start saying that the Supreme Court has been holded by the government. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Joseph. We appreciate that. And the dynamics of Kisi politics are becoming very interesting with every passing day. Let's hear from Honorable Bundi as we proceed.
Yes, wacha niwasalimu tena. Habari gani?
Salama, vipi?
Mzuri sana ndugu yangu.
Hey.
Nataka nianzie hapo kwa Kisi kwanza. No, Bernard, you know, we are in really politics time. This is not the time like kwa sababu China yako ni kubwa and you are around somebody, you will just be given a ticket. It's not going to be possible this time around. There is nothing like a woman. Yes, a woman, you must go for nomination. Why should we favor somebody because he's just a woman? There is nothing like that. There is fellow women who have also been fighting within ODM, and they need to be elected or they lose through normal process. And you see now, Janet is not even famous because unaona hata akisimama watu wambeangi nafasi ya wasikize. That's one sign that this person is not needed. She just want to fight. She just want to fight Honorable Simbarati, and Simbarati kwa sahi yeye siasa yake Kisii ni kama ile machi ulisikia pale Naivasha ilipoamua ikamwagika ikamaliza watu. Simbarati ni machi mingi sana na machi huwezi zuia. So let me come back to today's judgment. I can assure you that as Asmio people, we actually won. We went to Supreme Court to get two twins, throwing out the basic structure principles and getting back the presidential immunity. We won the above and got extra 3. We wanted 2, but we got even extra 3. The APC was properly constituted. Now tukigundua kwamba Chebukati anakutana na Ruto usiku, anasaenda nyumbani. We have confirmed today even 3 staff, even 3 commissioners, they are proper constituents. That was one win. Another win was that public participation was done. So that was a win, because the 1 million signatures now was not just for fun. The issue of multiple questions was thrown out. Yani ni vitu mingi sana ilisetiwa aside. A lot. So on that ground, Azimio actually won. Throwing out the basic structure principle means that we can restart the process of changing the constitution after the election. That's why I'm saying Dago will be back after Raila Amolo Odinga wins the president. Meanwhile, those in Kenya, who worked PPI was above with them, set out the negotiation in Biafra in coalition. You are back to square one. Now I don't know where Mudavadi going to start. Walikuwa na ipinga single upande wakingoja kiti ya prime minister ipakie hapo. So I'm happy for the judgment, and another reason why I'm happy for the judgment is because you see, we are going to election whereby with obvious reason, Ruto is likely to go to Supreme Court. And this is now where we say, leo wangekataa hii mambo yao tena wakataa ile nyingine ya mbele, wangeonekana bias. It's good. It's very good because wametupatia mwongozo how we should now restructure the PPI. But now I can assure you, Raila is going to get the 60%. They are going to go to court, and it's going to be throwing us a rifle. Sasa sisi tumekubali na wao wakubali. And another thing I saw which really nimeangalia nikasema Kenyans we are stupid. If you look at the entire thing, because I was analyzing the percentage of the amount which are supposed to be given to counties. As we speak now, the 2 financial years, Muranga is getting 6.2 billion. The additional percentage would have get 10.9 billion. Nyeri is getting 5.4 billion. The additional would have get 9.5 billion. Kiambu is receiving 9.4 billion at the last 2 financial year. Now, with the addition of the PPI, it's get 19 billion. Nyandarua it's 4 ingefika 8. Laikipia ni 4 ingefika 8. Kirinyaga 4 ingefika 8. Embu 4 ingefika 8. Tarakaniti 3 ingefika 8. So you see, this is hivi yote ni ya mlima. Meru inapatanga 8 ingefika 14 billion. And these are the people you see around the television celebrating that PPA imekwisha. Yani they are celebrating wherever, and they are the beneficiaries of this thing. I wish people should listen to these leaders before making declaration. Kwanza kufuata mtu na ni mtu anawaangusha na mjui. It is not fair. And if you look at,
Honorable.
Yes.
Honorable.
What?
Well, I want to ask a question.
Can I finish and then you ask a question?
Because you are calling us stupid,
I've not called you stupid.
Order, Martin. Mute your mic, please.
Okay.
You don't begin to talk to other members from nowhere.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish and again. If you understand the word stupid properly, stupid it has a lot of meanings. I think you went to school, go back to your books, and you get the answer. So all of this ruling of PPI, if you see the old judgment, the only thing they disagreed with it is only 2. President, you initiated PPI, just that. And 70 constituency and constitutional. Hiyo peke yake. Na hiyo Renaura na Njoki walikubaliana, ni hao wengine tu wamekataa. But hivi vyote walikubaliana na PPI. There was no public participation, walikubaliana wakasema ilikuwa there was a quorum in IPC, walisema ilikuwa wote kwa pamoja. PPI should be in multiple questions, walikubaliana wakasema ilikuwa sawa. Basic structure applicable, wanasema ilikuwa sawa. So the issue was the president initiated PPI na imekataliwa tu, imekubaliwa na watu wawili, wengine wanne ndio watano ndio wamekataa. Na hii mambo ya constituencies peke yake. So nikiangalia hapo naona kama Azimio actually won wherever we went to court. Let them people come and and work the way I've seen my good governor from Wasingisu, who is tirelessly working. I saw in Twitter, he signed an agreement with a university called Northern Lights of College in Canada. Anapeleka wanafunzi waende kusoma in various courses in December. When others are here trying to tell us how they never participated in impeachment, but this guy is tirelessly working for his people. Even if he's 4 months remaining, he's actually doing something, and he's really embracing me as much as he's in he's supporting Kenya Kwisha. Let us call a spade for somebody who's working. Ni kwa sababu ya nature of that place wherever he is, but he's somebody who has done something on his own county. When I come back to what I see on today's debate, there was one guy called how do you call it? Yeah, this Evans Kidero. Everybody knows the story of Evans Kidero, from where he has come from Mumiansi to Nairobi County to Homa Bay County now. I think even those Homa Bay leaders, they have to agree not to welcome that person there. He's a dangerous person for sure. And you see now the Mawanga was number 2 last election. He's now agreed to be the deputy governor and another 6 governors. So for me, that is a way people should agree. That is now consensus. It's not, we cannot call it a direct nomination. That is kind of an agreement. This consensus now, that one calls a consensus. And there is consensus, there is opinion, and there is nomination. So once if they go to consensus and then they agree, for me, I'm in support of that fully. I'm happy for that. I think that's a win for ODM. They kutakuwa na vita mingi pale, let them move on a speed and agree on other various counties so that those governors should be elected to be given a mandate to also to do proper checking whether they can give for MCS and MPs, and wherever they need a nomination, let them give people mandate to elect their leaders without any bias. For Nairobi, I see Nairobi there is a lot of smoke here because we have a senator and Wanyonyi who are also coming from one community, and you see Nairobi actually kura ya Mluya ni ya muhimu sana in Nairobi, and there are now 2. I really don't know what's going to happen, but I hope between Wanyonyi and other aspirants are going to make an agreement for them to face the UDA aspirants, because we need, as much as we need Raila, we also need him to have a strong government, people from the Azimio party, for him to fulfill the business he wants to do for our nation. That's all I can give today, my brothers and sisters. Let us have peace in our country, because hapa mbele ile kitu tunahitaji ni maombi kwa dunia yetu hii, kwa sababu now I can give, the guy wanted to ask me a question. Now you can ask me a question before I go.
Thank you, Honorable Bundi. We appreciate your submissions. Mute your mic, please. And I think I should also respond to Ongwaya. Ongwaya talked about initiating the BBI program as an independent or as a normal citizen. That's viable, but as at now we have an election to win. I think BBI is behind us. We should focus on the elections, and after the elections, we look at which part of the BBI can be revived. And because if we scored 5 out of 7, those 2 can easily be fixed. So there's no pressure on the same, and it's a good lesson that we can. We should always follow due process. Due process is necessary for us to have a healthy country. The greatness of a nation, that famous statement by Maraga, okay, is their fidelity, fear for God, and fidelity to their constitution. We must uphold that and not look for shortcuts in order for us to, take advantage of the gray areas of the Constitution. Let's make good use of what is available for us to forge forward. Hello, your mic is on. Keep your mic mute, please. When your mic is on, it brings feedback, and that feedback irritates, especially the people who are listening with the earphone. Is very disturbing. Let's be lenient so that we don't create noise, but ensure that everybody enjoys the debate, even as they give their views. Kasuti upo? Reverend Kasuti, are you there? Elder Kasuti, are you still there? Okay, the elder seems to have been raptured. Hello, come in, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm very good. Yeah,
Karibu.
yeah. Thank you very much. I've been on a tent, but today I'm very happy. I can see everyone and everyone listen to me now. First and foremost, I am coming from Kilifi County, Mutwapa, where the Renwangira was coming from. But actually, I want to talk about the ruling of today. My fellow panels, let those who are celebrating, they celebrate. It is their time. But to us as a Mio people, we know that the BBI will be back in full force. It is not a surprise to us, but actually I concur with my fellow panel that we learn our lessons, and that is very important. Now, secondly, I come from Homa Bay, and just recently, when I have 1 week, Wanga is the best candidate, and she really worked there. Leave alone Kidero. People trying, everybody want. This is the time of trying. So when the card fall on Wanga, that is okay. We support that because we want to actually encourage our mama, our women, so that those who are young ladies that are following them in politics, they lead with the examples of those who are ahead of them. So it is very important to not Wanga only, but if we can get more than counties actually with leading with our mothers and women, it is okay because it is democracy to other parties. The third point I want to talk about is Ruto. It is not new, my fellow Kenyans, that we don't have a good deputy leader, a good deputy of the president. We don't have. Why am I saying this? If you are a leader, you should actually give us point blank that lure votes from us to vote for you. But if every day we count 10, 10s, 20th of insult from you as our leader, and you want our vote, I think you can agree with me that that's the thing that we don't want. We want a leader that work with the principle, that respect the leader who he is working there with, despite of the disagreement. You see? So with the celebration of BBI, I think their time. Let just them celebrate. Let us give them time. But I would urge each of us here, tell a friend to tell a friend, we be ready with our votes and IDs, so that when reaches the 9th of August of this year, we punish them fearlessly. You get it? So I want to encourage each of us that despite of the rulings, in a football match, there are only two options, a win or a lose. But we'll not count it a lose. We'll count it as we are a pause of a match. We are heading on. So I would encourage of us guys that it is very important that this is not the time we are supposed to be back off. Let us forward, let us move on and encourage each of us to be ready for voting. Last, I want to talk about Raila is heading to Rift Valley. Very important. We want to vote everywhere. In fact, even that Eldoret, we will catch some fish there. So let us pray for the best. Every candidate is the best. But we as Adamio, I can tell you here in Kilifi or Mombasa as a whole, people are angry and they know that Ruto stole a lot of money of the Kenyans. So whenever they realize he's heading somewhere, people knew that there's something there, but not that they are going to vote. They are getting there for money. You can remember what happened in Ukambani. People need money. You see? So let us not be discouraged. Let us know those are you see, just recently Raila was saying that during those days when you are in a primary school, just a minute, sir, when you are a primary or there's headings or a college or a high school, there's a group of these boys that today I'm closing school with you, or this time lunch we have to fight. So when reach that time, they fight with you, they beat you up because you are weak. They are seeing you as weak. But when that time comes that you want to show them you are the true color, you show it to the fullest. So this is the time for the Tanga Tanga and the KK insulting, doing everything they can't. Let us be wait. Let us remain focused. Thank you, Bana Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Alo. Okay, it's a turn for Alex. Alex, kuna story ya Kisii hapa. Ninyi amtaki Janet apewe tiketi. Tiketi ikipeanwa kwa kina mama inasaidia kina mama. Ninyi mbona mnataka kuleta hii siasa mingi? Mtaka kusaidia kina mama kwa nini?
Bernard, jana tuliongea na nikasema after uliweka Madam Susan Kihika, nikakuelezea kuwa matamshi yake, that was the end of her. The election was won yesterday. Whether she goes to the ballot box or not, that is procedural. The day Janet Ongera, and I will send you that clip and you will realize that Janet Ongera killed herself. When she was heckled during that day at Sports Ground Center, she made a mistake that never again, and that is why I told you, I've been saying here, and people have been making noise for me when I'm trying to help my own party that I love, that I cried for in 2017, whereby Raila got all the votes, but no seat. We are repeating the tape.
And I'm telling you, Kisii County, Nyamira County, we make a mistake, ODM is not going to get. I said it early enough. I've called Sifuna my friend, and people kept thinking that I was joking. We might give Simbarati the governorship, and we might not. It depends. It's 50-50. By now, there was a time even Wakina Jared thought it was a joke. But let me explain to you what this woman did. In front of everybody, when we are giving Baba the organic love, our best ever, unilaterally, she told all the people in Kisii Sports Ground Center, Abaisiaba Mwezi, which means you uncircumcised people. And we come from a community that once you say that, you kill yourself. Not even, she's not single out the little boys that were heckling here. She just did her hand like this. Abaisiaba Mwezi. If you know what that means in Kisii, you know. That was the end of her. That was her political dustbin. Period. And we are not going to relent. Last time she won over somebody called Donye. Donye also abused us. And you know what? Donye also abused us? Abaisiam. And Donye got his medicine. So we have reckless leaders who don't understand that there is podium ethos. What you say in the podium affects you. I was speaking to Sarah, who sometimes come here, and I told Sarah that you can be a good leader, but I will tell you, you will never be elected in Kisii because your mindset will never, Bernard, there's something called patience in humility. You can have humility, you can have patience, but if you don't have patience in humility, kama we ni mwanamke Kisii, you have to be patient enough to coerce these men to vote for you because they tell their women on how to vote. In Kisii, a woman doesn't go to vote. We tell them who to vote for. And they also tell us who to vote for. So that is the problem. So Janet Angera forgot. She thought a women representative is voted by women. It is voted by men de facto. So, I mean, that was the end of her. She's in a political dustbin. That's our problem. So let's come today in a...
Yani nyinyi mwezi samee mama.
No, you hapana. No way. No.
I'm interceding for her.
It was done deal. Let Katwe speak. Katwe ongea, we ni Mkisii. That's
mimi kwanza niko kwa ground. Mimi niko kwa ground kwenyewe. So but probably what I want to correct is that the ticket that Janet Ongera was given was the party for women representative, because for the party, for the ticket that she wanted to get against Simbarati is that the way Alexa said, one, that abusing men, and I happened to be in our polling station and an official in some years back. I don't want to mention. There was a man who came, around 3 men who came, and when they were looking at the ballot paper, they were saying, "Do not give me where women are. Just don't give me them, because this thing of women rape has come. We don't want them. We do not want." It's just a question of sensitization anyway. But Donya, when she was working in a radio station that we do not want to mention, she used to abuse men in a very bad way. And this is what I think. The reason as to why I think Janet Ongera has been given that ticket pending and Donya has not been given, in my own opinion, is that one, Janet and Donya, this is like Lucifer and Satan. But when it comes to supporting ODM, Janet Ongera is a little bit ahead of Donya Toto. So I think one, she wasn't going to be given the ticket of being a governor.
You people,
But
please
for
be
the women,
fair. You people, please be fair. Hey, Lucifer and Satan. Go slowly.
it's just okay in the support of the party. That is why I think Janet Ongera has been given a ticket. But if we were to look at very keenly, none of them were given that ticket. I saw Donya mobilizing some boys to the picket in town so that ODM can come back and check on the verdict, but I don't think it's going to happen. Even though I'm seeing a voter apathy when it will come to voting a women rep. I'm seeing a voter apathy, or ODM might not get that seat because of Ongera. They might lose that seat to another party, and I'm seeing the United whatever party that is associated with Matiang'i might get that ticket, might get that seat. I am foreseeing that. The issue of Arati and Ongeri and Chris Obure, that one is a clash of titans. We cannot be able to say who's going to get it. Because one, Simba Arati is also not a small boy in terms of politics, and Ongeri is not also a young man in politics. So that one I'm not going to preempt who is going to get it, but because I'm in ODM, I'll vote ODM basically. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to today's submission. Hiyo maneno ya Kisii ache tu. Hiyo hata kama tuko ODM, we will deal with that later on. Bernard, for me, I can say we won today. We won because of the way we have handled ourselves. It was the good day for Kenyans and for Azimio people. It was a good day because we took the ruling. We never abused the Supreme Court. We never threatened the Supreme Court. In fact, the Supreme Court is safe in Baba's hand. Imagine what could have happened if the ruling was yes. What threats, what abuses, and what could have happened to those people? How could they have traveled at home today? How many contingencies of police could we have used today to secure those people for the next few months? It has shown how democratic we are, how much we love our Supreme Court, and how much we listen to it even when we differ. And if you want to know that we won today, Bernard, I want you to pay attention to the finishing remarks of Justice Koome. She singled out two people from Tangatanga, Nelson Harvey and Ahmed Nasir, that they have been reckless, they are stupid, and they should not be commenting on matters that are in Supreme Court. So, I mean, Bernard, we won. It's only that they said everything that we wanted. They just told us, be patient. There's only one thing you did not do right. Go back to the drawing board. But they also helped us in one way or the other, because we could have opened a can of worms if we could have taken BBI as a totality, because that 70 constituency was going to become a bone of contention throughout the country. And we will not have been able to resolve that thing forever. So we must thank God at some point that what Uhuru wanted, what Raila wanted, they both compromised, they came in the middle, but even Orengo and Otiende Amolo at some point said that 70 is too much. Why? Because once you control the legislature by a third, it's not going to be right. And also we have historically some constituencies that were to be given long time ago. For example, in Bomachoge in Kisii, it's been overdue, but it was never given. And many other, like in Kakamega, whereby it's the biggest constituency, but still they were given nothing. So I think now we come to a point whereby when BBI will come, we are going to follow everything to the letter, and our negotiation will not be in terms of compromise. It will be in terms of the good and the better of Kenya. There's another thing that I saw that I say we won, and we spoke it here yesterday, and I thank God, Bernard, for that the quorum was right. Now we have the audacity, the power, and everything to eject Chebukati, and we still have election. And they are celebrating. We won on that. That even if Chebukati goes, we have the quorum. And they were celebrating, not knowing. That is all we wanted. That Chebukati, if he messes up, we tell him go. We have election. And it's still a quorum. So it was a euphoric kind of celebration. But when the reality will hit home, when Jubilee will start saying, you refused us the 70 constituencies, I don't know what he's going to tell the people of Mount Kenya now. Because they're going to ask that. Today was their day, but from tomorrow, they must answer the hard question. So for me, we won because our winning does not tie us with anything. When we are going to start afresh, Kenya will be looked as one entity, not on regional or factionalism. So mtu usiende kulala na makasirikio kwa sababu Justice Koome and all our Supreme Court justices are safe in our hands. If the other people could have lost, matusi ungesikia hata ingekuwa aired in our news today. Twitter ni matusi. So thank God that we know how to lose and behave and keep the country safe. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana, Alex. That is a good one, and we appreciate it. Let's move on. I think we should share a video. Hatujaenda commercial for.
Bernard, the rebuttal.
Ngoja kwanza, ngoja. Nani anapeleka mimi mbio?
Sankok, you also have an intervention. That was the original one.
Yes, because I just wanted to congratulate you for that ruling and still say that it was a very wise ruling. We love it as Kenyans and we really respect the ruling. But the House Business Committee should also expedite most of the bills, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, again, the ruling in the Supreme Court also conga well with you as it is a very good ruling. We thank the judges. BBI, the handshake brothers love you, but Kenyans hated you more. Rest in peace, BBI.
So now, honourable members, I think this is not the right forum, is it? Honourable David Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, to seek your indulgence. I know this is not procedural, and that is why I am seeking for your indulgence through the standing order number 1, that today we have had a monumental ruling by the Supreme Court of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and this is a process that actually even came to this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your indulgence that we have a motion of adjournment for a few minutes for us to be able to ventilate and congratulate our judiciary following the very good ruling, Mr. Speaker, that has happened today. As we are aware, as the citizens of Kenya, this process, Mr. Speaker, from the onset has been marred with a lot of unconstitutionality, Mr. Speaker. A lot of public funds have been spent through this process, Mr. Speaker. And also, the ruling today, Mr. Speaker, that the president is immune. Mr. Speaker, that does not also confer immunity to the many public servants who were engaged in this illegal and unconstitutional process, Mr. Speaker, like one PS of Interior who came out and told Kenyans that they are going to swallow this process like malaria queen. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking for your indulgence for us to be able to ventilate, congratulate our judiciary for this very good ruling that has happened today, Mr. Speaker, by putting a stop to the BBI reggae and shenanigans, Mr. Speaker, and the conmanship that wrapped the entire process. Mr. Speaker, I seek for your indulgence under Standing Order number 1 that we ventilate, Mr. Speaker, and put our voice on this very important ruling.
Honour members, but you know, Standing Order number 1 only applies where there are no specific provisions. If you had intentions of moving a motion of adjournment, you need to have brought it to the Speaker, and you know within which timelines. So I'm surprised the member for Suba South, North, is saying yes. He's saying yes all of a sudden, and I know how to be a strict observer of the rules. So Honorable Dede, unfortunately, it can't happen now. So, but of course, nothing stops any of you, even outside on the streets, to go and congratulate. We have a media house. We have the media center also here. Honorable Tiende Molo. Even that of the Honorable Tiende Molo, I think, is not working. Give him, it's not working from here.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, because the Supreme Court decision appears to excite a number of members, especially those who do not understand the law, like Honorable Sankok, allow me to inform the Honorable Sankok that contrary to his celebration, he should actually be mourning, because out of 7 fundamental points, the Supreme Court allowed 5 grounds. Of fundamental importance is that it has set the stage for reggae to resume immediately after the elections. Thank you.
I think, honour members, that's not how, you are introducing a language that is not applicable in the House. Reggae. Now, Honourable Million, you are doing some jig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me lend my voice also to this a little bit. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that sometimes it is sad when people don't actually understand the import. Mr. Speaker, the most dangerous concept that was raised in that process was the issue of the basic concept. If the courts had allowed basic concept the basic structure concept or doctrine, Mr. Speaker, reggae would be as dead as a dodo. Because, Mr. Speaker, the basic structure concept says that it was actually equating the application or making the Constitution to be a Bible or the Quran that cannot be amended at all. And Mr. Speaker, except by judges, Mr. Speaker, what the judges have said is do it right, and reggae is back on. So all we need to do is go on in August and reggae is back.
Sorry, no, but you can't. Now I'll hear the last one from the member for Kitui South. But who are you? You can't inform somebody who doesn't want to be informed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to also make a comment. Honorable Speaker, I was not as excited as the Honorable Sankok and the Honorable Ndende, because I think as much as I'm not a lawyer, by sitting in this house, I've been able to understand processes, procedures, and products. And I believe that they should not be celebrating. For sure, 5 out of 7 is really wonderful. Honorable Speaker, kindly give me a chance to make a comment on your ruling, that it was a very, very good ruling, and that we have understood And you have actually taken us through the process that the supplementary bill was taken through and said that it was good. And you have identified the areas of weakness, and that you have given us a very good way forward, that in the future, the Cabinet Secretary Treasury must adhere to timelines. And I think you have given us areas where there is lacuna in law which needs to be handled. Honorable Speaker, what was shocking to me as the member for Kitui South was that people were really shouting loudly that it is more than 10%. It is only 7%. It was more than 10%, Honorable Speaker. That's what they kept saying. It's only 7%, Honorable Speaker. We would like to thank you so much. Continue guiding this House, and may God give you many more days so that you may continue giving guidance. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Samburu County.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa tu Mheshimiwa Spika kusema kile kazi lawyers wamefanya katika BBI. Ningeungana na wenzangu kusema sheria ya BBI na kile imeongelewa. Hakuna mtu anaweza kwenda kusema tumeshinda ama tumeshindwa. Isa lawyers wamefanya kazi yao na maoni ni ya wananchi, na bado tunatarajia BBI itarudi na itakuwa tu sawa. Wenye wanataka kwenda kucherekea waenda cherekea tu kama kawaida. Kwa sababu kawaida wanacherekea kitu aina mguu, aina mbele na nyuma. Kwa hivyo waenda cherekea hizo, lakini BBI bado iko kwa laini. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
The member for Alego Usonga also wants to weigh in.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to applaud your ruling. I want to applaud your ruling on the issues raised by Duale on the constitutionality of supplementary estimates. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that after Baba has done his 10 years, you can take over. But what I wanted to say, Speaker, is that the issue of Article 223, which we all agree has been abused by Treasury in the past, where Treasury spends resources which actually should not be applied on 223, is something which this House must take note of. But more fundamentally, is that Treasury must abide by the constitutional regulations on when to notify Parliament on when they spend resources on Article 223. I think this is very substantial, and I want to urge the various departmental committees to ensure that Treasury does apply your ruling. Because, Honorable Speaker, there was a time the SRC Commission spent resources on Article 223, and when the matter was brought before a committee of Finance and National Planning, we actually refused to approve. But, Honorable Speaker, they were not punished because Treasury refused to punish them. So I think what we need to do, Honorable Speaker, is that we must ensure that this House does apply the ruling which you have given. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on BBI, Honorable Speaker, I want to echo the sentiments of my sister, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, that indeed we are very happy. And Baba has said that BBI will be back. Reggae will be back after Baba is sworn in as the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
I think all our members, that should suffice, so that we can now go, because
okay, thank you. Where is Murunga?
Murunga is here. Murunga is very much available.
You are one who are claiming to rebut. You can now rebut.
No, I wanted to ask my brother Alex that how does he think that we lost? In fact, to me, I don't think we lost. What happened is, even if we won today, you get it, we still would have actually had the referendum after the election. what it is that the basic structure has been allowed and that the constitution is amendable. In fact, that's a plus for us. And to say that we lost and the country and we did not attack anybody, because we are sober, we understand, we know what it means by losing, but we did not lose this one. So what I want to tell my brother Alex is that we won, and we won by 1,000%. And we are ahead of the game, and BBI is coming in full swing. And that 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling is here to stay. After elections, Baba will make sure that we have BBI back without any amendments. What we only need is that we only need the humanitarian organization, that is the civil society or individuals initiating the process. Sawa.
Sawa. So we'll initiate the process as
Murunga, can you hear me? 30 seconds.
I can hear you.
Yeah, Murunga, between the sun and the shadow, there is an object. Between the sun and the shadow, there is an object. We come from Azimio, the powerhouse of intellectualism. I thought you understood what I was saying. I said they are celebrating what they don't know. Tomorrow we are going to ask them in their stronghold. Ndindi Nyoro is going to be asked, 1 man, 1 shilling. What will he say? We have won because they celebrated. And now they can't tell their people anything. So we won. Do you hear why we won?
Thank you very much. I've gotten it now. I want us to move forward, please. Murunga, you had not made your submission. Are you ready, or we go to Rob and then come to you? You are mute. Unmute first.
Go to Robert, then come back to me.
Okay, Robert, it is yours. Go ahead.
Is that me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Habari wase mama, everybody, habari ya huko. Yeah. Yes. You know what? Before I submit, let me start something there. I don't want those guys who was talking about Kisi politics. Let me check myself in and say, well, we get a direct ticket, we'll never win in Kisi. And that's the truth. Whoever gets a direct ticket, you get it, you lose with it. And that's a fact. And that one has that one is something we know very, very well. We never work in Kisi. Okay. Let me come back to in fact, to tell the truth, I woke up like 2 in the morning where I am right now to listen what's going on about the PBI, I mean, the way they were ruling. I was lost from the beginning. I couldn't even understand. I mean, it's just like we want to win, we want to lose. But now I understand the process now after everything is done. Let me tell you something, my opinion. The big lose on this one is Mr. Ruto. Do you know why? If BBI could have gone through when he becomes the opposition leader, obviously, I mean, the way they had said, obviously, would have a lot of, I mean, it will be very, very powerful with the finance and everything. Now there will be no obvious. For now, when it comes next year, when he's going to lose, he'll be going home. You know, the big win on this one here is Uhuru Kenyatta. Do you know why? He's going to be a citizen come next year, and now he's the one to start the process to finish it. And that's the way I see it. On the issue of this election of Kidero was a governor of Nairobi. I mean, just come on. I mean, now he wants to go and, to tell you the truth, I'm not a fan of people getting direct tickets, but at the same time, it's time for Kidero to move on. You lost in Nairobi, you were in Mumias, and Mumias went down. I know you did a little bit, but at this point, you should not cry. Just go home. At the same time, can I bring something which you were discussing yesterday? I mean, I was so excited when I saw you guys this morning when you guys were discussing about the constitution. Some of you, then after that, everything settled down, you became friends. That's how it's supposed to be. The way you finished yesterday, that was so good. Bernard, that was so good. You guys were arguing. I mean, I went back and listened to that tape again. That's how it's supposed to be. You started very high. You guys, you were just kidding one another. Then from there, everything settled down and you agreed that, that's what I want to see on this network. Thank you very much. I'll just take any questions. I want to listen.
Okay, asante sana Roba. We appreciate it. Murunga, are you ready? Ama turudi kwa Guru ndio tukuje kwako.
Naelekea kwa Mwangaza alafu ndio urudi. Wewe palikia Guru alafu niingie.
Sawa. Enda pole pole. Utafika. Thank you. Bwana Guru upo?
Ndio Bernard.
Yes.
Niko.
Haya, endelea ama tusemeaje?
Wacha siseme mengi saa hii. Wacha nisikize tu.
Okay. Let's get this fast and then we.
I'm very happy about the Supreme Court judgment or verdict that have been delivered today. Because if you look at the promoters of the bill, they never had the interest of Kenyans. Because if the current constitutions and offices that exist does not provide service delivery to Kenyans, the Kenyans are really suffering. And even the president does not consider the plight of Kenyans on core basic issues that Kenyans are going through on a daily basis. You take example of Junet Mohamed. That's a big sycophants of Raila who don't care or he act at the instruction of Raila. He's a surrogate. These are the promoters. Mwangi was been misadvising Raila all along from 2013. Those who are the promoters of the bill. So we thank the judges for upholding the integrity of the citizen of this nation. And we wish that the issue of BBI will not rise again in this nation.
And do you think this is going to have some political ramifications going forward?
It has, because if you remember, somebody creating more offices and Kenyans supporting more offices to be created by the political elites. You want to create a post of prime minister or a deputy. And there was some proposal that they want to do regional balancing from coast. Maybe we give you a deputy prime minister, Gideon deputy prime minister. These are failures. These are people who have never performed. The president himself has failed this nation. Look at the economy of this nation. Kenyans are really suffering at his hand. And he was the promoter of this bill. Instead of sitting down and analyzing what is basic for Kenyans, what is the real priority need of Kenyans, that was not there. They were seated. These people, they don't even buy food in small bits. They have credit card. At the end of the month, they are billed at the expense of poor Kenyans. Some of them cows in this street. Who will have to wait for somebody to bring a car to wash that car and then get an income? It has implication, and Raila must go back to the drawing board. It is a time. You must come back to its senses. The Raila we knew, not the Raila that is now being controlled like robot.
So as you finalize, are you okay or
I'm
you're
very happy, not even okay, very happy. And we are sending a message to Raila. He has to wake up. And if he believes system will help him win election, he will be surprised.
Bernard, can I now make my submission?
Sorry, who is speaking? When you speak without me permitting you, you confuse me, and that is penalizable. Unaenda quarantine kama 6 months hivi. Is that Murunga?
Apology.
Okay, so make your submission, please. Quickly, thank you.
Yes, Bernard. I've actually listened to the gentleman speaking. But what I'll make of him is that that's just an agitated guy trying to please people around him. It's not his wish that he would say such a words, but because of the people around him, he felt he should say that. He is not one to give us direction. BBI is good for the country. BBI is good for the nation, and we know very well BBI is here to heal the country from what we experience every other election, and we hope that he's going to rise up and be back to his senses and make a decision based on what is happening. When you hear people say that, speak like he is speaking, is at times you would think these people have just been, or probably they have landed from Mars. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. This country needs sobriety, people who know where we are actually coming from and where we are headed. And you'll agree with me that BBI is exactly what we need. Back to the topic. I've heard the deputy president ranting in northeastern Kenya today, and Musalia Mudavadi as well, supporting his sentiments. And when you hear Musalia Mudavadi speak and you look at what Musalia Mudavadi, remember Musalia Mudavadi is among the people who signed for BBI. And I don't know, Ben, I've not seen you bring that clip showing us how Musalia had signed for BBI, and today listen to somebody, somebody who wants to be a president in this country in the future. And that's why I keep on saying, it's unfortunate that it's my fellow lawyer, but I'll tell you this. That is the most confused guy in Western Kenya. And in the politics of this country, he should never be elected in any position, any higher position. I think where he is at the moment, he should just be left rot there. I'm sure after the election of Raila Odinga, we may never see Musalia Mudavadi again, kwa sababu Raila amemtoa kwa hiyo kaburi la amekuwa akizikwa kila wakienda kuzikwa Raila anamfufua. Lawyers did away with that bagger. We forgot about him in 2002. Raila picked him, brought him back. Tukasahau yeye tena 2013 Raila akaenda akamuokota akamrudisha. He made him a PM, deputy PM. He made him, Musalia Mudavadi is one person that I would never trust among the lawyers, and that's why we say, okay, I'm sorry to say this, tunasemanga sisi waluya Wamaragoli si waluya, so those guys should find their cousins or relatives in Congo. I think that's where they are. So mambo ya kutuambia hao ni wetu. Let me not summarize the Maragolis, but I'm only saying specifically talking about
Bernard, let's mind our languages, please.
I will, please allow me to execute my point.
Order, WG, order. He was said, it is said. So he was not giving any facts. He said, it is said. Wamaragolis you are he did not say Wamaragolis you are. It is said, it's reported. It's just part of the gossip. So let it rest.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard, for protecting me.
Go straight to the point.
Yes, now Musalia Mudavadi is actually a letdown to the Luya nation, to the 18 sub-tribes of the Luya community. I will pick one man, and that's Musalia Mudavadi as non-Luya, and we are excommunicating him. And I think WG is comfortable with that. Now back to the point. I've seen Kidero making, mobilizing youths to demonstrate in Homa Bay. And I don't know why Kidero keeps on forgetting that he was one time a Nairobi governor. He was an MD in Mumias, and we have not forgotten that there are a number of scandals he committed. He needs to tone down, na kama anataka hata msamaha kutoka kwetu sisi wale tunasikia na tunaona, let him go slow. He cannot fight our big house, especially when we're in Nyanza. ODM is a powerhouse in Nyanza. Yeye atulie. The ODM ticket has been given to Mama, and let it will be very fair for us to have the first woman governor from Luo Nyanza, and that is Gladys Wanga. The woman has actually shown that she's capable and she's able to actually outdo the Kideros of this world. Let's accept that. WG, I'm sorry to have mentioned such a word, some unkind words about Musalia Mudavadi, but that is what he is. Musalia Mudavadi is not a man enough. I'm sorry to mention this. You remember in 1988, in the month of February, in 1988, when I was in college, Musalia Mudavadi, the Weekly Sun reported one of the cabinet secretaries in this, so not the then minister for transport, the wife had just given birth to a nation baby boy. So I'm just quoting. Allow me to quote. I'm just quoting what was said in 1988.
Bernard,
Today
that is
we are
serious propaganda, pure propaganda, that is.
My brother Wangira, you will have your time. Allow me to make my submission. That was said about Musalia Mudavadi.
Order, please. Order.
Makes
Now,
me.
Order. Everybody, thank you. I have said this over and over. We should contribute to the quality of this debate by ensuring that we share what is factual, number one. Number two,
yes,
let us remain in order. And
thank you,
muting
Bernard.
and shouting at every opportunity, it is unconstitutional as far as this channel is concerned, and called for, especially when it comes from mature senior citizen. Now, I don't feel proper when I reprimand elders. You are putting me in
Thank you, Bernard, for protecting me. Thank you, and especially my senior, my brother Wangira.
Asante. So everybody apply yourself to the law. If you must interject, nyanyua kidole. Nisipokuona laumu macho yangu.
So, but
order, Murunga. Mute your mic, Murunga. I don't know what you have generated. Alex, let's start with you. What is it?
No, I wish to concur with Murunga, not just elder brother Wangira, eldest brother. That's all.
Eldest brother. WG?
Yes, Bernard, I just wanted to put my brother in order that when someone wrongs or states something wrong or is in a wrong position, is not the entire community. Is one person, an individual. We have wonderful Maragolis that are quite pragmatic and quite in order and quite energetic in supporting the party and the Azimio team. So it's not in order to blanket or to condemn the entire society. The issue should be about Mudavadi if he has issue with Mudavadi. I believe he has issues with Mudavadi, not the Maragoli. Asante.
Thank you, WG. That's a good one, and I will emphasize the same. Yes, Robert.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Tablichi, but also I want to agree with Mr. Murunga. Don't forget about the statement I saw buy one, get one free, Mr. Wetangula. I mean, he's threatening President Uhuru Kenyatta And when he leaves office, he'll be arrested. Or I mean, that's the worst thing I've ever. That's the worst day. I don't know whether you got that statement. What he said about Mr. Wetangula. And these are the two people they were supporting PBI before, and now Mustafa is just like, I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't believe the man more.
So thank you, Roba. Wangira.
You know, as much as I don't agree with Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, but you know, some of those propaganda that, you know, some of those propaganda that hit on a personal family of a leader like Mudavadi, which have never been substantiated, you know, should not be encouraged on this platform. You remember yesterday, yesterday, even on social media, there was another propaganda that was going around about the wife of the deputy president. As much as I don't agree with the deputy president, but I must be ready to protect their private families, because their private families are not part of our political fights. So you're dragging in Musalia Mudavadi and claiming that a particular child of a particular blah blah blah. You know, I don't think it's being right on this particular platform, Murunga.
Okay, thank
when
you.
They dragged in, when they dragged in Mama Ngina, was it?
Murunga, I am the facilitator here, and I protected you. Please enjoy my protection. I will give you permission to rebut. Now, this is my ruling. Restrict yourself to the facts, okay? As far as I'm concerned, I'm a lawyer, okay? And as far as we are concerned, the lawyer community, we have donated Mudavadi and Weta to go and try where they went to try. It's a donation. Let them try whatever they are trying, but as far as providing leadership to the Luya community, that we finished in Buhungu too. We have a new set of leadership, and that is where that's where the Luya people are being led from. We should not continue dragging people out of office. Musalia is out of office. Weta is out of office. We have a new set of leaders as a Luya community. Let's concentrate on ensuring that they provide the required leadership. Be crying and be trying to defame Musalia and Weta is even giving them more credit. So now that they're out of office, let them go and try to hustle wherever they are hustling. Whatever they get, we thank God for it. But let's concentrate on the main issue. The main issue is for us to galvanize the Luya community and ensure that their vote is going to count in these elections. And also, let's not fall into the trap of running people down. The other side is the one that capitalizes on running people down so that they stay up. We can stay up by ourselves. We don't need to run anybody down. We are intelligent. We know where we're coming from. We know where we are going. We have everything going for us. We don't need to badmouth anybody in order for us to look good. So let's not spend more time on that. Let those who do that because they don't have an alternative. Us, we have options. Thank you. Mr. Murunga, go ahead, make your submission.
Thank you, Bernard, for protecting me. But I'll still have to raise my point about the 1988 paper. You know, I was alive. And some of these things will always emerge. When we say a newspaper, you know, the newspaper, I'm talking about the Weekly Sun. I'm sure Bernard and Mr. Wangira will agree with me. The Weekly Sun in 1988 aired very serious news. And you remember that was under the Moi regime. And Musalia Mudavadi was a cabinet secretary. Why was the Weekly Sun allowed to actually to air such a news? So that shows exactly that the man we're talking about is somebody who is not even capable of taking care of his own home. So the other day when they were attacking the mother, you know, a matriarch of this country, Mama Ngina, we didn't say anything. We were silent. And today, when we mention about them, you want to, you know, cascade me and call me names or tell me, Joram, I beg to disagree with you on that, but allow me to execute my point now. That was then. Musalia Mudavadi is none of our leaders now as we speak. Lawyers have our lead. We already have our leaders, and we have Oparanya and Eugene Wamalwa leading us from from the Western region. Back now to the issues of today. Now about the BBI ruling. BBI ruling was good. BBI ruling was good for us, and that it has given us a chance to bring it back again, and that is in the month of September, immediately after we vote in Baba. And when we say this because with confidence that if we put our effort together and ensure that Baba ascends to power, then we are going to have a united family, a united country where we'll have each region represented. Don't worry about who is going to be the prime minister or the deputy prime minister. Don't worry about what Kalonzo is going to bring on the table, because I know the president is able, the president and the right honorable prime minister are able to make sure that Kalonzo stays with us. Hiyo mambo ingine yenye unasikia fununu huko nje hakuna, and we are on the right path, and that in August we only need to make sure that the president is Raila Amolo Odinga, and then we will have BBI, and from the judgment today, we have been vindicated. People told us they said so many things about the president, so many things about Raila Odinga, and you heard today some of the people like Nadine Nyoro celebrating, whereas they don't know what is awaiting them, because the Central Kenya will ask them, where is the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote? You get it? And this is why BBI is here, and why BBI came in to solve those issues. We're talking about representation. We are talking about equitable distribution of resources in this country, something that has really hit us for many years. And as we speak today, let us be mindful of the fact that this country has come a long way, and Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, having been the initiators, and Junet Mohammed and Dennis Waweru being the promoters of the initiative, was actually bad in law. But we are saying that it's good that the Supreme Court has actually pronounced that, and we are actually going to stick by what the Supreme Court judgment is. And we are going to see, I know the president and the team and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga are going to come up with the proper mechanism to ensure that BBI comes back to life. It will come back in totality. Hakuna kitu ingine. Kama kuna kitu tulisahau, yes, about the constituencies, yes, I know there was an issue that I am sure we'll need to talk about, because Kakamega is a big county, Kiambu is a bigger county, has a big population. We need to have equitable distribution of these constituencies as well, so that we have each region represented in a better way than what was in the former. We have talked about Kidero. Mambo ya Kidero hiyo tumesahau, hiyo tumezika kwa kaburi la sahau. Kidero is no longer going to be just like his counterpart in Kakamega, that is Malala. And mambo ya governor hiyo tumesahau, tunajua wale wanaenda kuwa magovernors kwa hizi regions. What puzzles me is now the issue of Nairobi. Lakini hiyo hataongea sahi, because it's not among the things we're talking about today, this evening. Another issue is about mambo ya Raila Odinga. Kesho unajua bana, hii leo we talk about today, Raila will be in Rift Valley na atakuwa pale kwa mazishi ya chairman wa main conference ama main na naenda kwa mazishi huko. Wakati tuko huko, najua atatuwakilisha, manake tunajua sisi hatukukuwa na muda wowote wa kuweza ku acknowledge mzee, hata kumkumbuka, hata kumpa tu dakika moja ya kuweza kumkumbuka hatujampatia. Lakini ningeomba kwa vile mimi naongea, tumpe 1 minute of silence, because I know WG is a member, everyone else here is a member, so that we give the mzee the last respect, because he represents us. 1 minute of silence. I think Bernard will allow me to do that.
So, Bwana Murunga, I said you put me in a very awkward position. Were you asking for permission or taking the 1 minute?
No, I'm asking for permission.
You are not asking for permission, except you are sending me back to English class, of which I'm not willing to enter. So we will come back to that 1 minute later. We will come to that 1 minute later. Thank you. Joseph, karibu.
Thank you, because I wish to, after this, that you'll allow me to be out of the show. I want to mention 2 things, and there are 2 people I want to equate, because I've had the discussion of Murunga, and I've had the discussion of Wangira was trying to protect Musalia Mudavadi, which is okay. I want to give an example in the Bible. I'm sorry if there is someone who is not a Christian. You know, Absalom was the son of the King David. There is a thing that he started plotting, that he wanted to become king. And the thing that he started doing, he started staying at the gate of the palace. That anyone who is coming to see the king, he will tell them, come, I'll solve your problem. You know, alikuwa tu anajipendekeza kwa the people that the dad was reading. And that is what the situation I've been seeing the deputy president, he has been. He acknowledged that he is the principal assistant of the president, but he has been now telling the people, you know, I can solve your problem. Amechukua some MPs ameweka. Now he's also lying to other masses. You know, the king is incapable. The president is incapable. I'm the one that when I become king, I'll solve your problem. And you know what? The father, who was the king, knew this, but I was soft on him, you know. Until now, someone who was the commander of his dad, you know, this guy was aggrieved and was telling the king, let us finish this guy. But the king was like, no, let's give him chance. We know that one time when they went to fort and they were fighting, alihang kwa mti na huyu mwenye alikuwa the mkuu wa majeshi akammaliza. You know, where the dad asks, is the young man safe? You know, so that is what will befell when the elections come, when the deputy president, people will tell him, despite of that you had your grievances, you went against someone that you were the principal assistant. So you will bond on that. That is my analogy. Secondly, I want to equate Mudavadi as the child of, there was the people, the Lawi, who were enjoying the things of the temple. You know, there were sons, they were collecting taxes. You know, Mudavadi has been getting privileges from Moi, anakuwa appointed, anakuwa for 2 months, Raila anamleta, you know. But when now, wakati ilikuwa mbaya, unajua walikufa. You know, there is a thing which befall them, both of us know. And that is what is befalling them today. So Wangira, I'm sorry to say, that what is awaiting Musalia and Wetangula is the thing that they have been enjoying, wanapembelezwa. You know, that is, they are going to be struck, yeah, very hard. So as much as we are having this, I know we protect people because of their family, and we feel aggrieved that they need not to go to personal. You know, I was watching that clip where Cosmo Joy is talking about the first lady of this nation. I cried myself. You know, how could you go personal to someone who is even older than you? You know, as much as you feel aggrieved to that. You know, as much as I differ with David and Wetangula, I can never call them names. You know, but you see, that is the things that are people start taking each and every day. You know, and as long as that you get associated with such a act, then definitely tells you that there is a losing end that you're going. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So we can ponder on that. I will want to hear maybe if there is anyone who has a reaction before I retire myself. Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph. I think I love your analogy. You forgot a very important person in the Absalom story. It was a guy called Ahithophel. Ahithophel was David's advisor. But when he heard that the kingdom has gone to Absalom, he decided to join Absalom and now begin to advise Absalom against David. And David prayed and said, God turned the wisdom of Ahithophel into foolishness. And that's when Ahithophel gave his first advice to Absalom, and Absalom declined, and he ended up hanging himself. The movement of, or rather, the behavior, I would say the behavior of Mudavadi and Weta since they went to UDA is one thing. It's like their wisdom has been turned to foolishness. We don't expect that kind of performance from them in terms of providing leadership and intellectually challenging situations. They have been very good, but now they changed wing, and it's like we can't see reason, we can't see coherence, we can't see consistency. Whatever that was constituting their value and their weight in politics has all fizzled out. So I think that prayer of David is still working. At the risk of sounding like a preacher, of which I am, so I think we leave it there. There is a clip I'm supposed to play, and then we carry on with the debate. After the clip is when we will give the 1 minute to the chairman of the main conference, of which you people had not inaugurated me into the men's conference. And now you are demanding me to watch a tunia cheer.
Yani wasaja bonsi bali ga huko barama abaisha. Chana. Abaisha banamuoga ni maji na chibesa bwana. Onye tora abaisha lori bono ana ne microphone. To kwa na abaisha ngo kwa na abaisha. Peana mic, peana. We tulia tuchukua mic. Kani. Se peana mic. Peana mic. Swewe. We jana kipeana mic wacha kumetukana wananchi. Huwezi tukana wananchi na kukuacha hivyo hivyo, hapana. Swapa bana peana mic wacha swe. Karanza hewa. Yes, Junet, chukua mic Junet. Abangina. Kena kimwa ga chiri wo. Yana ngoma dinga kia bangina mo ga chiri. Mole ne no mora mwe bikwerende. Mabija ya baisia. Kora mumole. Yao kono. Obi.
Gato kani gagati. Onye simbo bwate ground kiaje. Na bwata. Ngiye ko gero kora abantu abaisia.
Obi.
Ukwasirire tiwe kyogo kora. Aye Janeti. Toma tobo kibobo musacha.
Vijana team.
Kora mama sacha baita nga baisi. Sikawa sacha. Osi kesimba.
Abangi na bami ntonje de twekira nyongo.
Simba ne romo sacha ne ko gambare.
Ngai mwiro ongeri rende.
Ngikiagara to gati ko bagaba na ndo kaira no bogume ni repu. Na indo gati ka bang ne kinyongo katenga ngo totorole.
Obe.
Maori ngabona bagaka bato basacha bato ko banyara.
Mwana kunyuma.
Nga baisia. Ngikiaga kiagere iswali ndio ira nevye kiagere to gere nando kwa ko gumeli kwa tetenga ko kaba no ko bodi amata yinko barata ninu mo takonywa obono kwara mete abana bao okarama bakomo gako bono ye ine big change jaga
Kakiga.
nande bono igonga kitane
Abaiki abana muoga ni magana chibesa moyo
iswali ryo lira nevye no musacha obokora manga basacha oyino moisi obwate
Mutumani chiaba ko ire data na okware nyi gore kwara metu
igore twenge stadium aria ekero twarenge no mogoko monene oyo minto Raila Amolo Odinga bunajite kiagera nere president yaitu ya gatano kuri no mogoko kabisa omongino chane tioka imoko kae guribaga okwane n'abantu ekero kwa turibaga nigo kwa imogetoga chaka kurama kwatorama basacha buna abaishia
yani toigwete bo bebaka basacha abasacha baito bigwete bako tanga
ntuma tinga abaishia bang'akito kare nande ntuna abantu twateretwe kyabang'ina baito mbamatenga ntoli baishia
Mochiete iguru Imotereire
aye chane ti iswali ryo lira nerie
Mochiete iguru Abaiki abana muoga
aena kyokoro tukamanya na abaishitore
aye chane ti iswali ryo lira nerie
gapa na kokoni famu gosemba sacha gosemba isia nyamira chiaba ko ire data nyamira chiaba
I must confess, I don't understand kissing, but I can feel it.
Bernard.
What is it?
There is no man, after we produced that clip, there is no man, ask Ketwe, ask Roba, ask any man in Kisii. We will vote even for UDA, but not Janet Ongera. She finished herself. I am honest to you. She made a suicidal statement.
Hey, I cannot intercede now for that. Yes, Joseph.
Let me say, it is listening that clip. It is so sad.
Okay, thank you.
No,
Yes, Robert.
Bernard. I mean, to tell the truth, this is my first time doing awards. Mosigisa, are you talking?
No, network imekuwa mbaya. You can talk then later.
Okay. I was just saying, Bernard, mimi ndiye nimesikia clip mara ya kwanza. I just feel like getting, I mean, oh my goodness. Nimesikia ibaya sana. Nimesikia. This is my first time kuisikia hiyo kabisa. I was not even aware. So
can you help in translation?
It's okay, Robert. It's okay, Robert. So where Alex, you will put me in very serious problems. Yes,
yeah, what's going on here? It's just like I know Janet Ongera. I know. I mean, personally, I know where she comes from. First of all, she resides in Homa Bay. She was brought up in Homa Bay, not even in Kisii. But it's just like the West people are. I don't know. She was looking for a governor. She cannot even win to be a chief, assistant chief. You are voting for assistant chief. You cannot be even nothing else in Kisii right now. Nothing. Yeah, it's no way. No way.
Yani, I'm gonna reverse gear. Yes, Katwe.
Unajua, at least I'm privileged to be a linguist in terms of local languages. So I can be able to translate to you in Luya if you know Huminya, the process of Huminya as bui mujuli no ile mujuli hiyo ya kuimbiwa asubuhi, alafu unakuja kwa podium unaambia watu wazee wote mpaka wenye wameoa kirarani wote ni watu wenye wajatairiwa. It is very painful for any Kisii man to be told that hajatairiwa ati wewe. Yani it's really painful. So it's not about profiling about circumcision, but that process of even telling someone that hujatairiwa, that woman is in for a shock. That even with Alex amesema that people might even go for UDA. if at all we do not have an option. Hata mimi hiyo clip imeniuma, nasikia tu roho inachemuka, wacha tu.
Jesus is Lord. Joseph?
Sorry, that time ilihang. Let me tell you, that one for those people yenye tulitaili tukashika mti, yeah, na tukaimbiwa tukaingia ndani ya maji, and that mama anasema waisia, that woman vile Alex amesema, tunaweza pigia hata mtu wa UDA kama hatuna any better choice, you know. So for it, that thing is a very bad test, you know. Yeah,
I understand. Thank you. I understand that.
Can I just bring one thing here? Just one thing. I think there's something here about the PBI. I want to be sincere about, you know, okay, let's not be one-sided. I'm Raila guy, and I've been, you know that. Two things we trace it, or somebody has convinced me. One thing I don't like, it's about Imamba Yakwegat MPs to become ministers. I don't want to go back there because I like checks and balances. So the way it is right now, the way it's set up, I like the way it is. Then another thing I don't like, Imamba assistant, vice president, prime minister. We should not have all these things here. I don't. To me, I just feel like we should be the way it is. Now, ministers, those are the two things. Otherwise, the PBI, like everything there, except those are my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that. But from where I sit, I think we had better performing ministers when ministers were accountable on the floor of the House than when they have to be summoned. You see the way Matiang'i comes, and instead of him being interrogated, he begins to interrogate the people to interrogate him because he's an outsider. He doesn't know the pressure of being an elected leader. But all the same, whichever way to look at it, what works for Kenya and what helps Kenya move forward should be what we stand for, not the old or the new. We need to have a working nation with working institutions where there is delivery. Now, tumeweka Abdal kwa nini kwa waiting list for long. Na Murunga
I have a question for Robert.
Ngoja WG tafadhali. Sitaki kwanza kupeana manini. Kuna Murunga alikuwa hapa na proposal ya chairman of men. Ako wapi? So nataka Alex wewe ndio assistant chairman of men conference. Bas. Utatuongoza kwa hiyo 1 minute. Mimi sitaki deni, okay? Sitaki deni, Mama Rose hayuko hapa. He's here. Let him come and lead us in that 1 minute of silence for the chairman of the men conference. Alafu tuende kwa WG aulize swali lake, tuende kwa Abdal. Haya, Murunga.
Yes, I'm here.
Bernard, how can you?
Somebody is raising a point.
Order. Yes, Katwe, what is it?
We were about to discuss about the men's conference, and then you allowed Selina to come in. How are we going to do this? And you know the way she incastigates, to be honest.
Selina, she's part and parcel of the men's conference. Watch mchezo.
Let her confirm that she is.
She's the one who ironed the shirt for you people to tie your tie going for men's conference. Watch mchezo. Okay, Mama Selina.
We can go on. Amelala kidogo.
Why are they complaining?
Yes, please tell them you are the first woman, the first man in this men's conference.
Yeah, they should not complain about Selina. Selina is saying the truth. Unajua kwa wamama
Tukishapita ile maneno ya wasichana tunakuwa wanaume. You forget? Hata tunaenda huko tunakaa na wasee kwa sababu tumekuwa wasee. Wamama ni wale batu wanaosha manguo. Sisi wenye tumemaliza tumekuwa wasee. So we can say anything.
So thank you Mama Selina.
But
There is
Bernard, nataka kusema ya kwamba topic inaendelea vizuri. Kipora alituforce wa mama yote, lakini siku ya mwisho akawarutisha wote, akamwambia wachinga, hata nyinyi mko kwa shamba yangu. So unaweza weka hiyo silence kidogo ya kurutisha wa mama the last minute. Alipata ndogo, anasema Pep. Sasa anasema hata mimi namuita Pep, na Kibora anasema yes Pep. Sasa unajua baba alipata ile maneno hajaisikia, alionyeshwa style. So mnaweza wase, na hivyo ndiye Linturi alipatikana kwa room ya wenyewe, you know. So sometimes that is fine, otherwise naona mnaongea kuhusu Janet Ongera. Nataka kuomba msamaha kwa niaba ya wamama, ngawa hatukujua chenye alisema. Watu wa makosa ya wababa, mama akisema kitu moja, nyinyi wababa mnafunga, lakini na nyinyi mnatuita majina mingi, lakini tunawasamea na tunawapenda. So me on behalf of wababa ya Kisii, nataka niombee ule mama msamaha, ingawa sijui alisema nini. Unajua alitaka kufikiria kiuno. Unajua sasa hii ni makosa. Anaona huko kwa Ruto wa mama wanaongea tabia, anafikiria anaesalete kwa Azimio. So umumsamee tu, atarekebisha. Naona kiwanja ilimkataa, so she has regretted. Otherwise, si wa mama wote pia tunataka wakuwe governor kwa sababu ni wa mama. We want a leader. Tunataka mama kiongozi. Si lazima ukuwe na marinda ndio ukuwe governor. We just need leaders. So if you are not qualified to be a leader, to be a governor, then we are not voting you because wewe ni mama. Tunakupigia mama kiongozi kama Gladys Wanga, the likes of Madakarua, Ngilu. Tuko na wamama wale, hata nyinyi wakisimama mnajua kuna mtu amesimama. They can be 1.5 man. So si lazima kupatia mama yote ya marinda ati kwa sababu tunataka ati equality. Yes, there is equality, but tunapima. So naona huyo mama ya Kisii anatosha batu kukuwa women rep, ama asonge akuwe member of parliament. Kama ingekuwa hivyo, ule mama mbishi ya Mombasa, she's a great leader, but alitoka women rep na ameenda parliament kuwa member of parliament, na batu anataka kuserve watu yake akiwa member of parliament. So nafikiria, na tukipata wamama, tunataka wamama wale strong. Hatutaki wamama wenye wakifika parliament wanaume wanamuona kama mama. Tunataka ile wakiwa kwa mkutano, she will be sitting down as a leader. Okay, hiyo ndio ningesema. Otherwise, naona watu wanasema mambo ya BBI. Wacha niwaambie Alex, kama hiyo kitu ingepita, kama kuna mtu angecelebrate na kuruka ni Ruto. But now 1 man 1 vote 1 shilling. Sasa watakuwa na swali, na watu ya Central kama watafikiria, Wakenya wengine ndio watawaambia hiyo 200,000 inatokanga kwao badala ya kupata 70 constituencies. Hata baba alikuwa mzuri, tulikuwa tumevumilia, but they need to know ndugu yao ndiye kingpin yao ndiye imewaangusha. Kingpin si Uhuru, ile baba ya mkate alikuja ametawala Poma. So baba mkate amewaangusha, so mtalilia baba mkate ama mrudi mahali wa Kenya wako. Otherwise, mimi nasema nimefurahia na mambo yale wamepitisha, inasaidia katiba, itasaidia sisi kama Wakenya, na baba hana haraka na atapanga polepole, tupate civil societies, tupate kina mama. sisi tunaweza peleka kwa sababu tunataka gender rule. So sisi tunaweza kuwa kwa hiyo wamama ya Azimio tutajipanga, alafu tuone tutafanya namna gani. Tumeambiwa, niliona Paul Mwangi alisema we have learned a lesson, but Paul Mwangi alikataa, alisema anyway that is fine. So sisi tumejua njia. Wanasema penat, kuanguka sio kuteleza sio kuanguka. So tumeteleza lakini hatujaanguka, but it was God's plan, kwa sababu safari hii leo hata ile watu hawakuwa na msimamo kwa baba, wangekuwa wameruka kwa Kenya Kwanza na wachipangie mambo ya regional, na sisi tungekuwa na shida. So wache ikae hivyo, ule mtu ako na mkuu mbili asimame mahali tuko. Nimeona
Sorry, so thank you Mama Selina. Naomba tuchukue hiyo 1 minute ya chairman, alafu ndio tuendelee na mjadala. Bwana Murunga, tuongoze tafadhali.
Okay, this evening I thought about the chairman, and especially having been the man of his words. Of course, he has mentored some of us. He has mentored our brothers, and that's where we are today. And don't you forget that, of course, there is people say polygamy is a bad thing, bigamy, and I would say it's a good thing, because look at the family he has raised. Look at how his soul is going to be laid as, as a king. And I'll tell you this for a fact. If you invest in your family and do the right thing for the family, and in the end you reap big. And on this note, let me say this. It will be an honor. It will be very important and an honor for him, actually, when we gave him a moment of silence, and at least a minute, as I had requested. Bernard, thank you for granting me. There we go. 1 minute of silence. Thank you. In honor of the chairman, tutasema hongera, na wale wanaenda mazishi waende wafike salama. Baba is going to represent us. Santeni.
Thank you Murunga, for leading us into that. May his soul rest in peace, and let us learn the lessons from him and be examples of great leaders as he has demonstrated. Thank you so much. Sasa tuende kwa Abdul. Abdul huyu tumemweka sana. Abdul, namna gani?
Salama sana Bernard. Thank you.
Yeah, your camera rejected you completely, or you are the one that rejected it?
No, I think my lighting ndio shida, and I'm using a laptop, so kidogo.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah. At least we can see some movements.
Yeah,
so go ahead, make your submission, please.
All right, thank you. I say hi to all the panelists. Well, so far the discussion has been good. Only some of us kidogo leo tumekuwa na some disappointments rather, but that is part of life. We had a lot of hopes with the BBI thing, but I would say it could be a blessing in disguise, kwa sababu if at all now we pick some of the issues that were in there and make it part of the campaign, in some areas it will help us a lot, especially the one shilling, one man, 1 shilling, 1 vote thing. That one will sell a lot, because it's a good thing. And also the is it what delineation? I don't know if that is the correct word, of the constituencies, so that at least there could be equitable distribution of the CDF money. Then it also is one thing that was a very good thing, because if you can look at Kiambu, they are so disadvantaged when it comes to the population. They really need, even Nairobi, some constituencies in Nairobi should be at least split into 2 or 3, kwa sababu kuna watu wanaumia sana. There is representation iko chini. For those who want to get some bursaries, you can find some places wanapatiwa 1,500 as bursary. What will you do with that amount? While in another place somebody gets 10,000 for bursary. So you can see the inequalities. Well, it is I think we should let the opponents celebrate as they have. Granted, it is their day. Let them celebrate. But that is just a battle lost. We are looking at that war that is coming online. It is for us to celebrate. It is for us to celebrate. So let us not despair so much. We use this energy that we have right now to forge forward. Let us not use it so much sulking at you. The judges, they were in order to give their judgment as they did. I listened to some of the submissions. Perhaps they're making sense. So, well, it's a learning process. I'm sure going forward, now people will know on how to go about when it comes to coming up with amendments of the Constitution. As Selina mentioned, perhaps the women caucus can pick it up and make it theirs, so that they get the representation that is well put in the BBI thing. Well, let me leave the BBI thing at that. We don't have to talk about it so much. I'm sure the Tanga guys will use that until the 9th, until the 6th of August. They'll be singing that song on us so much, the way they've won and all that, But it is okay. It is okay. Well, Baba going in Rift Valley tomorrow, there cannot be a worse time for him to go to Rift Valley, because of this BBI thing. The way they celebrated in Wasingishu. Oh no! Oh no! It cannot be a worse time for Baba. But let us hope he'll have an easy time there, because we also have a substantial support there. There is this issue of Ruto in Lamu and Wajir. There's some things that I never thought I'll see ever. Like, for one, listening to Mudavadi castigating BBI, and he is one of those in broad daylight on national television appending his signature on that screen. The entire world saw him doing that. Then what the heck was he doing if that BBI thing was bad, the way he was saying today? What do we call that? We call that hypocrisy. If that is not hypocrisy, then what is hypocrisy? Unless it has changed meaning in the dictionary. Now, Wetangula today went to his lowest. I don't angewachia kina Linyoro aseme vitu kama hizo. They are first timers. Those who can stand on a podium because the crowd is really cheering. They will feel that they've been overexcited to say such things. So Wetangula should not have said things that he said today. But again, it is good he said it. So some people, those who believe in the president, and if at all they were sitting on the fence, they were not sure where to go. They cannot allow anybody to touch one of their own just because the president was exercising one of the duties that he believed was for the better of all Kenyans, because that is one of the oaths, one of the reasons why he took an oath, to ensure that whatever he does will be for the betterment of the country and the citizenry. And that is why he's immune anyway. You cannot sue him while he is still the president, so that he can discharge his duties without fear. But Wetangula saying that they will arrest him, oh my God, that was low. That was low. Well, the nominations, Jitters. I voted for Kidero. You know, my vote is in Nairobi, Kamkunji. I voted for him 2013. I also voted for him in 2017. But whatever he's trying to do now, you know, it is like Nairobi imekuwa kubwa na ni ngumu. Now he's going for lighter duties in Homa Bay. Hey, so he should tone down. Let him sit with the party and the party hierarchy leadership. I'm sure he's a smart guy. Hawezi kosa kazi kwa serikali, hawezi kosa kazi. So let him not like show the party in bad light. Atulie. He's mature enough to know that there are some things that you cannot say and do at this time, now that we really want to solidify the vote and show that also there is some semblance of unity, kwa sababu you know ODM as a party, when it comes to nomination imekuwa na shida sana, because anyway they are the only party that has stood the test of time, and they are the only ones with grassroots offices and support. So you can imagine it is not easy to conduct a nomination, because that is a mini election in itself. So si rahisi. So whatever the party is trying to do should be supported in a way, because it will reduce the animosity, especially in Luo Nyanza, kwa sababu huko nominations inakuwaga shida sana. Once the nomination ikikuwa na problems, then kunakuwa na voter apathy. So that one, whatever they're trying to do, I believe it is the right thing. At least it will reduce some friction at the end of the day. But some guys like Akina Kidero, they should know better. Today, let me leave it at that, because it's already late. I believe Akina Shiko wamekuja, they have something to say. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Asante Abdul, thank you so much. Lighter duties in Homa Bay. I like that expression. Homa Bay has been on sleep mode for 10 years. There are no lighter duties there. Yes, Murunga.
I'm sorry to say this to my brother Abdallah. Abdallah said Kidero should cease doing what he's doing and wait for another job, for a job in the coming government. Kidero is a billionaire. We have Kenyans who are looking for these jobs. Yeye amefanya wakati wake, muda wake umekwisha. We need more people to be, other people to be employed. This country has so many youths.
Bwana Murunga, nikikupatia muda na utumii vizuri tutakosana. Okay?
Sawa.
Hakuna mtu ambaye anazuia mwingine kupata kazi kwa sababu yeye ni milionea. Everybody, opportunities are open for everybody, and whoever gets he enjoys his own. Lakini kusema sababu yako na million na mimi niko na 10,000, mimi 10,000 nikuwe preferred over him, that is prejudicing him. It's going against the constitution. Let us all go for the resources and fight for a Kenya where everybody has something. Okay, not to say that these people have, that's why we don't have. We still end up the same place of the hustlers and the dynasty where we are trying to get off. Vijana, especially young people. I read a statement many years ago when I was still in school. He said the best help you have is in your arm socket. I've lived with that for as long as I've been alive. The best help you have is in your arm socket. The young people of today, they have somebody to blame for what they don't have, and that's why they cannot do much of what they are required to do. So when you tell them because Kidero is a billionaire, that is why they don't have a job, they will hang on that, which in my opinion is not. Kidero wants a job, atafute. Webukulu wants a job, pia fanye nini? Atafute. Na tutengeneze inji ambayo watu watapata job, sio utafute tu job na job yako ikuwe kutafuta job. Wakati unatafuta upate. That's what we should be fighting for. Thank you. Alex?
Nilitaka kumwambia Abdul kuwa, wacha nitoe video ndio utanisikia vizuri. Abdul, I wanted to help you that Kidore issue is not light duties. For the record, so far in Nairobi, I think if we are not careful, history may judge Kidore to have been one of our better governors if the politics of today continues the way it continues. But let me tell you Kidore's fault. And he made a wrong move to go to Homa Bay. Remember, Mapambano died almost the same time with Fidel. And when the by-election for the senatorship of Homa Bay was done, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga was pressured not to give direct nomination. But Baba said that Mapambano was his friend and he must choose a person that he knows will carry on with his legacy. So therefore they chose a person who did not even have a voter card in Homa Bay, who I still like until today. But Kidero, Dalmas Otieno and the group decided to get together with Jubilee to frustrate Baba while he was crying for his son. That immediately Baba got out of the funeral. On Sunday, he hit on the campaign to campaign for the young Kajwang. And don't think the people of Homa Bay have forgotten that. Kidero made a mistake in Homa Bay that he thought people could forget. So it's not, Kidero could have come back and be sanitized, but the mistake he made is irredeemable. Thank you.
Alex, if I have a case and you are the judge, I would never want to come to that your court.
It is politics.
I am sure I can never get justice from your court. Kwani wewe unanga msamaha?
Kidero did not cry for Fidel. He frustrated Baba during the funeral by campaigning with Jubilee. Remember, no big wing of Jubilee came to Fidel funeral in Bondo. Remember that.
Thank you for reminding me. I had forgotten. I can even feel the pain. Shiko, tafadhali kuja unisaidie hii maneno. Afadhali tupatie sasa habari ya Kiambu. Shiko?
Yes, utawezana na Alex. Mimi
No,
Alex, then I come next, kindly.
What did you say?
Mtu aongee then I come next.
Okay. And then let's bring in Mato. Martin. Martin, umekwama?
Pea Stone PK, watu wanaogopa.
Okay, Stone PK. Umepigwa kura tayari. Martin, your audio is bad, so let's hear Stone PK as you rekebisha your audio. We can't hear you.
Give me 1 second. Let me stop somewhere.
Can I come in, Bernard?
Karibu, Stony PK. We are waiting for you.
Thank you so much, Brother Bernard, na wale panelists wengine wote, hamjambo, and thank you, Alex, for vouching for me, man. Yes, today we have a lot of mixed feelings. We have feelings of people feeling like they have lost, others feeling they have won, and others feeling extremely, extremely rejuvenated. All the while, those who feel like they are extremely rejuvenated. You know, in my tribe, they always say, for someone who is very sick on his deathbed, the day he's going to die, he wakes up very fresh, walks around even, calls people, anaita familia yote, unashindwa, mnaanza to celebrate, wow, Kka is fine. He even takes and asks for food that he had not asked for a very long time. Munakuja, you give him all that, then munaenda nyumbani, ole wenyu. The following usiku asubuhi ndio mnaambua Kka rested well. This is what is happening to those who are really celebrating, thinking that today Supreme Court was on their part, was on their side. Watu wameonyeshwa. I'm talking about the the BBI issue. Personally, I think it was a real win for us in Azimio. Win in the sense that we are eyeing at the 9th, and we, knowing the players we are dealing with, they want to spoil the game before the real game. Sasa tukaona leo kwanza wafurahishwe kidogo. So the Supreme Court, you know, tested their wit. And if you analyze properly, I came in when I think Abdul was just submitting, and I concur with him. Those of us who really listened to this and then went to read it again and listen again, BBI has been given a lifeline permanently. You know, it is like when we were in school and your teacher, especially in mathematics, when your teacher knew you were very good in mathematics, even when you have a problem in two of the, let's say you are to do like 3-4 stages, anaona kwa stage moja na mbili ulikosea tu kidogo, the teacher will not give you an X for the entire problem. Angekuita na kwambia hapa, this one you went wrong here because you lost this one at the beginning here, ukifika hapa you see you are guided so that when you get that sum kesho kutwa unaiscore A. So for us BBI was corrected, ilimakiwa vizuri, tukaambiwa hapa ndio hapa mlikosea. Hapa rais na baba walipopata hii idea, rais angetoka nje kidogo, asionekane, akae kwa curtain, like what akina Bana tells us when we are here. Unaingia kwa curtain, then unaacha watu wacheze. Hapo ndio tulichelewa kidogo. Now we know BBI will come and it will sail through with all the corrections. So that ruling was, I mean, it was really good, step by step. Out of the 7, you know, we were told the number 1, that one was thrown away, which we didn't want. Yeah, all that we wanted. Then the constituencies, we can do them through the parliament, and all. That guideline was good. I will not dwell on that. Let the DP go celebrating, and as they celebrate, by the way, we are changing tactics from Rift Valley tomorrow. Kesho tutaonyesha game ingine. tutaonyesha another pattern. Yeah, before they finish singing and celebrating about BBI, tutakuwa tumemaliza Rift Valley, we are moving huko tukienda north. Azimio will be heading in to the Rift Valley. That is very good, and I like the timing. When KK will be on this other side, we will be there, and we will explain to them that the celebrations walikuwa wana dance, it is misplaced. BBI was not meant for Baba and Uhuru Kenyatta. It was meant for number one, like the Kiambu and the Rift Valley. These were the guys that are going to gain. And I think they need to know and understand that it is all about you wanasema pesa mfukoni. You cannot get pesa mfukoni if your vote is not, does not come to your counties. So basically, I think that will be one of the subjects that people will be talking about in the Rift Valley on a more advisory whatever. And then Papa concluded by saying, let's not lose the eye of the ball. The ball is pale tarehe 9. So we are going to tell the Rift Valley like that. Na wajue Baba the 5th anakuja. So they waanze kuzoea. We will be doing a lot of that exercise. They should be able to do that so that they don't get the shock. Nomination jitters. Yes, sometimes nominations can be a problem, and there will always be a problem. But once bitten, twice shy. So as we are talking now, there is a lot of discussions going on, and this time around, the discussions are involving the aspirants. Because you see, sometimes when you put self first, you lose the focus. Ukweli wa mambo ni eti, if you have 3 people vying for, let's say, a seat of an MP, you can tell from the ground who is more popular than who. The only tight places in Mali unakuta 2 very highly contesting, popular candidates wako neck kwa neck. That's where you can have a lot of difficulty. But in most of these constituencies, you can tell an outright winner. Yeah, because one, there are those people who are coming wakisema wana pesa. They think they'll go dishing out money, and that's how they win votes. But again, people have changed. So you go to a constituency, people start asking, na huyu ni nani? Once people start asking huyu ni nani, my friend, achana na hiyo maneno. Okay? Because people want to elect somebody they know, somebody they have associated with. Yeah? Because our campaigns, they don't go for ideologies, but it helps you when they can associate your name with somewhere. Huyu ni mtoto wa nani, ni ule wa village across the river, that kind of thing. Huyu ni ule mwalimu alikuwa principal hapa akatransfer akaenda Nyeri akaenda akarudi, alipokuwa hapa watoto wetu walipita sana. That is the kind of things that are going on, and I'm happy, especially ODM has gone into those consensus, that sitting, calling the candidates, muna debate, you fight the whole day, but you come out with an agreement. That is the only way to go. Tukianza kusema haya endeni kwa debe wote, we are going to really lose. We will be infiltrated by the what we call them, the UDA people. And another thing which I like that has come up is that nominations will be done by members. It will be members, not at the way UDA are saying watafanya. Anybody will be able to go and nominate people at using IBC card. So members of a party should be the ones involved in nominating, carrying out nominations for their candidates. That way, even if there are 100 of them, it's fair, it's okay. Yeah, but uchaguliwe na your party members. Lastly, Kidero. For me, honestly, if I were the people, what we call them, the voters, there are some candidates that I would not bother to think about. Kidero was there, Governor Nairobi, whatever happened, ana mizigo yake mingi namfuata. Truly, Kenyans, we have not fallen short of leaders. We have candidates there. Mtu hata kama ametajwa kwa case, let's forget this nonsense of saying that you are not guilty until proved guilty. Hiyo ni upuzi. Yeah, wacha hiyo masheria hiyo ikae huko. Kwa nini ulitajwa out of 50 million people? Why did they pick Stone PK to kusema ni kusema is an alleged thief? Once, in fact, I want us to even amend that law. Once umetajwa anywhere, where enda ukaprove. Because, I mean, like we come to Mbere, we are 200,000 people. Then there are people who are known as normal, as thieves, conmen. There are 10 of them. There is no way somebody will just come from huko anasema ni fulani. So, wewe umetajwa, kaa kando bana. You prove your case. And I want Baba to do that. Ukitajwa tu hivi na mali ya umma, step aside. Ngangana na hiyo koti yako, get a clearance, upewe hiyo certificate. Uko clean. Hii maneno ya too much justice and fairness, do what? All these are thieves and they are in court, but they are saying they are not guilty until proven guilty. Akina Gachagua, 7 billion case. And they are here insulting the serikali, insulting the president, because they have not been proved guilty. In fact, for me, I would hang new people. Yeah. Anyway, that annoys me so much when we have very clean people, very, very able leaders. They have not stolen money. Alikuwa ni mwalimu mahali na amejitolea kufanya kazi ya community. Then comes a billionaire who has stolen money all over. Alafu anakuja ati mnaanza kumuimbia because he's giving you money. And he does not, even that money they steal, you don't get anything. One day I challenged a few of my friends. Nikamwambia, hey, you've been so much involved in politics. Can you show me? Hata uniambie ni bricks ngapi uliwahi kununua na pesa ya campaign ukijenga. They will not show you anything. Nobody will tell you ati pesa ndio nilipata uwe muhula wa campaign na nikanunua ile tangi ya maji. Nothing. Nothing. They just saying, oh, Stone PK ana drive V8, anakuja na helicopter, bibi yake anaendeshanga Harrier. Hizo ni gari zangu na bibi yangu, my friend. You go vote a servant, vote a leader who will help you hapo nyumbani. Hapana ile gari anakuja nayo, hiyo haikusaidii. Thank you very much, Bernard. I'll come back later.
I can see the assistant judge when Alex becomes the president of the Supreme Court. You will be you will be the head of the Court of Appeal. Hii case inaonekana Kenya itanyooka. Well, it's good. It's important that we insist on what is right. And remember, the quality of leaders we have determine the quality of life we will have. Kenyans, don't go and vote for an idiot because he will lead you into that. We say in church, you can't teach what you don't know, just like you can never come back from where you never went. So if you elect somebody who doesn't know what he's doing, be prepared 5 years of not knowing what is to be done, especially MCAs and governors. Hawa watu wengine kutupigia kelele hapa Nairobi tumezoea. Hawa wakuja hapa. Lakini ninyi huko mtaani, MCA na governor, mkipeana kwa watu ambao hawajui kile wanafanya, ile pesa tunatoa Nairobi tukiwasambazia itakuwa inaishia hapo katikati. Please, Kenyans, let's wake up and do the right thing. And not also be sucked into this debate of national politics so much that we forget we have a responsibility to sweep our own backyard. The world will be clean when everybody begins by sweeping their doorstep. Let us take care of our counties by ensuring that our MCAs are not idiots. They are people who know what they are doing. Tusikue na ile MCAs yule alikuwa wa Baringo hawezi kusoma, kuna mwingine ile swearing in step yake tu, yani nainua mkono na hapa ya kwamba he can't read that na mmempatia kura. Please. Sasa mmempatia kura aende kufanya nini? Ndio aende Gumbaru? Si mngoja amalize Gumbaru basi ndio akigraduate ndio mpatie hiyo nafasi. Thank you. Now it was the turn for Martin. Hebu come in shortly ndio tupatie Magi.
Bernard, habari ya leo bwana?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Panelist, habari zenyu, wenye wako nyuma ya curtain na wenye wako pia kwa comments and everybody watching. Asanteni sana. It's always a pleasure to be here with the hard work of Bernard and the whole crew. Hiyo ndio wakati yangu nimefika. Bernard, kuna mtu alisema jana ilikuwa heated. Unajua after ulitoka kiliumana. Alafu tukarudi tukasikizana Themba tulibaki wanne na nilimba national anthem jana by the way. Ilikuwa mzuri. It was a good thing and hata nikianzia hapo kwanza nataka kwanza nicheke kidogo. Umeambia Alex akiwa na koto hutawaienda hiyo koto. Alex ni mkali, hajui kuforgive bwana. Yote amekataa.
Tunanyonga wote hao.
So ni mwanafunzi wa Donald Trump.
But ni sawa. Unajua uzuri yake tunampendea na kuaga akimultitask, ako kazi na bado anaongea. Unajua we love him. Mimi hata saizi cause ndo nimeingia nitaongea tu kidogo story ya Kidero sijajua ni nini. Acha nianzie huko chini kabla nikuje BBI kwa sababu my main point is on BBI. Ya Kidero sijajua nini imehappen. Nimesikiza mkiongea whatever but when Kidero was alikuwa governor wa Nairobi, I had a little problem with him because there's so much that follows Kidero. When you talk about Kidero, there's something following. Najua story ya Mumias, na the corruption that follows him, and I don't believe that's a leader. So mi hata sitaki kujua huko ni wapi ameenda kuitisha kura. Huko alishindwa last time na akashindwa na Sonko, na uliona kitu yenye ilifanyikia Sonko. You know, so and that comes to the point that we have to choose the leaders that really have integrity. Unaona kama Sonko watu walisema something. Now ni wetu, miwaga sikuagi ni wetu ni wapo, is my neighbor. But you have to look at which leader you're choosing. Si mtu unachoose alafu anaenda kukuimbia pale party after party, party after party. That's not a leader. Come on, man. Let's grow up. We have to look at what we are doing because now we're educated, we are grown-ups, and we know how to even interact, even if we are not pale together. What the politics of Kenya imeharibu, and the leaders still think they're on the same trajectory, is that they still think they're on that same trajectory of where unaenda kudanganya watu mahali na watu wajui nini inaendelea. Siku hizi kuna hii kitu inaitwa mobile yenye tuko hapa hivi. Nimekaa kwa gari yangu, Alex ako kwa gari yake, wengine wamekaa kwa nyumba, wengine wako kwa kazi. Kuna hii gadget yenye tuna videos zenye tunaweza ongea, na kuna hizi platforms kama Mtembei TV where they give us the platforms to talk about these things. It's not those days that you used to lie to people. People get educated nowadays. Even if you didn't know something, you get it from somebody else. These leaders, most of them think the people are stupid. So now this bringing back now sasa nikirudi kwa BBI, you know, the first today nikiwa job, the first thing I saw about BBI, and we spoke about this yesterday. Kama kuna mtu anataka kwenda kuangalia clip, angalia yesterday when we were talking before ishi hiyo yenye nani alikuwa anasema ati tulikuwa tunaleta na juu. I said I know BBI will not pass. And that was not going to be a big problem because even if it passed, there's nothing we could do between now and election time. But again, the way it passed today, kuna kitu inaitagwa precedence. Like even, I don't know if I mentioned that right, but precedence of a case. Like there's two ways of a law. There's the constitution and there's a precedence of a case that came before your case that you can go refer to it and say, this is the law. Like the Supreme Court law, what they've passed is actually now what is going to be the law going forward. And they made a very good judgment. In fact, watu wengine nimeona leo, there was a show, you know, people who go to the streets and talk to people like Mutembe does, Mutembe TV does. You go talk to, I don't know what it was. They were talking to people in Nakuru. And then you see people talking about saying, hey, yo tunapenda kwa sababu wametoa sijui nini. But they don't understand what Supreme Court did today benefited all Kenyans, because now when it comes, now there's a precedence of how laws are going to be made as per constitution. And what they did, they only took out 2 of what was not nice in that thing. I mean, about the president, okay, like kuna mtu alisema hapa hivi na nikacheka sana, alisema next year Uhuru atakuwa a citizen, so akileta sasa mtasema nini? He will be a citizen, you know. So they cleared what was done wrong. And sometimes, every time in life you have to do something, it goes wrong so that you can clean it and then bring it nicely. And that's just part of life. It's not just political, it's not whatever. That's something that Kenya today has gained a lot from that ruling. And as Azimio, as people who are serious, Nasima Tusi na nini, and who want our country to continue, as a country that is 50 years old or 60, I think we are heading to 60 now. Today, in big places, I mean, other countries that have been like almost 200 years, they use case law of almost 1970. They say in 1970, this was this was Supreme Court say this and this and this. Like the First Amendment of the United States is being challenged so many times. I mean, a couple of times in the Supreme Court of the United States. But now you can go to court even without a lawyer and say, in the case of he was saying and so now you cannot judge me on this one because this is what the case law says. And so that's where we're starting with our law. It's not just what you say. Tumeshinda story ya Supreme, I mean, your Supreme Court ile kitu wamesema. The good thing is all the 5 fundamental things that were most important going to the Kenyan people were kept. And so right now, like Uhuru can, even you, hata mimi, I can go to court saizi nianzishe tena na Uhuru anisupport. Or Uhuru anaweza enda support after elections. So I don't know why people nini wanna celebrate. And then the funny thing was this one now. This is where I realized that we elect bad leaders, people who don't understand what they're doing. I saw people, Ndindi Nyoro, na huu mwingine the handicapped one, if somebody can remind me.
Sankok.
Sankok, thank you brother. Niliona Sankok wakijaribu kwenda kusema hiyo kitu, and I love people in Azimio. Otiendo Amolo stood and said, akaambia nini Muturi, I mean aka-address, akamwambia exactly what really happened. And they were celebrating. I'm like, what are you celebrating? I mean, now you're going to go lie to people in your side that, oh, tumeshinda, tumefanya nini. But you know one thing I love about Azimio people and people who are trying to really look at the big country, because at the end of it, it benefits all of us. Where you can actually tell them the truth. By the end of the day, Kenya has won, not Azimio. Kenya won today. We have a precedence of a case, whether be Azimio, whether be UDA, whether be Kenya Kwanza, it's all gonna make it. And what you which Milio Odhiambo said, tunakuja tena, but this time we're gonna come clean. Itakuja kama tumeosha whatever uchafu ilikuwa ndani yake. And you know what? At the end of the day, I can bet you, everyone, here in about 10 years, ikipita tuseme, assuming na tuombe baba apite, na tunajua atapita, baba apite na walete hiyo BBI tena sasa ikiwa imesafishwa hivyo, here in about 10 years, all those people that were celebrating today will come back and say, yenyewe Kenya ilikuja ikakuwa mzuri, because we're thinking here not just politically na kwenda kudanganya watu na kwenda kuongea matope na nini. We are here thinking about how we move Kenya. We don't care if you're in Azimio or if you're in somewhere else, because this is our country. This is a country that is gonna carry my daughter, is gonna carry Thembas or Bernards na kila mtu mwenye ako hapa. This is a country we need to look at the moving forward of the country. Bernard, for now, cause umeona nilikuwa na drive, ndio masaa yangu ya kutoka. That's all I have for now. Nitaka hapa nikiona tumejaa, nitatoka niachie mtu mwingine. Karibu Themba akuje, nitajaribu niingie tena. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mato. Thank you so much for that, and let's keep going. Shiko, by now you're ready.
I thought it was me next.
Yes.
Sorry Maggie. Shiko alikutangulia alafu akaomba ruhusa, tukapatia watu wengine wawili hivi. So naomba tumpatie Shiko alafu tutakuja kwako Maggie. Unajua hapa tuko gender sensitive and we are really trying to push that affirmative action. So bear with us. Thank you. Shiko, reporting from
Kiambu, from Mount Kenya. Sijui wenye wako UDA ni wagani, na sisi tuko Azimio. Kuhusu BBI,
unajua supplier wa yellow t-shirts yako kwa hii nini?
Amejiodai na amekuja akasema huku ndiye kingpin. So for me, kuhusu BBI, sasa I will talk to the Mount Kenya people. Wao ndio ige benefit sana. And I hope the self-proclaimed huyo Ruto akuje waambie ukweli. Juu it was to benefit wao na counties kama Kiambu. And I don't know ni nini huwa inafanyika watu wakiingia UDA, ama hii Kenya kwisha. Kama mtu kama Kafogo, juzi ulisikia akisema hata yeye anaweza jitoa sijui kwa Kenya kwisha. Story mingi nilikuwa namsikia kwa TV nyingine ya Itangu Kameme. And now he was talking about the same thing, BBI ingetuletea Mount Kenya. But he's in Kenya kwisha. So our watu ni kama UDA, it's some sort of a cult, Bernard. Wakiingia huko hatujui ni nini wanafanyiwa. So we might now be dealing with people who are thinking like wenye wanafikiria kama wewe. Tunaweza kuwa tuna debate ama tuko na watu wengine washaingia kwa cult ingine. Because he was supporting the BBI akiongea, but on the other hand ako Kenya kwisha. Sasa hata anasema sijui yeye atakosa kupatia saini. Anyway, for the Mount Kenya people, they were told Uhuru Kenyatta wants to remain in power. That's why he wants the BBI, and that anataka kukuwa prime minister. And now because the BBI, they believe, the one thing about some of people, the people from my region, they believe in like wanapenda kusomewa vitu sana. Hawakusoma BBI, wanasomewa na huyo kingpin mwenye anasema yeye ndiye kingpin wa kwetu. Na kina Dende Nyondo, Ringathe, wanakuja wanawadanganya, but hawasomi hizi vitu. Majority wenye wako huko mashinani hawajui. So they are just saying BBI ni mbaya, but ukiuliza mtu what is BBI, hajaisoma BBI. So walisomewa BBI. Sasa because now they believe it's dead, haitarudi tena. Sijui sasa watakuja waambiwe. I heard Ruto akisema ati Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga should apologize to Kenyans kwa kutumia pesa yao vibaya. Sasa that is the same thing Ruto atakuja kuambia watu wa Mount Kenya. Unaona hakuna pesa, na kina Rigathi. Mnaona hakuna pesa. Hiyo pesa ndio imekuwa ikitumika na BBI, because now hii kitu ya BBI sasa sijui atawaambia nini junao. Wanasema sasa Uhuru hatakuwa kwa power. Sasa unajua kutakuta uongo ingine ya wataambiwa. Sasa unaona hiyo pesa walitumiwa, yani Ruto anangojanga kitu hivyo, then he turns the rice, zinakuja sasa anaongeza chumvi. Sasa itakuwa prime minister ama kukaa kwa power. Sasa wataanza kuambiwa pesa yenye ilitumiwa, na ndio ulisikia akisema Uhuru and Raila should apologize. Sasa atambua ni pesa ndio hamna pesa. Ona pesa, mzee wa kitendawili amechukua, walitumia pesa yenu, they should apologize, they should return the money, sijui nini. Yani Ruto is a pathological liar. na ndio atawadanganya. Na this kind of hiki kimtu kinaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. I told you the other day, Rigathi Gachagua kuna hii spirit ya uongo. Na you can't even understand those guys. Wanadanganya in broad daylight. They are not honest. And I wonder the kind of men they are. Imagine wanazunguka the whole day wakidanganyana, na at the end of the day wanaenda nyumbani. What kind of men are they? Wakifika kwa nyumba, unaingia na unajua umeshinda ukidanganyana. Do they even feel guilty? Wanadanganya watu na wako kwa TV ama wako kwa anapeana speech yake ama akiongea uongo. We need leaders wenye at least they are, hata kama ni kudanganya, kuna uongo ingine yenye unadanganya hata unashangaa huyu watu wana address watu wenye hawajasoma. And one thing Bernard I would want to say, Rigathi na kina Ndende Nyoro washajua watu wa Mount Kenya. These people majority they are busy, wenye wako kwa mabiashara, wenye wako kwa wanalima hivyo, so they are not even interested in politics. They just vote for the sake of elections. Zimefika, tunafaa tuchaguane, tutachagua mtu bila kujua huyu mtu alikuwa akifanyia watu nini. Then after that, then that's it, we just want to vote. Hiyo iko hivyo. Na ndio unaona watu kama hao kina Ndende Nyondo and kina Kimani Ichung'wah, they are taking advantage of that because they know at the end of the day these people don't have that time to go and sit down and maybe ask ama they are not even interested in knowing what is going on. And that's why hata BBI, wait and see, there will be a funded utaona Ruto ataleta a funded campaign here ya kusema mambo ya BBI, mzee wa kitendawili, yani akuje adanganye watu. So he's taking advantage of those people. And I wish the people from my region wataweza kama mahali mtu anajiuliza what is this that kila kitu Ruto yenye ana opose ya Mount Kenya. So they have to know their biggest enemy is William Samoei Ruto. It's not Raila mwenye alikuwa anaambiwa ni kimundu kigoroki. Their enemy is Ruto. Na ndiye anakataa sasa hiyo pesa yote, akuja waambie hiyo one man one shilling. Hizo vitu zote, and the people from the Rift Valley, but I would want to tell those people from Mount Kenya, your biggest enemy is William Samoei Ruto. Lakini nyinyi mnakubali awasomee kila kitu. Wakina Ndende Nyoro, they are on salary, wao wanalipwa, lakini mnakubali wawasomee. Sasa watakuja waseme BBI. Juu sasa BBI imeanguka, sasa Uhuru atakuja kwa kiti, mtakuja kuambiwa hiyo pesa ametumbiwa sijui ni ya serikali, sijui amefanya nini. Yani huyu mtu atawadanganya to the last minute, na nyinyi you are the one to suffer. Ruto has money. He has money, but he's calling himself hustler. Yeye ako na pesa. Hata akiretire asikose kukua president, he will be having his retirement benefits. So if you are poor, you will remain to be poor. You are not poor because Uhuru Kenyatta is a president. If you are not working hard, what do you expect? So wewe uko hapo umegoja upewe 200 na Ruto, ukuje uvae t-shirt ya UDA. After that, Bernard, jioni ukiona hao watu wanakuanga washalewa. And I told you the other day they don't even have votes, but they are in UDA. Wao ni ma UDA damu. So at the end of the day, ask yourself this question. Huyu mtu mwenye ninafuata, what am I benefiting? Ni nini Ruto yenye anakujanga kuambia ya maana? Hiyo pesa anasema atakuja kuwaletea, anatoa wapi? Juu Ruto hana pesa yake, anatafuta kazi. So don't expect maybe if he becomes the president of Kenya, God forbid, he will never be the president, ati atakusaidia. Hakuna kitu anakuja kukusaidia nayo. Mashida zako zitabaki kukua utabaki kama ni shida, bado utaishi kwa shida if you're not doing something. So I wish watu wajue anyway, BBI irudi. Maybe I know those that the baba na kina wale wengine watajua venye watajadiliana. BBI irudi, and I'm happy at least I think the kina Ndende Nyoro na hawa kina Rigathi, hao ni wenye wangetaka sana wasikie BBI ikisemekana Uhuru can be prosecuted. That was their main thing. Ndio waanze kusema Uhuru sijui anaweza fungwa. Those kind of, yani they are just wishing him the bad things, like amekuwa amekuwa adui, but when they were doing campaigns, hizo magari zao zote walikuwa wameweka mapicha za Uhuru Kenyatta kubwa sana, hata picha zao hazikuwa. The man who made them to be MPs, wao ndio saa hizi wana nini, they backstabbed him just because they were given money by the Kimwarel guy. So at the end of the day, Bernard, expect to hear there will be a funded meeting and rallies in Mount Kenya region. Ruto will come with another narrative and he will write to people and they will believe him, because I don't know what he has done to them. It's a cult here in Mount Kenya. We just not need prayers. Nilikwambia hii hata inataka vita, si maombi tu. Hii cult, watu wanataka hata vita ya mwili, watandikwe. It's a cult. But anyway, at the end of the day, the BBI venye imekana, at least kama itarudi either after baba ameshaingia kukuwa president, but our main issue should be hizi vitu hizo, allocation of constituencies na mambo ya one man one shilling. Those are the ones that we need so much. Yeah. The other thing I would want to comment on hiyo ya Gladys Wanga, I personally huwa nafurahia nikiona wanawake wenye at least wanaingia kwa politics. Ukiwaona kwenye women who are leaders, they are just not there to kama kina Miripende Omanga. Nilisikia mtu akimuita Miripende Omanga kwenda kudance kwa rallies za UDA. At least watu kama kina Gladys Wanga, kina Miri Odhiambo, people who are just people who are leaders. So for me, Kidero, hata venye tu Alex, I would want to say venye tu Alex amesema, for me it's not personal, but nimeona Alex ni kama alikuwa ameweka kwa kitu for some time, yes, anakumbuka history sana, anataka kugonga Kidero, yeye hataki kumsamehea. But for me, Kidero si mtu mwenye tunaweza amini hata kama ni Homa Bay ama wapi, because he has akona scandals za corruption, mambo ya Mumia sinamfuata, so huyo hatuwezi samehea. Huyo hata asipatiwe hiyo kiti ya governor. Anataka watu wa Homa Bay tena tufunge Homa Bay kwa hata sio county. Huyo atasema kama ule mzee alikuwa anasema wanagura kila kitu. Huyo atakura kila kitu. And for baba being kwenda Rift Valley, wacha aende pia auze sera za Azimio. Maybe tutaona maybe kina Sudi kama watakuwa huko watakuwa huko kwa mazishi ya Jackson, but for me it's a good thing, and we should also make like watu wakienda mahali, baba akienda Rift Valley, mtu akienda mahali kufanya campaign, kama hajaongea vibaya, wacha auze sera zake, lakini akienda kutusi watu, leaders from that community, that should not be accepted. Hiyo sasa anakuwa heckled ama he should be stopped. Mtu auze sera zake kwenye tu wako. Bernard, that's all what I can say for now. I'll be back maybe later. Thank you.
Okay, asante Shiko, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Na mimi hakuna swali hapo. Let's listen from Maggie quickly.
Asante sana Bernard. Na habari zenu wote?
Salama, karibu.
Yeah. Wacha niangalie ni what are the topics. Raila Odinga Azimio la Umoja heads to the Rift Valley. Rift Valley ni Kenya. Okay, well, let me start. BBI ruling hits and misses. Nomination Jitters, Kidero Cries fall. DP Ruto Kka in Northeastern. Yeah, all those are good. I'll talk about Kidero kidogo, then I'll talk about BBI. Kidero alishajimes. Even when he was getting into politics, already he had scandals from Mumias. And I don't know, hata wenye walikuwa wanamweka in front line, sasa ajitafutie hiyo kiti. That is where Kenya is always going wrong. and baadaye wana regret. Mtu ashakuwa na scandal, mbona huwa wanawachiwa nafasi waendelee kutafuta hizo maviti, alafu tena wanachaguliwa ndio wana mess more. So alikuwa nataka kupeleka hizi messes tena wapi? Homa Bay. Thank God amekatazwa. Watu kama hao hata mimi nataka wakatazwe kabisa kabisa, because to speak the truth, there is nothing they can bring good. Wanaenda tu huko kwa sababu ya tumbo yao. Wako na very large tumbo ambayo haishibi, because ashapora huko, amepora Nairobi, na bado tena anataka aenda apore wapi? Homa Bay. Ashindwe kabisa. Atuli angemwambia hivyo.
Pepo baya, shidwe.
Ashindwe kabisa. About BBI. BBI, whoever are celebrating at the opposition from Azimio, but hao ndio wangelia kabisa kabisa kabisa, because hao ndio wamelose. Vile wamelose ni hivi. Unajua BBI ilikuwa inaenda kufavor somebody who is called opposition, which they are going to be opposition in 4 months time. After hapo, sasa wataenda nyumbani kabisa. Hakuna kukuja nyuma. Na with Raila Odinga akiwa pale kama president, na hizi mascandals, unaona hata Kidero alikuwa ni mtu wake na amekataa siingie nini. Hiyo ni mwanzo tu, ameanzia tu. Kwa hivyo wenye wamekuwa na scandal na wako opposition, they don't have any chance again, because wataenda nyumbani. BBI ilikuwa inawa favor where opposition wangekuwa na ni kama ofisi, wangekuwa wanapata pesa after that. Sasa si umeona wame lose more. Why do I say this? You know, I heard Ruto saying that Uhuru and Raila, they owe people of Kenya an apology. In fact, the people of Kenya should appreciate Raila and Ruto and Uhuru, because they have really, in fact, they have even opened my eyes. And Martha Koome, I really appreciate that lady. She's a tough, soft-spoken lady I've never seen. She's opened my eyes, and I've seen that even me, as little as I am, I can just start, look for something, then I take ahead. Alafu itaskizwa. Sivyo? Uhuru ajanini, hiyo reggae has not been stopped. Wameweka reggae in a yield. It's just waiting somewhere there, ndio hii pepo yao ipite, alafu reggae ianze. Reggae has been put in a yield. Whoever is thinking that they have stopped reggae, no. In fact, they have really put reggae at a very comfortable place. Just to let them pass is when reggae is going to start. Do I tell you how reggae is going to start? In 4 months' time, Uhuru is going to be a common mwananchi kama mimi. And Koome amempatia ruhusa. From that time, you can do anything because you will be a common mwananchi. I just wish I can go back, in which I will try, if I go voting, I'll try to meet Uhuru so that we can start that reggae with him. So that is the moment Uhuru is going to start hii project yake mpya, because instead of Uhuru kukaa bila kazi, atakuwa amejipatia kazi. He's going to have a different office now to start fighting for mwananchi, which has been his passion with Raila. That is a big office actually. So he's going to start fighting for mwananchi after 4 months, while these people who are opposing the BBI, saa hizo watakuwa wanapumzika nyumbani bila anything. Although wamepora mingi sana, watakuwa wanakula. but even hawatakuwa wanakula because hao wanaume wawili, you know, they were so clever. Raila alipo join Uhuru, uliona the very first thing they did was to change the Kenyan money, hata yake na sura yake na everything paka size, because pesa mingi sana ilikuwa inawekwa nyumbani. Iliwekwa nyumbani mpaka hata size they don't know what to do with that money. And they were so clever, wakati walikuwa wana change, wakampatia span of time. This money ikifika wakati huu haitakuwa changed tena. They thought these guys were playing. Ilifika hivyo, sasa they don't know where to put this old money, and yet Kenya is going on. Because walipora ambaye bank ya Kenya ingeweza kuchukua. Hawangeweza kuweka kwa bank, na tena ingeweza kutoka nje. Pesa iko hapo Kenya, ile ya zamani iko hapo Kenya mingi sana. Uhuru was not stupid to change his father's appearance from the money. They knew what they were doing, and this is why these tycoons, I call them tycoon thieves, are so bitter with Uhuru and Raila, because wamefanya, they don't even know where to start. They don't even know where to go to from there. So reggae has not been stopped, but has been put on a yield. We are at a better place. Me, when I go to vote, I'm just going to start from, I'll go and ask Martha Koome, Madam, uliwacha place ingine. Mbona hawa watu wenye wamefanya makosa, they have never been charged? So tuanzie hapo. Because we also have so many questions to ask about our country, Kenya. There are so many mistakes which are happening in front of our eyes, but we cannot do anything. But she really had put it that anybody, a small mwananchi kama sisi, we have got a right to do something in that manner. Let me hold on to that. I have somebody coming in right now. I'll be back again. Thank you.
Okay, asante Maggie, thank you so much. I think we're bringing a clip before tumlete Njiru sasa.
All good, but then it's not all bad. So what do you feel about today's judgment from the Supreme Court?
Yes, nitasungumuza lugha ya taifa letu ya jamhuri. Mimi nasema kulingana na BBI, mimi naweza sema watu wa judge najua wanasoma kuliko sisi, na wanajua kitu gani iko ndani, ndio wanatupa yeye nje. Na mimi nashukuru rais wetu wa jamhuri ya Kenya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na pamoja na Prime Minister yetu Raila Amolo Odinga kuachie court nafasi afanye kazi yao, amalize. Sasa mimi nasema vile wanafanya namna hiyo sawa sawa, lakini kulingana na BBI watu jaji ndio wanajua kulingana na sheria yao na vile wanasoma sheria, wanajua kitu ambayo iko ndani yake mbaya, ndio wanatupa ndani nje. Sasa anajua sisi raia ajui chochote, sisi ni wananchi tu, lakini najua jaji anajua kuliko sisi vile wanatupa nje. Sasa hakuna neno sisi naweza sema. Na deputy yetu William Ruto, yeye pia ilikuwa nataka hii BBI atupe nje, lakini asikuwe na raha ati yao imetupa. Hapana, BBI si kura, kura ni ya wananchi.
Naam. Shukran sana.
Asante sana.
Mzee ashaongea.
Bernard, I would want I would want you to go and interview someone from the mountain on the same. Then you'll be shocked because now they will tell you about Uhuru Kenyatta and his family, and they won't tell you about what the BBI entailed. Wataanza kukwambia mambo ya Uhuru Kenyatta. You'll be shocked. Anyway, I don't need the answer when you interview them. You keep it to yourself.
I've just read a post here is saying, yes, we as Mount Kenya have lost an extra 54 billion as proposed by the BBI. But Ruto's presidency is more important to Mount Kenya than 54 billions, says Rigade.
Yes, because he brings more churches in Mount Kenya, and Ruto will give him money because he is a hustler. So I don't know whether wealth ama rich inakuanga how it's transmitted from one person to the other. So I'm waiting to see with the UDA from Mount Kenya. So they believe because Ruto was a chicken seller, and then because they are selling maybe the mama mbogas and those who are having some other businesses, maybe the Metumba guys. So when Ruto gets the presidency now, they will be enjoying that, and now they'll be having money. I think Ruto will be giving them money. He will be depositing some money from their accounts, and then they will just get rich with no time. By the way, in 5 years, ask some
Why
of
do
them.
you people always allow yourself to be called?
Yes.
Order, please. I wonder, don't intercept just like that, please, so that we don't create noise. Shiko, you are making a remark. Maliza haraka tulete Njiru. Njiru amesubiri sana.
Nasema watu wa Mount Kenya, they don't see that. They just want Ruto to be the president, to punish Uhuru Kenyatta. And now they believe when Ruto is the becomes the president, because maybe some are not working, they'll just have money and start a business. Then after 5 years, they'll be rich like Ruto or like Uhuru Kenyatta. They'll also be owning lands and properties. That's their mentalities for now. They just want to punish Uhuru Kenyatta because they are poor, because of Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta. That's it. So don't blame them. The ones they are poor because of Uhuru and Raila.
Thank you very much. It is a campaign that is self-defeating because how do you punish somebody who has lifetime payment? After Uhuru steps out of office, he has salary, his car fuel, his housing, his bathing, all of that is taken care of until the day he dies. We una pension, we unauza dawa ya mende na dawa. Wacha tu. Njiru tafadhali, karibu.
Nilikuwa nikisikia Megi ni kama alikuwa na point. Si umruhusu aseme. Alikuwa anasema kitu.
Nilikuwa ninauliza Shiko, mbona huwa nyinyi watu wa mountain mnakubali muite hustlers? Hiyo ni jina mbaya sana, by the way. Definition yake ni mbaya sana.
Point of correction, kindly. Point of correction. Mimi, I'm not a hustler. Hustler means poverty.
Usikubali muite hustlers. Nyinyi ni binadamu, watoto wa Mungu. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I think
Order ladies, thank you very much. Hiyo ni debate ingine kali sana. Naomba tafadhali tusiende huko. Njiru, chukua msukani, make your submission, I beg.
Okay, I appreciate na wasalimu nyinyi wote. I can see our platform is always full. Saa zingine ukikuja hapa unapata shida ya kutaka kuingia tu, unakuta ni kama kumejaa. I think this platform is extremely important. Naona Alex ni kama ako na point, sijui ni namna gani?
Njiru, sauti yako iko chini sana.
Oh. Sawa. Can you hear me now?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay. Okay, ni sawa. Thank you for that. Ni vizuri pia kuambia mtu kama kuna kitu. So let me begin with the BBI issue. Unajua mimi historia ya BBI kuna kitu inanishindanga. especially nikisikia Mr. Deputy President kukitokezea hitirafu pahali anaenda kufanya celebration. So mimi ile kitu ningetaka kujiuliza leo, ama maybe the Deputy President should tell me, ningetaka kujua what is his impact ama what is his contribution kwa hii makesi yote ya BBI inaendelea. Ametuma maloya, is he financing or what is his influence kwa hii vitu yote ya BBI? Sababu mimi sijaimuona, kazi yake tu ni kungojeanga tu kufanya victory lap. So I do not know his influence, sababu kila saa, hata ile wakati hii BBI ilikuwa inakuwa marketed, he did not come out clearly kusema yeye anaiopose in entirety. Alikuwa tu, he was like sitting on the fence, sijui nini, but anangojea tu a time whereby he can be able to make a victory lap. So I would like him to tell us his contribution kwa hii mambo ya kesi, sababu I think this one is a self-propelling case and it is just separating our judiciary, and I think ile kitu mimi leo nimeweza kulearn is that ni kwamba our judiciary is independent. They don't need to fear anything, sababu ndio nimekuwa nikisikia kila saa Deputy President anasema kuna watu wametekwa nyara. Leo sijasikia akisema vitu kama hiyo, na kwa speech yake juzi pale alikuwa anasema kuna state capture. So I really needed, I would like to hear him explaining his state capture and like what is happening now, sababu tunaona hii ni judiciary, wanaenda wanasoma vitu, they try to do things the way they understanding them. So I don't want to see a Deputy President who is only rough when things are not going the way you want, and when things seem to be what he want or zinampea like that catalyst ya kumuvisha siasa yake, yeye anakuja saa zingine anakuja kulia. So I want to see somebody who is a bit consistent. So kwa hii kesi ya BBI, me, I'm very happy for my country Kenya. Whatever we are being able to achieve, I can tell you, even some modern countries cannot achieve what we are achieving. So saa zingine Wakenya tusijidharau, and I can tell you, mimi nikiangalia screen pale naona mtu kama Martha Koome anaongea close to 5 hours. Alafu nakumbuka ile wakati tulikuanga na viongozi pale ma 92 when we used to fight hapa na pale sababu ya clauses kidogo. I see a lot of advancement in our democracy, and I think whatever hii story inatuonesha, it is just trying to show how serious our democracy is. And I think hii mambo yote inatendeka, actually the person who should get credit is Mr. Raila Odinga, because Bwana Raila Odinga is one of the people who shaped what is happening now. So hii tu ni vitu tu kwa screen, sasa tunaona impact saa hii, but we have people like akina Kennedy Matiba pale, akina Charles Robia, Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, akina Georgia, naona a big group. In 1992 such things could not happen. Our judiciary was just a puppet, but sasa saa hii we can see the product of what it is, and you can see even mtu kama Raila Odinga mwenyewe, even if the thing was not entirely in the favor of his methodology, wamekubali na wakasema we are still on the track. Hakukuwa na demonstration pahali yoyote, so ni kuonesha yani Kenyans can respect law, and that's what we want. So on the content, sio BBI imekataliwa by the way, because unajua I think pia hii ndio ile maneno sasa ya kila saa kungojeanga kuambiwa. Nilifuata hiyo story ya BBI. Martha Koome never rejected the BBI. What she said was a process, and I think that is something which can be rechecked, and because one thing which people need to understand is that BBI iko na vitu mzuri sana. Even if we say we want to launch a new process ya kurevise constitution yetu sahi, I will still tell you kuna vitu tu watu wataleta ziko ndani ya BBI. So BBI is not the problem, and we should not start demonizing the BBI. Hata leo nimesikia kuna watu wa Azimio, by the way, unasikia, nimesikia leo, I was even very frustrated, nimesikia hata watu wengine wakisema na inakaa hii BBI ni kama ilikuwa baya. No, BBI was not challenged. BBI as a document was not challenged. What was challenged was the methodology and the concept of initializing it. Na hiyo ni kitu inaweza tendeka. It is like kama saa zingine ile wakati maybe unafaa kupeleka mtihani yako, wewe umefanya mtihani yako unatumana. Sasa wewe ile wakati mwalimu anaenda kupokea mtihani anaambiwa hapana, hiyo mtihani rudisha, enda uambie mwenyewe ailete. So it is just a methodology. We should not just be trying to take a victory lap on something which because constitution lazima irevisiwe. I can tell you for sure. Your constitution yetu ya 2010, it cannot remain that way. Otherwise, it will be a catalyst for chaos and anarchy in Kenya. So in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, whichever the time, our constitution will have to be revised. Whether it will go in the BBI direction or it will follow another traction, the reality of the matter is that our constitution has to be revised because hakuna constitution inakaanga hivyo permanently. The constitution is a moving target. Vitu zinabadilika all the time and those things have to be reviewed. So history ya watu kila saa kukujanga hapa ama maybe you go in the rallies to say that our constitution cannot be changed. That one is misleading people. The constitution is a moving target and I think Kenyans should understand that. And we should not allow people to misguide others for political benefit. So me, that is what I will say in terms of the constitution. So wacha niongee history ingine tumesikia sana leo imetendeka ya Gladys Wanga na Kidero. I think Kidero is just a victim of something he cannot change. First of all, and I think this is something which I think everybody should accept. Out of the 4 counties in Nyanza, hakuna county iko na mwanamke ambaye ni strong. And Nyanza has to get a woman governor, at least ili waweze kupata hiyo 30% within their confirmation. Na pia baba anataka kujiweka in the right side of history. So Kidero anapigana na kitu ambayo hatawezana nayo. So the thing is just right for Gladys Wanga in terms of her competence na pia in terms of being a woman. Those are the 2 key things ambazo they are favoring Gladys Wanga very highly. And hata Kidero akisema anataka kukuja na chama ingine, it will still be a very fierce battle for him. So hiyo ndio ile tu challenge Kidero ako nayo hapo. Otherwise, if mtu kama Gladys Wanga was not a strong woman, no one could have endorsed him. So I think here it is the issue of the 30% ile tunataka kuachieve ya wamama, and Kidero just has to abandon his quest. Leaving around hiyo maneno ingine ya skando zake na nini, I'm just saying even in terms of other men who are told, because we had there were like over 7 people ambao wamekubali kusupport Gladys Wanga. So I think it is something which has been customized because Gladys Wanga is a strong woman, and I think Nyanza is looking forward towards getting the first female governor, and they have to achieve it now. So that is the one thing which we need to capture very highly. So hiyo kitu ingine pia ningetaka pia kucomment ni it is now about the victory raps ambazo nimeona immediately after hii story ya BBI tumepata verdict vile sasa watu wameanzia kusema ati pesa ya BBI irudishwe what. So the venom leo tumeona the venom. Na unajua saa zingine ni vizuri pia vitu zingine zitendeke so that you can know the intentions ya watu. Na leo pia nimejua Kenya kuna watu ni mashetani kabisa in quote. Because I don't think people like akina Wetangula they are gods ama ati ni watu ati wamefanya vizuri sana. Wetangula yeye mwenyewe in fact we can start revisiting, tunaweza anzia kumwambia arudishe ile embassy yetu ya Japan. So if he thinks he is a very clean person in this universe, and for your information, hii pesa ya BBI sio kutupa tulitupa. We know that hii pesa ya BBI tulianjiri watu, we had a commission, there are people who got employment kwa hii pesa ya BBI. So I would also like us to separate issues like hii pesa. I do not think that ni pesa ilichukuliwa ikapelekwa pahali. It was on a target, it was on a presidential order of which the president can do, he can initiate something in terms of bringing a subsidiary budget to finance something. So, and I think the UDA guys needs to be honest na waambie watu ya kwamba hii pesa wanasema imepotea, are they, which amount of money has gotten lost, because I think Kenyans have benefited from that money. The few Kenyans who got involved there, I think they got a job. It was a process which took 3 years. We had a commission, people got employment, and to me I think it was something nice. So history ya kusema watashtaki Uhuru, that's where I'm a bit sensitive about it, because I want to see Uhuru being prosecuted in terms of things which have merit, lakini not in terms of ati vitu kama ya ati amefanya hii. So let them come out clear. What has Uhuru done in terms of leading the nation? Ni watu ameua, ni pesa ameiba. What has he done? Let them, if it is a case they want to mount, which I don't think they have, let them bring a serious case which Kenyans can justify. But history ya kuleta issues, and whereas they also know that in their camp they also have so many issues. Sababu hao watu wote wa UDA, by the way, hakuna mtu ana scandal hata mmoja. Huyo jamaa like huyu Musalia Mudavadi ambaye sasa anajifanya Yesu saa hii ati ana shida, ameiba makaburi, ameiba makaburi, so he has a scandal. Rigathi Gachagua, he has issues, he has issues. Our akina Didi Nyoro, he is the biggest shareholder wa KPLC. Ile KPLC imekuwa ikituletea mashida saa zingine mabiru atuelewi. So all those people, they are beneficiaries of problems in Kenya. So history ya UDA trying to create to build a very clean environment that wao ndio watu wako na timu mzuri, I do not understand it. If we have to prosecute corruption, I think we have so many people who we can be able to prosecute. And I think Uhuru still enjoys immunity, and I do not see any value of prosecuting somebody who will be on retire. So mimi hiyo tu ndio ile kitu ningetaka kusema hapo. I do not see any value. Sorry?
It's okay. Malizia tafadhali.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying I do not see any value of prosecuting somebody who is going on retire. We have so many corruption scandals in Kenya, and this is just a way of hiding and changing the target. So ile kitu akina Wetangula wanafanya, wanajiondolea ni kama kurusha makaa on the other side. We know they have stolen, and they are the people who we will be running to. Raila akishinda, these are the people we should be jailing all of them. Kwanza watu wote, even some of them hata wakishinda UMP, wanafaa wakuwe prosecuted, they relinquish their positions, and they go and prove their cleanliness. So we need a clean government, and I hope Azimio can be able to give us that clean government. So I want them to tell us the scandals which Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta has been involved in, and so far they have not said any. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiru. And yes, Alex?
Mr. Njiru, ndugu Njiru yuko? Njiru, I hope you are listening. Njiru yuko?
Yeah, I hear.
From your in a nutshell, nataka tu ujibu haraka usipige story nyingi. From the celebrations ambayo uliona from the Jubilee side, not the Jubilee side, from the UDA and Kenya Kwanza, and all their speeches, don't you think it's a confirmation that first and foremost what was said in Moses Kuria's homecoming, I don't want to say it openly, and what was also said about the impeachment, and what was said about sabotaging the president, don't you think it's a confirmation that these people truly never loved the president?
Okay, wacha nikujibu haraka. So to me, ile kitu nimeweza kurana hapa is ya kwamba Mr. Ruto and his brigade, they will run a hate campaign all through. So they will try to isolate people in terms of hating, and don't expect your rhetoric on the president and Raila Odinga to reduce. They will continue now building that hate. Sababu hiyo hate wamemanage kuibuild huko pande ya Mount Kenya, and they think that it is giving traction into their campaign. So hii tu story ya the way they are doing hiyo tu hate ndio tu wataendelea kuongeza, and it is something which they know that it is boiling voters there. So that is what they are going to do. So they are just playing in their card.
Njiru, on the president, not on the larger view, I'm asking on the president. Do you think that the president is safe and the family, the Kenyatta family, in the leadership of William Samoei Ruto? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course it can't be safe because already washaoneshana their intention, and I think their agenda wanataka pia kupokonya hiyo mashamba yake. That is what I think, and that is what people are being told, that some things will be confiscated from them. So I think it's a revenge mission, and I hope Kenyans can be able to understand that. Na in case Uhuru Kenyatta atapokonywa vitu, pia watu wengine wanaweza pokonywa, because I believe it doesn't matter whether you own 200,000 acres of land or you own 20 acres of land. Inaweza kuwa whatever they are saying, they might go in Rift Valley, they might go in Trans Nzoia na wapokonye watu mashamba. That is what they are saying. It's not about Uhuru. Kuna watu wanataka kupokonywa mashamba.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I bring in the ladies, I would just want to say
Naona
this.
Chiko anainua mkono.
I would want to help Njiru.
The burden, ngoja kwanza, the burden of proof on corruption in this campaign has been lying on the side of UDA. So UDA are trying to share it so that they equalize it. Then they will come up with this: everybody's corrupt, so we should accept corruption. We shouldn't use it as a factor of determining who is fit to be president in 2022. So all the script they are playing, the Weta, the Mudavadi, the Rigade, and all that, they want to paint the Azimio side to be as corrupt as they have been accused to be corrupt, and then they balance the vengefulness of DP and his threats. It is counterproductive on their side. You don't threaten people, and when you tell them when you get in power, you're going to jail them, you're going to do this, and those people are already in power. You are saying when you get in power, I will let you get into that power. I think these people are, their wisdom has been turned into foolishness, to say the least. Yes, Shiko.
To add on, maybe what Alex ameuliza about the Kenyatta's family and to be specific, Uhuru Kenyatta. Alex, machungu ya watu wenye the Jubilee MPs, those who are in Kenya Kwanza right at the moment, kina Ndende Nyoro, those na kina Moses Kuria. The issue with Uhuru Kenyatta is because he's the kingpin. If Uhuru said ama the elders wenye walikuwa State House leo waseme na Uhuru yenyewe aseme now let Moses Kuria ama let Ndende Nyoro ama Kimani Ichung'wah be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, that is what they wanted. They wanted him to drop that tag. And now, because he's still the Mount Kenya, still the kingpin of Mount Kenya, they don't have something to negotiate with. If Uhuru Kenyatta was not the kingpin, now the kingpin wa Mount Kenya, those guys would not be following Ruto. Sai wangesha kuwa imetoka. Now they could be selling fear to Ruto and telling him now, this is mimi ndio ninasema Mount Kenya, mimi tukiwa na hawa. Now they would be negotiating. Wanasema mimi ndio kingpin. Kama Moses Kuria, if Uhuru dropped that tag and gave it to Moses Kuria now to be the kingpin, if now the elders would say like Nani is the kingpin, they won't be having an issue with Uhuru Kenyatta. So the issue with Uhuru Kenyatta is not even the president. It's not even Raila. Raila is not the issue here. The issue is the kingpin tag. And now they are not going to accept that.
Yeah, that's clear, Chico. Mama Selina?
Bernard, hii mambo mumeongea leo ni masito na ni mafupi. Nataka kwenda kidogo kwa Ephanis Kidero. wakati alikuwa gavana ya Nairobi.
Mama, ongeza sauti.
Okay, wakati alikuwa gavana Nairobi na kulikuwa show. Mnakumbuka baba alimpatia kiti, but aliwacha baba na akaenda akakaribisha Uhuru, and people were wondering this is the governor ya ODM. Hiyo ni kwanza alipoteza imani kwa baba. Tukuje mambo ya Central ya King Bean na vile watu wamedanganywa. I'm wondering ya kwamba hao watu wanasemekana wamedanganywa, wanatusiwa. Central peke yake ndio kuna vijana maskini, kwa sababu kwa nini wasiuse hii mambo kwa kila mahali? We have people kwa Kenya mzima. Yes, but the problem, Shiko, can you talk a little bit? Peana kidogo.
Sasa Alex, nilikuwa nimeona umeinua mkono.
Yeah. Shiko, unajua wacha nikupe example mbili. Wacha nisimamisha gari niongee nao. Unapoona example mbili na nitakupa. Uliona Moses Kajwang wakiongea na Susan Kihika, hata kama they are on a different level. At some point Kihika angemsifu Kajwang kuwa hata ulikuwa unakuja na notebook. Yani ni tofauti ya kisiasa. Na juzi tuliona tu hivyo katika Madam Chege wakiongea na yule madam wa Eldoret. Unaona tofauti ya kisiasa, lakini kuna mahali wanafikia wanasema mwanamke akipewa deputy president tutafurahia. Lakini unapoona leaders wa Mount Kenya wakiongea juu ya uhuru, inakaa kwamba imetoka kisiasa imeenda utu, ambapo wangekutana kwa kona mbaya watamuua, watamsaliti na watamaliza ukoo yake yote. Kwa nini? Hiyo ndo inanisumbua. It's not about the kingpin anymore. It is beyond.
Kwa kina Moses Kuria ni mambo ya kingpin. Ni kingpin na also this thing about Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, they said like Uhuru Kenyatta betrayed them when he did the handshake with Raila. And now these people wamekuwa wakijua hawataki Raila. They are very tribal. Very tribal. Pia hiyo ya handshake, now they believe Raila is in the government, and also this thing about the kingpin issue na kukua ati Raila alifanya Uhuru alifanya handshake. So I even fear for my president, even when like I would not feel safe ati Ruto ndiye akuwe president. How about Uhuru Kenyatta? They can even harm him. These people like hata sijui ni nini wamepewa, they hate, wako na machungu na Uhuru Kenyatta, like you had said nani Alex, beyond ile yenye mnakosana na mtu juu ya politics, it's beyond that.
Shiko, niongezeka kitu. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka pia kusema about Mount Kenya kidogo.
Okay, please let's mind our language, number one. Okay. Number two, let's be factual, please.
Okay,
dakika moja. Point moja milele.
Okay, dakika moja tu. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kusema about Mount Kenya. Unajua mimi kuna kitu nimeona. Unaona, this one is the degradation of character, by the way. Na mimi siwezi tetea watu wetu. Unaona, in Mount Kenya we are among wale watu ambao wanaachana na kacha yao zaidi sana. Tunatusiana, tunatusi hata wazee. To me it amounts to disrespect, and our people are degrading on character, and you can now see that kutoka kwa viongozi wetu. So mimi to me kitu naona we have go back growing as a community. Where are we failing? Because hiyo tu ni kuonekana as a structure yetu as a community, it is crumbling. That's what I can tell you. This one is not something else, because whatever we are doing cannot be done in Nyanza, ifanyiki Ukambani. Hii kitu ndio unaona, yani umang'aa mingi tu iko hapo tu Central. It is about character na watu kukua na umang'aa, na ndio unaona sasa hata saa zingine unakuta vijana wanaibaiba hapo sana. I don't know, there is a problem. Our culture is degrading, and until we recheck our culture, we are going down the hill. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Okay, Martin?
Ndio maana ni
ngoja Alex Martin.
Mimi nataka kuuliza Shiko na huyo jamaa ametoka kuongea hapo hivyo, sioni vizuri hapo, but niwaulize Mount Kenya iko wapi?
Mount Kenya is believed to be from all the 10 counties mostly. That is Muranga, kupanda all the way mpaka Meru na hii pande ingine ya Laikipia.
Mount Kenya iko country gani?
Mount Kenya is in Kenya.
Na Kenya iko na tribes ngapi?
We are 42, 43.
Na sasa hii vita yote tunashinda tukiongea kingpins of Mount Kenya, nini Mount Kenya. Ni nini? Unajua there's something tuliponea sana last election when we had a problem. There's a time kulikuwa kumeanza kuchorwa maps. Na watu walikuwa wameanza kusema unajua to divide the country. Na ukiangalia hizo maps, if you can go back to your, I mean they're all everywhere in the internet. Ukiangalia ilikuwa imeanza kuletwa hiyo side like Mount Kenya pia there's a time watu walikuwa wamesema tufunge basi hii kwa hiyo country, ukitaka kuja mahali pengine unakuwa na passport na nini. Basically the reason nimeuliza hiyo maswali is because I think at this point we need to stop talking about Mount Kenya. We talk about Kisii, we talk about Machakos, or tufanye ile kitu nani alifanyanga ule watu wa Tanzania, tuache kuongea about sijui nini Mount Kenya. I mean we cannot have one region either Ukambani or place ingine kila siku Mount Kenya. Even though hata hiyo kura yote tukafunga tuweke kwa side moja na country ingine ishike yote ingine, bado ingine itashinda. So what I'm trying to say is that I think there's so much concentration on Mount Kenya, but I understand that. Why? Is because since independence, everything is circled through Mount Kenya. And sometimes Mount Kenya is felt like it's just the only place that can misbehave or can do this, and without them, umeshikiliwa koo. You can't do anything without Mount Kenya. I think we now need to start thinking we are Kenyans. In fact, mimi wanasema hata hiyo kiti inafaa kutoka anywhere close to Bantus yende huko mbali, so that people start feeling themselves as they are Kenyans in it. So hii kitu ya Mount Kenya, I don't know, myself, I'm a Kamba, but niko na damu ya Kikuyu kidogo with a distance mbali. But then I feel like this Mount Kenya has become such a big thing that we need to stop talking about Mount Kenya and talk about Kenya in general, because we are all Kenyans, regardless where you come from.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Martin, you have a point, but we will not sort out the problem of Kenya without
Bernard umefreeze.
My network will surge, but I think I'm back. I'm saying if your leg is paining and you concentrate on the hand, the concentration on the hand will not stop the pain of your leg. There is something wrong with the mountain at this point in time, and it's not perpetual. The politics you have had in this country has revolved around the mountain, yes, but it has never been to this level of even during Mongiki, we did not have this level of disrespect and disregard of order. Okay, the height at which we have disregard of order, especially from the mountain, where people are telling off the president, they are telling off the elders, and they have resorted to politics of insult. That is not normal. There is an evil spirit on the loose that needs to be arrested. We can't pretend, okay? We can't pretend. And this has been brought about by misguided information. So at where the more we pretend and call it normal, the more we let the problem thrive. Let what the president said in Sagana 3, okay? Wazazi waache kuogopa watoto wao. Call your young people to order. It's your responsibility to provide leadership. His story ya kuacha watoto na there is a statement I read. He said the Bible says children obey your parents. He said, but today the greatest, he said the surprising thing, you will see how quick parents obey their children. How quick parents obey their children. Now, that is where the mess is. When parents begin to obey their children, that is out of order. So the president is right. Elders should go back to their position, call these young people to order, or excommunicate them. Let's not pretend. We let this thing thrive is going to land this country into uncontrollable anarchy. And the anarchists are the ones thriving on it. They want to plant discord everywhere and then look for an excuse. When you call them to order, wanasema even Raila Odinga said it, even ODM said it, even so and so said it. When a family is crumbling, it begins by doing away with the foundational basic relationship where honor is not upheld. The moment that is taken away, the crumbling is inevitably kicks in and it continues. So let us not pretend. The mountain has to be arranged properly, or else when the volcano begins, it all rolls down and there will be nothing to be saved. And for that to happen, the president is doing the right thing. The elders are doing the right thing. Let us not support rebellion. Rebellion is as worse as the sin of witchcraft. The greatest level of witchcraft is rebellion. And anybody sponsoring rebellion is a witch as well. So all these people should be called for what they are. Tusianze hapa kubatisa majina, sema hao ni viongozi wetu. Viongozi wa mlima wanajulikana. Vile watu wanafanyika viongozi kwa mlima inajulikana kihistoria na katika the people who have been alive. Mama Selina is here. We have senior citizens here. We know how leadership is attained in the mountain. How vijana are out of order and they must be called back to order. To pretend na kina Kabogo and the rest of the other leaders, they know it. They know it. They're just pretending. And for pretending, that makes them children. They should also be grouped together and be taught how to be elders and how you translate from one level to another. So tusijaribu kusema ati hao watu wameletewa pesa ya campaign. Sio pesa ya campaign, ni spirit mbaya imewaingia na inataka kuharibu hiyo that particular mountain place. From the issue of what is it called, parenting, okay, not parenting, single parents, okay. The issue of vijana huko hawawezi kuperform mpaka wamama wanaenda kudemonstrate. These things are pattern. If you look at the latest development of the things from the is a pattern that has just emerged towards the end of late 2000, and then now it is escalating. We should arrest it now. Thank you.
Transformer kukatwa.
Oh yes, all those things.
Martin, wewe hapana, mambo ya transformer hapana sema hiyo.
Okay, thank you. Let us look at it. That's why we are going to have a show that will address the mountain, I think later on today. Confirm that.
Bernard umesema watu kuna evil spirit. Mimi nimekuwa nikisema it's a cult, and I thank you for that. Kuna huku beyond evil spirit.
Cultism, behind cultism is spirit. There is a spirit of cultism. Ni kasumba kwa Kiswahili. Kasumba ambayo unaingizwa doctrine, na hiyo doctrine is backed up by an evil spirit that wants people to be anarchists. Mtoto akiitwa anaenda, kuja hapa, yeye anaenda huko, fanya hiki, ana protest and all that. Then it multiplies. When it multiplies, they now begin to make gangs, and those gangs is what now will evolve into the problem that Michuki had to deal with, the issue of Mongiki. So let's not play this thing. And I'm not talking that as a prophet or as I'm seeing in the spirit. I'm just talking that as a general analysis. The kind of misbehavior that the mountain is displaying is not normal. We should not take it lightly. Na watu wanataka kuchukia familia ya Kenyatta, kuchukia familia ya Oginga, kuchukia familia ya Moi. Chuki yenu haijaanza leo na haiwezi kumalizika kwa sababu fulani ako na kitu. Kama mtu ako na shamba, tafuta shamba yako au ukanunue. Hata kama alikunyang'anya shamba lako, enda kotini ukafight upokee hilo shamba. Lakini if you hate somebody and you ask another person to hate that person, that makes it two evils. You deal with your situation. It is not the Kenyatta family, the Moi family, or the Oginga family that has stopped you from being president or has stopped you from getting the land or getting the money. You can get the money if you want to. So hii story ya kutafuta mtu wa kublame mwachane nayo, na mwanasiasa anayekuja kukushawishi ati ni Kenyatta walichukua shamba, sijui ni nani alichukua mali, sijui nani amekaa na urais, sijui nani amezuia mwingine kufanya urais. Those are babies. Wachane nao. Let's not follow that. Yes, Mama Selina, nataka hiyo subject nataka tungatuka hapo. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Quickly, Mama Selina, and then Alex, and then she got
mambo ya shamba kwa familia ya Kenyatta, kwa familia ya Moi na kwa Jaramogi. Let me tell you, hakuna mtu ataenda Nyanza akuse Raila. Hakuna mtu ataenda Rift Valley akuse Moi, hata huyo Ruto akiambia watu. They cannot. Shida ya Central, vijana walikataa kuheshimu wasee. Ya pili, tumesikia kotini vile wameamua mambo, na tunasema katiba ya Kenya itakuja vizuri. Kuna shida moja Central imefanyika, na walisema pombe, vijana wamekataa kuoa, vijana wamekataa kufanya responsibility, vijana hata watu ya Central wenyewe wakikubali kuongea, wamehamia matown, wamewacha maduka, wameacha jamii kwa sababu vijana tena tatu. Ukichenga vijana anakwambia hiyo mawe umemwaka lori moja unilipe, ukiwa na kuku unilipe, ukiwa na masiwa unilipe. Na hii watu waliokopa imekuwa too much. Lakini chenye tunataka kuambia kama Kenya, wakidestroy Central na kuokopa ni wenyewe wanajidestroy. Ni ukweli isemwe. Ruto amepata taracha, Ruto amepata mteremuko. Mahali akisema left, wanasema left. Otherwise, wangekuwa wana mambo ya kusema, Ruto angeenda kucheza kwa Central, lakini amepata mteremuko. Lazima wasee wa Central waongee na waseme walikosa nini. Because Mombasa imenyamaza, Nyanza imenyamaza, Rift Valley imenyamaza, Ukambani imenyamaza, kwa Luyani imenyamaza. Ni nini mbaya na Central? Na hiyo kura wenye wako naye, unajua sasa shida wa Kenya walikubaliana tyranny of numbers, ya kwamba hakuna mtu mwingine ataongoza Kenya bila Central, na hiyo kitu ikakuwa imekaa kwa akili yao. They are now wondering. Ukisikia mtu anaimba Ruto 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 Ruto, mara ulituwaiti, aliwaiti watu ngapi? Wapige basi hiyo kura, wapigie Ruto waanguke, ndio waache kusumbua wa Kenya. Because today people are playing hawaoni Kenya mahali inaenda. Sahii Uhuru watapeleka baba, na baba ako na 50-50 kwa Central. Wale watu wako wasima. Kuna watu wanataka kusaidiwa, wametekwa nyara. Kuna watu wasima Central hawana say, na wanangoja wa Kenya kusaidia kuamua we want to say this. After this election, Uhuru Kenyatta kwanza anaishi Rift Valley. They can move. Hiyo Central ni nini? Alafu ya pili, utaingia shamba ya mtu namna gani na ako na title? Historical injustices imesemwa. Kenyatta walipata mashamba kwa uhalali, walinunua kwa wasungu. So kama hii watu wanataka kusema watanyang'anya na wasema wanakuja nyang'anya kwa Moi, watapita wapi? Unless watakiua wenyewe. I'm saying this. Uhuru amejaribu, analia, but I wish wangejua. Hii Wakenya yote wanatoa macho na kuangalia. Siku ile Raila alisimama na kusema hakuna mtu siwakumbuke hiyo maneno Raila alisema. No Brookside, no nini, no nini, no nini. Ilikuwaje Kenya? Na Wakenya walikuwa wanakawanya nchi. Watu ya Central wakae chini, waone hiyo ni uchinga. Kama wanataka kupigia Ruto wapigie, na hata anataka kuibi penalty kwa sababu nomination imeisha. Nje tusiendelee kupoteza wakati. Tafuta utuambie watu ya Jubilee wamepata viti ngapi yenye hawajachaguliwa lakini wako na ngapi? Chama ya Kabogo wako na ngapi? Chama ya Martha Karua wako na ngapi? Chama ya UDA hiyo wanapenda wamechukua viti ngapi Central? Hili tuone ametawala Central. We may be talking na watu ya Central wasima wamekipanga. So we want to know today. Hii Kiunjuri chama yake iko na watu ngapi? Wamenominate watu wangapi? Hili tukifanya hizo hisabu, kwa sababu Meru imenyamaza, wanaendelea na mambo yao, ili wakati tunapoongea tutajua. Sababu I'm sure hii vijana tunapika kelele, they don't have votes. Ni wale wanataka kukula tu. So wacha tujue Central, hii makura imeenda leo kwa sababu imefungwa. Tujue nominations imeenda ngapi, alafu tutafanya hisabu from there. Thank you.
So thank you Mama Selina. Before I bring Shiko, ningependa tu respond to Sospita. Sospita anasema amechoka. Kenya needs a young, vibrant leader. Who is younger than Uhuru Kenyatta? And Uhuru Kenyatta has been young and vibrant for 10 years. Na umechoka nae? I think you are contradicting yourself, number one. Number two, you're making an individual a problem when you are supposed to be a solution to that particular problem. So I don't get it. We are addressing a very serious matter here. When there are no more structures in the home will collapse no matter how much we use to hold it together. The moment the mountain loses its structure of leadership, it will cease to be. Don't play around thinking that you will follow your neighbors. You're those guys who say, let us kill our mother because our neighbor's mother will take care of us when our mother is dead. It doesn't work. If you really want to remain relevant as far as politics is concerned and Kenya leadership is concerned, you don't destroy your leaders to go and be led by an outsider. The outsider has no interest of you at heart. He's only looking for how to control you and mess you up eventually. Yes, Mato, what is it?
Bernard, you know me, I'm a very realistic person, and you know me. Mi nakuwaga mtu realistic. I'll say something na leo yenye niko about kusema, maybe kuna wengi watanikubaliana na mimi ama watakatana na mimi ama nitaumizwa ama nitatafutwa kule niko. Let's not lie to each other. Kama kuna mtu anajua Central vizuri, hakuna mtu ajui hii kitu niko about kusema. The problem with Central is that kuna kitu ilifanyika. Kuna kiapo ilikulwa. Na hiyo kiapo vile ilikulwa today, there's a problem. Because the problem is the new Central si kubaya. I mean, Kikuyu is good. The mother of my daughter is a Kikuyu. Si kubaya, the good people. Lakini kuna kakiapo kalikulwa mahali na vitu ziliekwa mahali. And that's the only tribe in Kenya ishaikula kiapo about something. But now what is happening is a generational change from the older people to the newer people like kina Shiko ama kina nani that really don't believe in that kiapo. So there's a contradiction there where the mothers wanted this and this one was done this. And by the way, nimekwambia nitakulwa, umeona mikono zenye zimefufuka. Saizi nitakulwa, nitaibiwa, but that's the truth. That's what is happening in Central.
You are saying is the only tribe that has taken oath. That one you are wrong. Oaths we have taken in almost all African community have their oaths in terms of their family values and their family way of dealing with issues. Story ya kiapo ya Mount Kenya, we broke. They said leadership will not cross River Chania, took a cross. Although it was a tragedy, some people have analyzed and said the reason why Kibaki had that accident was because it was imminent that he was going to be president, and those odds had not been dealt with, and so he was hit. But that was the price that was paid for that crossing over to take place. Now that's just people's analysis of the situation. But what I'm saying is, what you are suggesting to be generational transition cannot be the problem. The problem is a new generation has come in, but it has not been parented. Okay, we are dealing with a generation that has parented itself. It has not been parented by parents. Adults have not led them. They have led themselves. That's why they must be called back to order. Children don't lead community. Children are led. So the central elders need to call their young people to order and show them the way. Except they want to be exterminated. That is, those children are going to destroy themselves. It's just like you leave your daughter with the gas there na kiberiti, okay? Umwambie jisaidie, okay? The best she will do is destroy herself by setting herself on fire. So if the mountain will not call the young people to order and give them direction, it's not that the young people are going to win against the elders. The young people are going to self-destroy themselves, because itafika mahali they will have no that bargain yao your tyranny of number will no longer be existing. And now the new the Bible uses the phrase, the Pharaoh that knew no Joseph has ascended to power, and he has no regard of who was who where. That's when they will recall what their fathers told them. Our strength is in our unity. It's not in our individualism. Sahi, the preaching muko ni nini? You are individuals, you are independent. Ampangwingwi, fanyeni vile mnataka. Msiruhusu mtu awapange. They are dividing you small, so that when they are finished, wakianza kwa squeeze, you will have nobody to come to your defense. So, mountain people, you have a choice. Either to give away your strength and remain weak, or recover your strength and continue being strong. But don't unite against the rest of Kenya. Unite for the welfare of Kenya. Atupangwinkwi is not a Bible phrase. It is not a natural law phrase. It is a rebellious spirit that wants people to be the Lord of themselves. No man should be Lord of themselves. Everyone must be under authority for us to remain in authority. Shiko.
Nani Martin, ningetaka kukwambia the guys from Mount Kenya wenye sasa wako wanasema watupangwingwi. I will tell you one thing. If you give a hungry man food, definitely, kama hata hajui imepikwa aje atakula. So, you're dealing with a generation imekataa kufanya kazi, generation hawajasoma, hata mwenye amesoma alifika form 4 akaacha shule, hata hajaiendea KCSE results kujua alipata grade. That was it. Alikuwa anasomea mzazi. Haya, tena hana kazi. Okay? So, and there comes Rigathi Gachagua who tells you Uhuru Kenyatta ndiye amefanya the Kenyatta's family ndio wako na mashamba mingi, lakini ukiuliza mtu the Kenyatta's family wako na shamba wapi, haizi kwambia, but anaambiwa hivyo. So ni brainwash pia. Tena hawafanyi kazi. Rigathi anakuja na 200 anakupatia, si ndio? Anapewa 200 na anakuwa brainwashed. What do you expect from such a person who is like amengoja tu hata shule kusukuma? You are dealing with people wenye the majority are single mothers. Okay, I'm not trying to attack single mothers, but wengi ni wa single mothers. Watu wenye they've not had the fatherly love. Na unajua mtoto kwanza, hao vijana, mtoto wa kijana akikosa kukua na baba, what is likely to happen wakifika age ingine, hawasikii wazazi wao. So you are dealing with that generation, even their parents wenye wamewazaa, the mother cannot tell them go and do this because yeye anajisikia yeye ni mzima sana na hana baba. Yeye ndiye hana father figure, amekuwa hana father figure. Then these guys ni wenye nimekwambia, ashaambiwa na Ruto atapewa pesa, ni watu wenye they were just in school for the sake of it. That's it. So you are dealing with a very difficult generation. They call you today, they tell you, Shiko, I have this problem, can you send me some maybe 100 shillings? Ukimtumia, unajua hata ile kusema asante, if you give me 200 shillings, hata kama ni 50 bob, I will tell you thank you. But because now you are a family member, you don't even understand them, and they are your family member, some of them, you don't even understand them. Ukimtumia 100, hata hawezi sema asante, then they will call you another day and tell you, kindly can you give me 100 shillings? So there is such a generation yenye, even me personally, it's not that we are trying to favor Mount Kenya ama trying to show people that we are so much important, and that's why we want to vote for another person from another region. That's why I'm in Azimio. I'm not in Azimio because of Uhuru Kenyatta, okay? We want to break that thing. And now they feel, for them, they feel like now they have this, what we call, they have that power. Si washaambiwa wao they have numbers. Then you also have to know, hawa watu wenye wako kwa nini, the readers, wanawa brainwash na wanawaambia ni Uhuru Kenyatta anafanya. So you are dealing with a very difficult generation. They don't even know to say the least words, thank you, sorry, hata anakufanyia kitu. To finish on what ndio tuache hii story, let me tell you, I personally, I have cousins. If I want to do a project back into the village, and my cousin ana benefit kwa hiyo project, they have to charge me. Si hata yeye angoje umpatie just to appreciate them. You have to pay them. You send them somewhere, you have to pay them. You tell them to go take an ID because they don't have. You have to give them fare. Are you understanding the kind of people we are dealing with? Thank you. That's the kind of generation we are dealing with here in Mount Kenya. Even the birth certificate, hawana birth certificate. Akitaka kwenda Nyeri town kuchukua birth certificate, nani yake kitu inamsaidia, unamlipa, unampea fare aende achukue birth certificate. So you are dealing with a generation that even they don't care where you live, but they care on what you are giving them. Give them job, wambie waende wachimbue a pit latrine hata nyumbani na nicho wataenda. You have to pay. And they are doing nothing, they are jobless, but you have to pay. If you are not paying, and they will call you to ask you for money. I think now you've understood the kind of generation we are dealing with. And on top of that, now, a broken generation, and on top of that, they are being brainwashed that Uhuru Kenyatta and the Kenyatta's family is the source of their predicament. So what do you expect from such a person? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shiko. I think this is a grave subject that we may need to dedicate more time on it, but I want us to make progress. Alex, what is
I want to say something. I want to say something
Ngoja Mama Selina, we are coming to you before we go to Angira. Alex?
Yeah, I wanted to say two things quickly. First, I will address Martin. Martin, one thing you need to know is that even in the US, a democracy that has lasted almost 300 years, Iowa caucus, New Hampshire caucus are always the first. In that, every country has its firstborn. We like it, we hate it. Kikuyus are our firstborn. even though they behave badly sometimes with entitlement, they are our firstborn son, and we can't deal away with them, unfortunately. So we must tell them to know that when they behave right, the country goes right. When they behave wrong, they set a wrong precedent. We can't live without those brothers. Even with the cessation, we were going to suffer. Now, I want to address Shikon and Jiru. In the Bible, when Judas betrayed Jesus Christ with a kiss, his money was rejected everywhere. The only thing it could have done is to buy places to be buried. And that is happening in Kenya. The money for Ruto could only buy Musalia Mudavadi. But anybody who ate that money, there has been consequences. And take it to the bank and see. Kabogo, a man who was right in his mind, has eaten that money. And I saw him, and I'm sorry, Bernard, to say that. He was jumping like a he-goat on heat, both in noises and mobility. Alikuwa na ruka like a he-goat on heat without wondering. Pesa ya makaburi ni mbaya. Munachigoroga hadi wengine wako Dubai wagonjwa. Wengine wako haja. Alice Wahome can't make any sense. You people of Mount Kenya lazima mtafanya kafara. Hii maneno mlikuwa mnatuambia hata oath. Mutaiweka kando. Mutafanya kafara, muoshe your leaders, because whoever that ate the money that was to betray your Mudamaki, we are seeing it. Nobody needs to tell us openly in podiums. What was Kabogo doing with all his money? Because he's betrayed the cause. Na nyinyi wote mtakuwa hivyo. Enda mkue na kafara bwana.
Mama Selina, kwa haraka tafadhali.
Asante Kenneth. Nilikuwa nataka niambie Shiko. Yes, watu wengi wamelaumu single mothers ama single parents. Lakini tuko na tabia watu inaitwa nini hiyo, watu mbili. They are single mothers who are responsible with their families and their children. There are these single mothers that wenyewe pia wamepotea. Wale wanakuwa town, wale wanafanya vitu mbaya, wamesaa watoto hata wajui hiyo watoto iko namna gani. And then kama umesaa watoto wanakuwa chokora, ama umesaa watoto hujawafunza, na wewe ni msasi mama, na sasa watoto wamekushinda kwa sababu hata wewe unafanya hiyo tabia. So I think kuna shida moja. Ukiangalia Kenya mzima, kuna hii shida ya wamama kukua na watoto, lakini unajua kuna kabila, tuseme kama Kalenjin community for example, mtu akiwa single mother, aliolewa labda bwana akarudi nyumbani ama akafanya nini ama hajaolewa, huwezi kuta mtu wako na watoto na jamii yake wamemtupa. Yeye na watoto yake anachungwa na mandugu zake, na hiyo watoto jamii inawachunga. So kuna shida central ile wasipochunga imeenda beyond, na ndio unasikia hii mambo Muma, unasikia vile Kaboko mtu tajiri anaruka anasimama. Yani ile uoga wamewekwa. Ile kitu inatakikana tujaribu kusaidiana, tuongee, lakini after election, kwa sababu baba atapita, inatakikana hawa watamaki au wase wakalishwe chini. Kumbuka ile maneno walikuja kufanya Uhuru Park, siku wenye walikuwa na tusi Raila, wakichinja, wakifanya matapau, wakifanya dhambi. Kuna vitu watu wamefanya mingi sana, na saa zingine wanafanya, tulisema usichimbe kaburi mrefu ama shimo mrefu ukifikiria mtoto ya jirani ataingia. And that is what is inawakula watu ya Central. Walichimba shimo wakafikiria mtoto ya jirani anaingia, sasa ni wenyewe wanaingia hiyo na watoto yao. we need baba akichukua serikali Central, watu wanataka kurudi wakalishwe chini, waambiwe na wakae kama Wakenya wengine, kwa sababu hiyo nyumba yao imefunguliwa bedroom, hakuna kitu itafanya. Ya pili, hii wanaume pia, unajua sidhani kama kuna mtu anaweza peleka wanaita nini hiyo uchawi putu ama hizo vitu. Huwezi peleka Western kwa sababu jamii ya Western wamejifunga. Huwezi peleka kwa Wakalenjin. Central tu wamekataa kukubali ya kwamba kuna laana. Unasikia watu hii viongozi wanakimbia Nigeria wanalete hii vitu wamelete. I'm telling you these leaders. Watu wameenda wamekoroka na wamejua mahali ya kutubia, kwa sababu hata Biblia inasema hivi. Hata wewe pastor saa ile unafukuza pepo kanisani, inasemekana unatoa Wakristo wako waende kando, kwa sababu kuna wengine wako empty, hawajui kujikinga. Kwa hivyo hiyo mashetani ikiingia inaingia hawa. It is that Central. Watu wanaenda wanakoroka maneno wanapeleka, inawapata kwa sababu hawezi kujikinga. Na kuna jamii wako na akili. Kuna jamii wakiona watoto vijana wametembea barabarani wanaitwa wanakalishwa chini. But Central imekuwa ngumu, na ile kitu inatakikana tena ni kwamba kama umeshindwa na watoto yako lazima uite majirani wakusaidie. So we are saying after election, kama Central wanataka kupona, wakuwe namba moja, wafanye biashara vile walikuwa. Wacheni Ruto achukue hizo manyumba yenu yote ya Nairobi, mumechukua yote, itakuwa saki. Atachukua bure, nyinyi mtapaki. Samani wa Kalenjin, wacha niseme hiyo story na mnisamee. Sisi samani tulikuwa tunaenda huko Western kuleta watu wakuje watulumie mashamba. But nowadays, Wakalenjin waliisha mpaka ile sasa sisi ndio tunaenda kufanyia kazi Waluya. Na samani walikuwa natufanyia Pokot, sijui wapi, Wanandi especially. Waliruti hiyo utajiri penalty iliisha, mpaka sasa imependuka. Na hiyo ndio inaenda kufanyika kwa Central. Walikuwa wenye biashara. Saa hizo biashara imeisha, walijua ile ya wizi, ndio wanalia Uhuru sijui Kikomba sijui nini, kwa sababu walikuwa napata pesa ya bure. So watu wasipochunga na midomo hii ya kwamba unalaani. Mama Ngina alitoa Wakikuyu na Kenyatta. Kwanza hiyo mama ni sawati, hakukuwa rika ya Kenyatta, ni mtoto ya chief. Paramount chief ilikuwa ya Kikuyu, alitolewa msichana virgin aende achunge Kenyatta, na sahii wanamuita hakuna kitu wamuiti. Hiyo si laana penalty? Huyu mama angeolewa na kijana mwenzake, lakini alitolewa na wasee, si kwa mapenzi yake ndio asimamishe hiyo nchi. Bibi ya Teta Kimati ndio hiyo anahangaika, ni Raila anamsaidianga, anaishi street Nairobi. Hawa Wakikuyu matajiri wako na mashamba na wanaongea. Kuna vitu zingine lazima wakae chini na wajue. Otherwise, nataka kuachia watu wengine, lakini watu wasaidiane. Mahali mumefika. Lakini ninafurahi nimeona Kanini Keka, na ndio nilikuwa nataka utuambie, kwa sababu pia nimeona akiwa na vijana wengi sana na wamerudi Jubilee. Kwa hivyo wale wachache wamepotea, wamekunywa pombe, wale unasikia mtu badala ya kulala kwa kitanda jioni ndiye analala chini. Those are the people. Na sidhani kama wako na kura, lakini kutoka nje watatoka. So najua wale watu wasima watapiga kura na Central itasimama. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. And it's like we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Mount Kenya show is tomorrow. I think we'll begin early for like 2-3 hours. Then we continue with the rest of the programming. But that is subject confirmation with Themba. I just wanted to call attention to Nini before Nilete Wangira. There is a scripture I've quoted, Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 28. Proverbs 22:28. It says, remove not the ancient landmark which thy fathers have set. According to what Mama Selina has explained, it makes the picture look very, very, very clearly. At when we were growing up, if our like you get your big sister will get pregnant when she's in school, the child will be adopted and be made part of the family, will not be left on her own to raise her. We, the uncles, we are the ones to initiate them and make sure that they grow up as men. They never grew up in isolation and they never fell as away from the family. In fact, they were identified with our family until they are grown and they are taken back to their fathers if their fathers will come to claim them. We don't see that fabric playing the same pattern this other part of the world. And so this wildness and this lawlessness is as a result of the breaking down of the family fabric, which is an important aspect. Kuna hii story, before I bring Wangira, kuna hii story nilisoma about a national park in South Africa that was housing elephants. And then they did an experiment. They took all the mature male elephants, wote wakawa transport wakapeleka Zimbabwe. Then they left the mothers and the children. The mothers and the children, mother elephant and mother and the children. And the park became uncontrollable. The wardens could not control anything. There were fights all day and everything was chaotic. And then it was an experiment. So when they could not control the park, they just went to Zimbabwe and brought one mature male elephant. And the day that male elephant stepped in the park, everything went back to order. Chaos ceased in the park. There is a place for leadership that makes the family function. If we disregard that headship that God ordained and think we can do without it, that is when we plunge ourselves into these problems. We must go back to honoring our fathers, respecting our elders, and living in our order. Kila mtu akip rank yake. Kama mtu amekuzidi, mrespect. It helps you. It does not help the elder. It helps you grow up and be safe. Because if you are undercover, you are protected. If you expose yourself, you will be cut. Enough sermon for today. Bwana Wangira, you say you want to make your final submission. Please do so that we bring in Mr. Kamau has arrived. And then as we wait for Themba to arrive.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bernard. Let me just make my final submissions. And my final submissions will be on this man, Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru Kenyatta seems to be the subject here, the subject of the push and pull that we are seeing in this country. To me, I want to term this man called Uhuru Kenyatta as a great man and a great president. Because, especially his second term was an extraordinary second term. You know where we came from, especially after the disputed 2017 general election. And it takes a great man to go against the grains. I want to compare Uhuru Kenyatta to the great American president called Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln was president in the United States of America at a very difficult time. You remember when he issued what is called the Emancipation Proclamation on 1st January 1863, that enabled the release of more than 4 million slaves. Many people did not support Lincoln. When Lincoln decided to go to war in what is famously called the Great American Civil War, many people thought it was his own personal agenda. But this was a guy who was interested to see a united America. So, in trying to compare President Uhuru Kenyatta to this gentleman called Abraham Lincoln, Uhuru Kenyatta has identified our Kenyan history because he knows where we have come from as a country since 1963. Then, especially in his second term, this is a gentleman who has tried to deal with our ambiguities, and he has also tried to safeguard our nationhood as a country. And perhaps that's why, together with Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, they came up with the BBI, which translated to the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. But just like Abraham Lincoln, Uhuru Kenyatta, has also gotten his share of enemies because of taking a particular position. You remember when Abraham Lincoln released around 4 million slaves in 1863. Not many Americans, especially those who were enjoying the status quo of owning slaves, not many of them really liked that particular position by Abraham Lincoln. So there are people who have really enjoyed this division, especially between the Kikuyus and Luos. To them, that has been an advantage. That's how they have made their political career. That's how they have made their name. So, if now Uhuru Kenyatta tries to go against the grain, and he tries to unify the Kikuyus and the Luos, you see, not many people now, not many of those guys who have benefited from this division between these two communities are happy. And that's why, I was following, when I just went over a bit and I went to Moses Kuria's wall on Facebook. And, he was blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for what transpired today. And he was saying that the loss of the 1 shilling, the loss of the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote must be blamed on Uhuru Kenyatta. And because of that, members of his communities are likely to suffer for the next 30 years. He does not see himself as one of the cause of these problems because he went to the ground and incited his own people. If you look at it's Moses Kuria, among other local leaders in Mount Kenya, who incited their own people against Uhuru Kenyatta just because he was trying to bridge the gap between the Luos and the Kikuyus. And you see, because of now the incitement that they caused among their own people, they are losing out. They have now lost the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. And to convince the rest of Kenya to come back to the census and to support them on that particular aspect, it might not be very, very easy. So, to me, Uhuru Kenyatta might be appreciated only in history, but in the present day today, as we start, not many Kenyans, especially those from his community, are seeing the essence of what he's doing. But perhaps 5 or 6 years after he has left office, they will start seeing the real essence on why he was pro BBI and he was pro the Constitution of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. Perhaps this might take Uhuru Kenyatta could decide just because of goodwill when he leaves office. Perhaps he could decide that because he's now a private citizen, now to push that particular idea as a private citizen to ensure that his people perhaps gain the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. But perhaps if he does not do that here, I see them losing out. And just like many Americans who blamed Lincoln and later came to appreciate him, I see many Kikuyus in another 5 to 10 years appreciating Uhuru Kenyatta and saying that Uhuru Kenyatta was the greatest president they ever saw and the greatest son they ever produced. Let me leave it at that, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Angira.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira.
Alex, what is it?
No, I want to tell Wangira thank you. And I wish I would buy him a book called Team of Rivals by Abraham Lincoln. And he will understand why Raila has always been great. He takes his rivals, work with them, and produce the best team. And I think that is what Uhuru just did. That is what Obama did. And any great leader has known how to work with his team leaders. I wish Themba could know how to do that when you go. He doesn't know how to do that.
Alex and Trouble. Trouble and Alex. Alex will get him another name called Mr. Trouble. Yes, Martin.
I want to add to what Alex said.
Yes.
You know, there's actually this has happened just this year after Biden was elected president. The echo.
It's my mic. Sawa. Endelea.
Oh yeah. You know, when Biden came in, they say they started talking about Clinton. Clinton used to have his enemies in the Congress, but then they're saying that, and they've said it, that Clinton, you would argue with him in the Congress and, you know, don't give him anything and everything and block everything that he says. But then the next day as a congressman, you will be somewhere playing some golf. And then the next day you're passing the same bill with the other person. So I wanted to add to put that on Alex's thing, because as a leader, you need to know how to bring your people together. I mean, bring people together, even your enemies, because bring your enemy closer and then you will progress well.
Hey, thank you, and I hope there are no enemies here we are bringing closer. Azimio la umoja ni kumaliza uhasama ili tuwe ndugu na tuishi kwa umoja. Arranging enemies together only is not enough. We must end enmity. Now I'm sounding like a pastor. Na ningependa tu kuanza kumalizia hapo. Themba, confirm. Are we doing the facing the mountain tomorrow from 8 in the morning? I mean 8.
Yeah, the poster should be out by the time guys wake up. Julia is ready. I think I should. There's an echo on the side.
Sorry.
The poster should be ready. Julia is ready. I think Shiko is here. She can confirm her availability. Njiru is here. Who else was it? Rose. And Stone PK is here as the moderator. He should be confirming his availability so that we have them on point. I don't know if what time do you want it to start?
Facing Mount Kenya should start earlier. We give it an hour early so that it can eat into this other hour. Then we'll have our hours without interference.
Or do you want it to proceed on without when this one is going on? Or you can create two whatever so that they can go on until they are good enough.
It is possible, but for us to have a single audience and address that matter conclusively, we should be able to harness everybody to be in that particular focus.
Fair enough. So the poster should just be facing Mount Kenya. Is that what you say?
Yeah, facing Mount Kenya is okay. Facing Mount Kenya, we start from 8. Okay, the show should begin at 8. And we'll face the mountain until maybe after 11. So we will now open the other topics to come in, and then we proceed on.
Can you
confirm the time in AM Kenyan time, please?
It is East African time, yes.
8
or 8:30. What do you prefer? The Mountaineers people.
I'm asking 8 AM.
Not 8
a.m. We are talking 8 p.m. just before our show. This show begins at 9:30. Okay. The open forum show, the one we are in right now, begins at 9:30. Now we want to start early so that the first thing we'll be doing is facing Mount Kenya. We do that special dedication to the mountain, which will be addressed both in Kikuyu, Swahili, and every other language that the mountain can understand. And then from there, we'll just now slip into the normal show like this other particular show. We can either end that for the mountain, then begin this one, or just continue. So, yes, Martin.
Hold on, Martin.
So we're starting.
Hold on, Martin. Bernard, if you can mute a little bit. Stone PK. Stone, as a moderator, you see he's supposed to confirm his availability.
I will reach him. I will reach him personally. Don't worry about that. We'll arrange that daybreak. Eh?
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll get to him personally. Then we arrange that. I think he has resurrected. Stony PK.
And then Bernard, mtulete ile tuone parties ya Central wameenda namna gani, ndio wakiongea tunajua Jubilee wako na candidates ngapi, chama hisi ingine, ndio wakati ndio tujue what is going on actually in Central. Naona
story aspirants. Right now we may not have an accurate record until all the nominations are done, but I think we'll get a summary of it. We'll see what to do. Stony PK, are you there? Okay, he seemed held up. I will deal with that, Mr. Temba. Let's just proceed with the show. Mr. Kamau has not spoken. He's the only one.
Hold on. But in his absence, I think even Jiro can moderate if he's available.
I will personally be there. There's no problem. I may only need somebody to help me with the interpretation, because those who want to address the mountain in Kikuyu language. But the other matters, I'll be here to do back office and back office and everything else. Tukubaliane tu show itaanza 1 hour earlier, so that we dedicate 2 to 3 hours to facing the mountain. Then thereafter we'll cut and then get back to our normal debate. Of course, we'll be discussing how Baba is received at the chairman of the men's funeral and his address after the BBI.
Mimi nitakuwa coffee.
Utakuwa?
Niko na coffee. Coffee date.
Na sasa kahawa niletewe kahawa mingi ndio nikunywe, kwa sababu nitakuwa yes
mimi
Martin.
Mwenyewe niko na coffee date ndio nasema.
Coffee date. Hey, cancel it.
We,
For the sake of the
mmenikata alafu mtanirudisha.
Push it on Sunday. Coffee date.
Mimi nilikuwa nasema nilikuwa nauliza kesho itaanza 1 hour earlier.
Yes, that's a special program facing Mount Kenya. Want to address the Mount Kenya and the Mount Kenya issues with the young people and their mindset and their brainwashed and all that for 2 to 3 hours. Thereafter, we'll cut that show and then now get back to this one as usual.
Alafu kama hamna moderator, simweke Shiko kakona some good vibes. Mwambie kwe moderator for that 1 hour.
Yes, na anasema ako na coffee date. So tunataka
you want me to fight people here? Na niko na coffee date.
You are the most resource person on this matter. So if you are not there, we should even cancel the show.
Mimi ndiye mulitaka tuwe na hiyo Shiro. Mulikuwa mnasema ndiye mnataka. So ukienda coffee date, nani anakuja ku address issues ya Central? Second, tunataka
Mama Serina, hutaki kuitwa grandmother?
Uwezi kuwa grandmother saa ile dunia imeharibika. Wewe unataka kuongeza na tujatengeneza nchi. So lazima ukuje kwanza utetee, uambie vijana wakae sawa.
Ndio walipe hiyo coffee. Wewe naona inaonekana wewe ndio unaenda kulipa hiyo coffee, na hiyo ni makosa. Hii story ya wanaume kulipiwa bill, hiyo ndio inaanza kuharibu familia. Men are supposed to pay bill. Ninyi
wanaitwa
womanita kununulia watu nguo na kuwapembeleza.
Wanaitwa womanita.
Bernard,
Yes.
mwambie wanataka equal gender equality, na wanataka wanawake wakuwe pale, na kila siku wewe unachaga confidence zako, unakuja hapa na Themba anaacha anakuja. Mwambie kesho tunataka equal gender equality as a moderator wa hiyo time ya Central, to have a female moderator on this one, because we want to push them into leadership. Mwambie we don't need a male moderator tomorrow, we need a female moderator from the community tomorrow. Kofi zitakuja baadaye.
Ujumbe
You want
ushafika.
me to remain single na kwetu wameachwa watu wa UDA
Chiko, thank you. Chiko, you know the right thing to do. Thank you very much, and I'm sure you will do the right thing. So let's have our meeting facing the mountain, 8 o'clock East African time to 10 or 11 o'clock. Then from there we proceed with our open forum. Mr. Themba, you can make yes.
Kabla hujaenda, watu ya UDA walikuja wengi sana. Walienda wapi tena? Walienda kupeleka ripoti ya kwamba mambo ni moto. Wametoroka wote.
Unajua jana tuliwapatia ride. They had a very smooth ride, so I don't know, but you know
what happened.
What we order. That is the qualification. Sawa, thank you. You know what we do here, as we do this thing for the love of the country, for the love of the people. It's not for any payment. Nobody watches us or we watch. We just love to do what we are doing. But if somebody now send you to come and spy, you will not even sit here for 2 hours. Utachoka kwa sababu hauko hapo kwa sababu unataka, uko hapo umeulizwa kukuja. So that's why they run out of steam. But our own steam cannot end. We'll be here after the 10th, even the 12th. Hiyo serikali tutapangia hapa, cabinet tutachagulia hapa. Hii serikali Azimio inapangiwa hapa. Na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. So we don't blame them. Wakirudi, we work with them. If they don't, well and good. Yes, so nataka Themba. So unajua nikienda hutaruhusiwa kuongea. Naomba uongee saa hii kama niko hapa.
Okay, dakika okay, you can mute. Alex, tunapigania nini my brother? Nigonge tu.
Kisii politics. Leo nimefundishwa Kikisii, nimekisikia mpaka nikakielewa bila kukijua.
But it's okay. Unaweza nigonga tu Alex. Maybe it's your therapy. Unajua kuna mtu anakuwa na therapy session ku project kwa mtu, so inaitwa displacement. Yeah. Now,
Themba inasemanga kwetu, inasemanga mimba imekataa baba. So when mama is pregnant, she can blames everything on the pregnant.
No, but I'm good. I can take it. I've been in these streets long enough, so I've been hardened. I've been in the trenches. Acha niseme kama vile Martha Karua alipoongea juu ya Raila, alisema we have been with this comrade in the trenches. So I've been in these streets long enough. Now I want to now today nimepata Wangira. I think I'll just make a brief point and then I highlight on Wangira's point a few days ago, since he left before I came. Now, we had talked about BBI yesterday in our discourse with Akina Martin and Richard, some very eminent personalities who are here yesterday. And it has come to pass, Martin, just the way we had predicted. And clearly, a few weeks ago, I had opined that the BBI ain't so much of a political significance right now, but it is going to be of academic significance, especially for jurisprudence, for those who are practicing law, and those who maybe in future they may want to have it as a reference. And there was a need to have some of the pronouncements by the lower courts, concluded. So I think it was up to the Attorney General to seek that conclusion. And you realize there was conclusion of certain matters which had been left open. So we have a jurisprudential, position that was given, which I think is good enough. And of course, some people may want to buy in from that and maybe politicize and maybe reap some views from it. I mean, that's up to them. But I think Baba, in my view, had already moved away from that. That's why even there was a little bit of a topsy-turvy, loop-sided support for the appeal at the Supreme Court. I didn't say anything, Martin. Now, back to Wangira. Wangira, there's a day
wachana na mimi, unajua kitu tulifunga jana, tuliongea imefanyika venye tulisema. We were here for a while.
Sure, bro. Wangira, now there's a day you gave your view to the extent that it was not appropriate for UASU to identify itself with Baba. I remember that statement. I wished I could have met you when you're in the forum, but unfortunately, by the time I come in when Bernard is leaving. Maybe that time you're already asleep. Maybe I need to make my point right now because I had asked Bernard to say that, and maybe by then you're also left. I don't know what your view would be, because in South Africa, COSATU, which is a union, is having a tripartite alliance with the ANC. So it's a union, but it is having a tripartite alliance, what they call a tripartite alliance. There are three parties, the ANC and I think the other party, I'm not recalling it right now. They have a tripartite alliance that for purposes of elections, and it's a union. So in your view, yesterday when I think yesterday when you suggested that it is wrong for a union to align itself to a political party, it was my view that it is not necessarily the correct position. It is okay for a union to align itself with a political party. And indeed, the history of development of our democracy has been colored with the existence of certain unions. Kenya African National Union, some unions came in and later moved on together to form the political parties that we have later come to know. So in my view, there's nothing wrong with a union aligning itself with the political party. If they agree on certain, fundamental areas that are relevant to that union, then in my view, there's nothing wrong. I think, Bernard, I will just make those 2 points for now. Since we are here, then we can have a discourse as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Wangira, you want to respond to that?
Let me just respond in a minute. We have a history in this country, and that history ranges all the way from the 1980s, where we saw KANU trying to monopolize everything. You remember that time, maendeleo ya wanawake was KANU. Court, I think, was also KANU. They even wanted the Law Society of Kenya to become KANU, but I think that time the chair of the Law Society of Kenya was, I think, Honorable Paul Mwite, who was adamant and could not allow LSK to become part of KANU. So I don't know that particular arrangement that exists in South Africa where there is that tripartite arrangement between those three organizations. I don't know, but I'll try and check, and perhaps I will be in a position to respond to you when I get the particular details in regard to South Africa. But in regard to the Kenyan situation, what I was even telling Bernard the other day was that, for example, WASU is a union that has a membership of diverse political opinion. It's just like a church. For example, the Anglican Church today. If the Anglican Church today says that it is supporting Raila Odinga, so what becomes of an Anglican Church member from perhaps, let me say, Rift Valley, who believes that perhaps William Ruto is the real guy? Eh? So the union to me is just like the church, which has members.
You are comparing the incomparable and mixing the people that cannot be mixed. Okay, you are alluding to the history of this country. The history of this country is clear. Okay, that even as early as independence, the people that championed the political agenda were unions, trade unions, Tomboya, and all the rest that you are referring to in the history. The trade union played a major role in championing the political agenda for this country. And so there is nothing out of the norm for WASU to pronounce itself on the political situation. NAT and the other organization, they have not whipped their members and said they have to vote. They just say, as the leadership, they are in support of this. And so,
Bernard,
when that happens, it is not a decision of the AGM. Okay, it's not a decision of the AGM of the WASU that have resolved that they are going to work with the Azimio. So it is not a constitutional issue with WASU. It is just a political opinion. They have seen that their future is secure with Azimio. They are free to pronounce themselves on that, and that should not affect the members that have dissenting voices. Even in parliament, when we vote, we have people who dissent from voting. That does not mean they have changed from Anglican to Catholic. It's just they have a different opinion.
Bernard, let me just say a word, perhaps one of my final words.
Ngoja kuna mawe ya kupiga kwanza. Ngoja upige
Hapana,
mawe.
hapana.
Ngoja. Yes, Alex.
Where you are bullying me now, Bernard.
I am not bullying you. I want you to relax. Ngoja, you're becoming itchy. When you become itchy, you will not respond properly. Relax, ulize maswali, alafu utajibu. Sawa sawa, Mr. Wangira. Be at rest. Stop panicking. Thank you. Alex?
Wangira, you're a scholar. You're a wide-read man. And I think there are basic things. This is milk to you. This is not meat. When you see all over the world, most established parties in the world that can celebrate 100 years, including the Communist Party, were labor unions. In America, when you talk about Democratic Party, its meaning is DFL, Democratic Farmer Labor Party. Even Democratic Party, it's a labor party in America. Ramaphosa, who is the president of South Africa, started as a union leader, the one that just Themba said. And in fact, he is the trailblazer of it. Tony Blair, who was a Labour Party leader. In UK, we have actually a Labour Party, a real Labour Party. and in America, when we finish the campaign period, every major newspaper endorses somebody, like Washington Post. Does it mean if you're a Republican, you say, now I cease to read this newspaper? No, they take a consensus, the opinion, the op-eds that were written, which were the best. Then they decide, David Brooke, so and so, so and so. And then they say, New York Times has endorsed this leader. It doesn't mean the columnists who are conservatives are going to quit. It is just a stand of a popular opinion. in terms of what they look at. So you can't say that Oasu cannot do that. No. You are a scholar one.
Thank you. That's clear enough. Temba coming.
Okay, I understand where Wangira is coming from. Wangira, you may want to read about the tripartite agreement. It is between COSATU, that is Congress of South African Trade Unions, South African Communist Party, and ANC. So you read that, you're going to see what we are trying to talk about. Now, Wangira, also you need to dissociate the difference between the behavior of an individual and the nature of the organizations they lead. There are individual behaviors that should not be interpreted to mean that now this is how that organization is likely to behave in future. So if the behavior of Moi was dictatorial, doesn't necessarily mean that we need to disband the KANU. There are individual behaviors that, for example, right now we have the behavior of one William Samoei Ruto in the name of a DP. Should that mean, therefore, we should throw away the position of a DP in Kenya? So we need to kind of try to demarcate when we are describing the behavior of individuals and leaders, and also the institutions that they lead and their contribution into the democratization. And finally, maybe before Bernard comes in, if you remember during the referendum, 2010 referendum, the church took a position and they supported the position of the no sayers. That was the church. But I want to quote Bernard when he said, as much as the church said that we need to go and vote no, it is still the members of the church who are also the members of who are also citizens of Kenya who went ahead and voted yes for it. So a church may take a position, but the members are also independent.
The church leadership. The church.
Exactly. Yeah, back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Wangira, you're going to respond. Mato kwanza.
This is Alex. That was a powerful one. There's this guy, so that people know how unions are very powerful when it comes to politics of the social economy. Who was this guy? I'm forgetting. And anybody in this group, I think we are 10 of us right now, who can tell me who was this union person that was killed and has never been found by the mafias when JF Kennedy was coming in?
My friend, go on. Silence means that we are thinking. So
when the information resurfaces, you will get. But at now, wacha tutafute. Endelea na usemi wako. I hope you are responding to Wangira. Wangira needs to respond.
Yeah, so yeah, if somebody can find that guy, it's just the name is Inapotea, but he was a very powerful union person when the mafias were kind of working in the US, but they used to dictate.
Are you talking about Martin Luther Jr.?
No, that was not a union guy. He was a leader of the union.
Yeah, he was pastor.
Yeah. Martin Luther King was a pastor. He was a, as Nini. Anyway, that's not the one I'm talking, but there's one that was killed because unions make the fabric of the, like workers and everything. If somebody gets it, hata kwa comments, mniambie. I can't remember, nikikumbuka nitawambia, but Wangila, what I'm telling you, unions and churches, those are the social, when you get off the politics, those are the people and friendships and communities. And those are the things that matter in life. Politics too, when Uncle Sam wants something. And then that Uncle Sam brings something back into the community because you're giving them something so that they can make your roads or everything better. I think we had this conversation, Jana, with Kinanani. That was the biggest conversation we had yesterday about a socio-political thing. Maybe we'll come up later today after the group of schools comes back.
Bernard, can I make my final response?
Yes, respond, Mr. Wangira. And there is this Hillary Toe on the comment section. What is your problem?
That's a person with negative energy. You just tell them to go elsewhere. They take their negative energy there. How do you come to a forum and start insulting people? That's negative energy.
Alex, enda unini huko comment section. You are good in that.
Hapana, niliokoka. Now I'm presidential. Only Themba ndio na mimi because we know we are cabinet.
Okay,
Mr. Wandera, respond, please.
Okay, Temba. Okay, let me just make my final response. Perhaps this is my final response. You know, Temba, you have talked of a tripartite agreement between three parties in South Africa. I'll be checking on the real substance of that tripartite. But you know what I understand about tripartite agreements? You know, these are structured arrangements between organizations. But looking at what is happening here, where WASU, you know, WASU leadership wakes up and they say they are supporting the candidacy of Raila Odinga, I don't see in that pronouncement any structured arrangement, because if there were any structured arrangement, then it could have come from the real membership of the organization, perhaps from their AGM or the National Executive Committee or something like that, so that it becomes binding.
Mr. Wangira,
So that it becomes binding. But I don't see it in this WASU.
Wacha hiyo maneno tafadhali, Mr. Wangira, you are refusing to see the obvious. This is a political pronouncement. It is not a memorandum of understanding. There is no contract signed. Okay, so let's not even spend time on that. Mato, there is Eva ngoja kwanza narudi kwako. Eva Kimani says Karl Marx. Is that the one? The guy you are talking about?
No, Karl Marx, no. Bernard.
Okay. I'm just reading the answers.
Don't even read that, Bernard.
Apana, I'm a reader.
No, Karl Marx was a Bernard one.
Bernard.
Usiharibu jina la Karl Marx.
Alex, Eva amepeana jibu, mimi nakasoma. Why do you want me not to appreciate Eva for attempting to answer? You did not answer.
Bernard, Eva said Malcolm X. Malcolm X was not even a unionist.
Okay, thank you. No, you know, history of the world has changed many times. All the same, so let's do this. Mr. Wangira.
Wacha niseme ndio watu wenye wana research waangalie wapate the right name. Wacha niseme the story.
One issue at a time. Okay. Mr. Wangira, you remember 2017?
I do.
Under the leadership of Sosion, Union of Teachers, they said they are vowing their support for NASA. That's how Sosion got his nomination on ODM. You get that? You are not there, or you are not aware of that.
I don't know how he got his nomination, but I didn't see Nat declare openly that he was supporting Raila Odinga.
They did. Nat was supporting Union of Nurses, was supporting NASA, and there are several other unions. So it's nothing out of norm. That's why I'm surprised that you're looking at it as a surprise when it is a norm here in the country. Even Kupet, they have pronounced themselves politically, and it is never structured, no contract. It's just they want to be part of the winning team. So I don't think we should even spend more time on that, unless you have come up with a different other structure.
I think we just leave it at that. Let us just leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you. Mato, ulikuwa unasemaje?
I'm looking for the name, but when you wanataka kuangalia wenye wako comment section and everything, Jimmy Hoffa. That's the name. Jimmy Hoffa. Can somebody go read about Jimmy Hoffa? He was the biggest union person, and apparently, aliuliwa na the mafias. I mean, they say allegedly, but because he was so critical when JF Kennedy was coming into power, and that's when JF Kennedy ended up getting killed, and they say there was something about that. Jimmy Hoffa's body was never found because of how powerful he was, not being a president, but being a union person. If anybody wants to read when you're Kwapa, go read about Jimmy Hoffa. That's the name I was looking for. Sorry.
Thank you. So, Bwana Themba, naomba umlete Richard, sisi tuonane hiyo saa mbili. Unajua wewe ndio unajua Kikuyu. Si wewe pia utakuwa?
Yeah, I'll be there. But I come my time. Maybe by the time I come, they'll have been done. But it's from 8 to 10.
It is special show. Vile tunakujanga Pence.
Okay, is it 8 to 10?
Pensicona. The same time for Pensicona.
No, confirm 8 to 10.
8 to 10, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So Stony PK has resurrected. Stony PK, you are the moderator. 8 to 10. Available?
Well noted.
Facing
well,
the mountain.
Well noted. Okay, thank you.
Sorry?
Well noted. I'll be available.
Thank you. Captured, copied. Now, umlete Richard, alafu muendelee na debate vizuri. See you when you see me.
Thank you. See you, bro. Enjoy your night.
It's daybreak.
All right. Richard, karibu.
Okay. Thank you, Demba.
Toa hiyo kofia ya UDA.
Hii kofia iko na maana yake.
Toa hiyo kofia ya UDA.
Kuwa mpole. So, hatimaye tumefika siku ile tulikuwa tunasema. Nakumbuka jana tulikuwa na hii conversation na tukasema the people have different opinions, and mine was I was vouching for this thing to fail. And najua nitarushiwa mawe, but I would say it finally has failed. And I think this is a win for democracy. I don't think Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta's side lost. And I don't think it was a victory for Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I think this is a win for democracy because at least we all agree that this is one of the incidences where a judgment has been received positively by both sides, regardless of whether ulikuwa unaiunga mkono ama ulikuwa unaipinga. And I was saying yesterday that there are some issues that were very critical with the BBI amendment, and one of these issues was the 70+ constituencies that I was talking about. I mean, we were looking at probably one of the most bloated representation organ in Africa. Might be wrong, there might be others that are more than that, but an additional 77+ constituencies is what would be referred to as an overrepresentation. And so looking at the whole structure, there are some things that were very good, and there are some things that I had doubts about, the viability and the usefulness. Offices like the DPM and the PM's position. Mama Selina, I'll give you a chance to respond. Let me just finish that.
I'm to say no. I'm saying I'm leaving. I will be listening. And then last Uganda iko na 500 and something members of parliament. So Temba, I will be listening. I have 3 minutes to go, so I will be listening.
Okay, thank you. So right now the Kenyan Parliament is about an excess of 400, and I guess 400 and I don't know. The Senate is of 100. Is it 67? I don't know. And then we have members of Parliament, and we were going to introduce another 70 plus. I think 77 plus. So coming back to what I was saying, we were looking at another position of a PM. And unfortunately, when we discuss here about giving position to people, we forget one thing, that if you create an office of a prime minister, that person does not come in as an individual. You are creating an office. So creating an office means this person atakuja na mtu wa kupika chai, atakuja na driver, atakuja na nini. And so for a country that is so much complaining about debt, I think the idea of expansion of the executive was wrong. And I believe this will give us an opportunity to go back and look at our priorities. Number two, the same issue of the BBI. I believe now that people who are on the side, the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka, probably hoping that a prime minister position will crop up somewhere, will come back to the negotiation table with open arms, but not clenched fists. Because I believe some of these guys were just hesitant to join a coalition or join Raila Odinga for that matter, because they wanted to come in and bargain for something. We have only two posts that are very critical going to the election. That's the president and the deputy president. And so whoever comes in to negotiate will know that there's nothing other than the two that will be available before the election. Now, going back to KK Alliance, I think it is premature for KK Alliance to celebrate with regards to today's judgment, because I'm looking at this pronouncement by the Supreme Court as a double-edged sword. Because right now, the other side will say that we tried to push, but it failed. And the other side will say, we told you that this thing is going nowhere. And they will try to carry this as a campaign tool. But to set precedents, we are looking at probably this side going to the Supreme Court for a petition. And I believe that when they go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court pronounces itself with regards to their case, they should also be humble enough to accept the pronouncement and the judgment of Supreme Court without making a lot of noise. KKA was in Mombasa, and I was looking, Lamu, and I was looking, as I had Musalia Mudavadi saying that he really supports the judgment today by the Supreme Court. I really think Musalia Mudavadi is a confused guy. I'm sorry to say that, because this guy was in KICC or Bomas of Kenya, appending his signature on the wall, saying that he supports. Now that he has switched sides, he's generous enough, in quotes, to tell us that this was a bad thing. So the dishonesty with the Musalia Mudavadi is enormous. They also talked about something that is really crucial. I really follow what they talk when they go to their campaign. And Hassan Omar was talking about youths disappearing in the coast. Na akasema wakichukua serikali, they'll be investigating and probably prosecuting Uhuru Kenyatta and Matiang'i. And to my concern, I think when you're looking for something with these kind of threats, you make even the people that would have given you the benefit of doubt fear you, because you have not even taken the power that you're looking for, and already you've started threatening people na kuwafunga. So I think they should be gracious enough. They should campaign on the issues that they believe they can win on an election on, and perhaps Kenyans will listen to them. Going now to the issue of nominations, this issue of direct tickets, and I was listening earlier, people were saying that we are supposed to have an affirmative action, and they gave an example of Gladys Wanga. I come from a different school of thought whereby I believe women should not be given direct tickets simply because they have the capability to go out there and seek for votes. I believe women should be given a friendly environment, a peaceful environment to carry out their campaigns, and then go to the ballots with the satisfaction that this thing is something they have fought for and not just something that has been given to them, just for the so-called affirmative action. Now, as I finish November, we know that we're in the silly campaign season. And there's a statement that was made in Eldoret. Was it Eldoret or I can't remember, but I remember looking at watching Oscar Sudi and I think Wambogo, I don't know what, Kimani somebody, MP wa Bahati. I don't know his name. I think it's Wambogo or Gonjiri. No, PK. I can't remember this guy's name. This MP for Bahati Nakuru.
It's called Gonjiri.
Ngonjiri, yeah, exactly. Thank you. Ngonjiri Wambogo. There's a statement that Oscar Sudi made, and I think it was very insensitive because he's talking about msitutishe sisi sasa, kwa sababu mkiendelea namna hii tutasema hata Msando ni nani ajua. I mean, we can be in a campaign season, but I don't think that means we should lose our sensitivity and our idea. I don't know how to express it, but people should be careful with what they are saying because Musando is a person, RIP is a person that had a family, he had a wife, and throwing that line just to try and threaten somebody just to get political mileage was wrong. And I think going forward, those kind of politics should be avoided, and people of such manner should try to behave. Just because you want to get political mileage does not mean you have to be insensitive to other people. Thank you, then.
Okay, thank you so much, Richard, for your able submissions. Any question? PK, you want to add? You want to ask any question? Okay, Mr. Kamau, how are you?
I'm fine, Bwana Themba. How are you?
I'm good. Habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana, nimekuwa na internet connection issues have been on and off, but I've been listening from the background.
Haya, toa maoni yako basi.
Yeah, mi nataka kushukuru kwa hii nafasi. It's in the morning in Kenya. And first of all, I want to start with the BBI, call it hula baloo, because first of all, I want to even disagree with Richard McKendy, who said that the positions of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Ministers are not important. I'll say this. We have a very fragile democracy in Africa, very fragile. And I'll tell you, in the event that you get a president who is majoritarian, he has been voted by the majority, the minority will always feel excluded in that government. And this is an issue that is affecting so many countries. For example, Sudan and Ethiopia, they're not taking off. They're not taking off because there is a tribe like the Oromo in Ethiopia. They feel they have been neglected, both economically and of course politically. And you will find that the instability of any country causes even the many other growth of economy and stuff to take off. And I would say this, that democracy is not perfect anywhere in the world. But in Africa, if we do not custom make our democracy, then at the end of the day, the same problems that befalls or bedevils this country each and every election will still come. I think what people Kenya want, and that is the most important thing, is freedom of movement, and they also want the peace so that they can walk and work without any other, without a problem. Because in the event, and I also give an example. Let's take, for example, Ruto takes a deputy from Mount Kenya, and they miraculously, because I don't support them, win. If they win, because with the way things anything can happen. And then another 5 years of, let's say 10 years of Ruto, and then the deputy of Ruto now becomes the running mate, because it seems there are so many gaps in this constitution that were not addressed. So the running mate of Ruto becomes now the presidential candidate after 10 years. Then he picks a Kalenjin deputy president who takes again 10 years. And then he picks a Kikuyu deputy. What we are trying to do here is exclude other communities in the leadership of this country, both economically and politically. And this will propel this country to instability. The government that was there with the Kibaki and Raila, if you remember that government, everybody felt part of the government. In fact, government checked itself. Yeah. And therefore, for me, I feel like we are losing the point. We are not really understanding what brought about the BBI, because the BBI was brought about when the country was even about to be divided in two. Yeah, the supporters of Raila Odinga thought, now this is too much. And it was. They could feel it. We could feel it, even the supporters of Uhuru Kenyatta like me. We could feel like this country now cannot continue like in one, or let me put it there, it could not continue in unison. And so it is hurting that we have not seen it, and maybe we're going to get into it sooner rather than later, and people will feel like they are left out of the government, and the instability continues. In Ethiopia, for example, if you do your research, you'll find that there is a community, they have one of the best presidents, our prime minister at the moment, very articulate. It could have even overtaken the economy of Ethiopia, was almost overtaking the economy of Kenya. But the only thing that pulls it down, it is the indifferences of the tribes. The tribes feel they're not represented in the government, and that is disheartening. It's something that is sad for that part of the world, and therefore this BBI, to me, I think we have mishandled it. I wish that we could have not, despite the fact that it was drawn out, I wish there could be a way that these things that could have been made possible even before elections, they can be catered for, because we are getting to an election without electoral reforms. That's one. We still have many underlying issues of governance in this country, and that will now take us to the same problem. Because if you do the same thing the same way and expect a different result, then you're lying to yourself. So from where I stand and where I sit, I feel we have lost the moment of the moment, because if we could have addressed the issues beforehand, and I say this beforehand, then we could have been approaching this election with certainty and confidence that the winner of this election will be the winner of this election. But from where I sit, I'm not so sure that we have solved those problems. I want to use the language that they were using today in the BBI. I feel I cannot distance myself, yeah, from the what will happen in the forthcoming election. But having said that, we respect the court's decision. I believe they addressed so many other issues that were important, and we'll only have to wait and see what happens after election. I think the most important thing now, it is the election of in 4 months' time, so that we install the president that majority of the people want. Kenya will be stable if this country can go to a better president who will not be marginalizing other people, who will not be talking hate. Because in Kenya Kwanza, we have found that it is, and God forbid, if these people get to power, then there will be a lot of discourse and disharmony because of their loose tongue. I didn't see Raila reacting and abusing the judges because of what they said. But on the other hand, even before the judgment was happening, Wakina Abdel Nasir, and I think even the Supreme Mother Kome, whatever, spoke about it. They were abusing. They were talking on things that can really separate this country, because it is very wrong not to respect the Supreme Court. Those are the arbitrators. They are the people who come between us when we have issues. And therefore, for me, I didn't agree, particularly on the issue of the promoters and setting aside. I wish they could have not. They could have agreed that this was a good document, because particularly the location and many other incentives that were in that book document were good. On the other issue of, I want to talk about the issue of, you said that we are facing Mount Kenya tomorrow. This country does not start and end with Mount Kenya. I don't know why we feel like Mount Kenya is important in this case. Personally, I'm a Mount Kenya person, but I think it is a high time we do not really make these people feel entitled. The Mount Kenya people have played their role in the history of this country, and I think it is a high time for other people to take over, because it's rather obvious now they will not be in the table, they will not be in the leadership in the next 4 months, and therefore this sense of entitlement that they have anything to do with the elections. And I told someone yesterday, a friend of mine who is in Kenya Kwanza, and we argue in our group, because like in our group there are people of it's like half. People are in Azimio and other people are in Kenya Kwanza. One said that we have to make sure that we give the direction of this country. And I say this sense of entitlement, thinking that you're the people who matter in this country, that is why we're going to really lose. Because I'll tell you, right now, there's no wave in Mount Kenya that tells you that now everybody to the last man will vote for Ruto. In fact, there are people like us who feel like we have been defranchised by this BBI. We feel like we have lost so much that was really inside this BBI, because it seems that Mount Kenya people have not read that document. If they could have read that document, they could have known that it's not even about the economy and their predicament at the moment. It is the future. That in this country, if resources were equitably shared, even the position of a presidency could not really matter. In developed country where people are entitled to what they're entitled to, they don't care who becomes a president. And that is where we are losing the argument as Mount Kenya, because we think that it is us and only us that matters in this country. And that is not true. Kenya is bigger than Mount Kenya. There are many other tribes, and these other tribes also feel it's time that they also receive their share of politics and of course economy. And to me, I want to distance myself and feel, and I pray and I ask God, let another community and let other people take over leadership and see what they can bring to this country. As I finish, Kesho, President Raila Odinga, I think, is going for the funeral in Rift Valley. I would like to see what happens, because we hope that this country now, if Raila can go to the funeral and get to Eldoret and many other North Rift areas without any incident, then that's the country we need. We need where people can listen to anybody despite their perception and their belief and their political affiliation, and there is peace. That's my prayer, that this country now can go to that place where we are peaceful. Si kama vile Laila, Aida, the wife of Laila, was good. If we continue like that, then we are not making our country better. Thank you, Banademba.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. You've alluded to something that we talked about. I think we raised it here a few days ago, and I'm glad that you're bringing it out very strongly. That the narrative that has been posted a lot and over time is that if Mount Kenya doesn't vote, then the president will not be voted for. Yet we have seen logically and statistically, Raila in the past 3 election cycles, he's not had quite a lot of support from the mountain, and he's done pretty well. But globally, the idea that you are talking about, the sense of entitlement or ethnocentrism, where you feel like your ethnic community is more important than other ethnic communities, has been seen as a contributor to many factors of destabilization across many countries. One of them is South Africa. And the other one, actually, you remember someone talked about Abraham Lincoln and maybe the Confederacy that came in the U.S. Martin Deto, if you have you can remember that. It was that sense of feeling that we belong more than other people. And I think I was also keen. I watched the debate between Kihika and Moses Kajwang. And Kajwang brought it out. In fact, his statement was, what makes people think that it starts and stops in the mountain? I think that is a conversation that we need to have, that Kenya is bigger than the mountain. The mountain or central Kenya is in Kenya. It is not the other way around. And the lake is there, the ocean is there, and also the highlands on the other side are also there. And equitable, feel of everybody feeling like they can belong and they can easily, become leaders is something that we need to start appreciating. And I think I like the way you're bringing that out, that this conversation needs to continue. I think I'm glad it is coming out. And to an extent, yesterday, I think we opined here that is it possible that at some point we can allow a constitutional amendment to make the presidency rotational? You see the way it happens in South Africa. I mean, not South Africa, Tanzania, just across board. If the president is a Christian, the deputy is a Muslim. And of course, the same goes to Zanzibar. So they have that sense of their constitution allows for that kind of rotation. For them, the major difference would be like a faith issue. So if the president is Christian, the deputy is a Muslim. If the president is Muslim, the deputy is a Christian. And then of course it spreads. And if this time the deputy or the president comes from mainland, the deputy will come from Zanzibar. They have that sense of accommodation of each other, which I think we need to have, to an extent that at some point someone who comes from a very minority tribe, like even in Turkana, should have a chance of becoming a president in Kenya, so that if we can rotate it among the 47 counties, we can rotate it among the counties, we'll kind of have a chance that people from across the country will be a president. And we will kind of, in my view, we will probably kill the idea that it rotates only from one place. Because if it goes to say in Nairobi, or it goes to Turkana or Marsabit, it goes there for 10 years, then it moves from Marsabit, it goes to another. In the next several years, one county or one place will not be able to rule Kenya over for a long time. And everybody will be feeling like, okay, fine, when you move from here, we'll be going to this other place. It becomes accommodative. Then the second point that you brought, we probably need to strengthen our counties so that there's not so much input on the person who becomes the president. I think I like those areas that you have brought up. Yes, Richard.
And then I think rotating the presidency among the 47 counties is not democracy. That having said that, I would want to ask. I would want.
It's a proposal.
Yeah, but that's not democracy.
No, listen, Richard. It's a proposal. You see, like for example, if you're going to amend the constitution, and when the constitutional amendment is being done, you can give a proposal. If it passes in a referendum and people agree, then I think there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I would want to ask Kamau. Mr. Kamau, you talked about, you rebutted my idea and you talked about unity by creation of the DPM, PM, all these positions. So are you suggesting that the only solution we have for our united country is by creating positions and then distributing them amongst the regions in Kenya? That's number one. Number two, do you agree or would you agree with the idea of addition of over 70 constituencies to the current constituency that we have? And if so, what is the need of having these 70 more MPs?
Mr. Richard, let me try and answer you. I want to say at the moment, and I will tell you, wherever you go, I don't know which country you are in right now, the way they define democracy differs from one country to another. And because of their uniqueness, sometimes they have, for example, in the US, there's electoral colleges, their counties, their states. You'll always find that their democracy is not exactly per se like our democracy. And these things are tailor-made. They are tailor-made to meet the needs of the people of that country. And the people of this country in Kenya, we have always been very tribal. In fact, we have moved from being tribal to clan. If you go to the local politics of this country now, even you go to our place, you'll hear people saying that clan are the ones who have been in power. It is our time as this clan to be in power. If you find that kind of sentiment, it only tells you one thing, that we are so consumed by our tribes, tribal cocoons, and so consumed on where we come from, that at the end of the day, if it does not go your way, you're about to go out of your way to break into chaos and destabilize the country. So at the moment, I think this country has not matured to a point whereby we'll agree that the majority should have their way and the minority should have their say. So until we get to a point where we can accept defeat, we can accept that it was okay, I think we need those positions, not for per se to add food on the table, but to make sure that the order and the peace continues. On the issue of constituency, I wouldn't say I agree with it 100%, yeah, but I'll say I agree with it about 70%, because when you talk about representation is about the people. The constitution currently dictates that if a constituency has over 150 or 30, it should be represented. That is the constitution. Until it is changed to a point whereby you can represent 300,000 people, 400,000 people. At the moment, there are places that have been they have more people than other places. Like Roiro, you'll find that the MP there has to deal with about 200,000 people. People in Wajir have one MP has 20,000 or 100,000 or less than 100,000. So there's no equality in representation. Until we change that, then I still believe that representation, part of the things that represent the people, is feeling they are equal and equally represented in parliament. I hope I've answered you. If I'm not, I think that's the best I can do. And Demba can help me in case there's more clarity.
Okay. So yesterday we had this discussion, and this is what I was saying yesterday. The IEBC is mandated by the Constitution to always to review the boundaries, basically the boundaries of the constituencies. The IBC sits idle for 5 years unless there's a by-election. It sits idle for 5 years. You know, I talked about an IBC that should always be in the process of assessing how constituency grow, how people migrate from one place to the other, and then coming up with a timeline and a schedule whereby they can be able to regulate constituency numbers. If you say that you're adding 70 constituencies, for example, I give Kiambu 10 constituencies, and then people migrate from Wajir, where there were 20,000 people, and move to Kiambu to find employment. I leave Wajir with 10,000 people, and I add another 10,000 people to Kiambu. We are still having the same issue because Kiambu constituency will be overstretched, and Wajir will not have enough. I mean, we'll still have a low number. So this thing of constituency, adding constituency is really just when you say adding constituency for representation, that's a wide term that cannot be. It's an amorphous term that I don't think you can describe it lightly. So basically, we should have an IBC that should be in the business of trying to assess where we can, we can regulate, we can maybe decrease constituency. Just like I mentioned yesterday, although there's a guy called Penny got me wrongly, but in the US, parties do that just to gain an advantage in the Congress where they do gerrymandering. But it is almost something like that, but in a positive way, So it's not actually just doing that to gain seats in parliament, but doing that to ensure that people are equally and basically fairly represented in every constituency that they live in.
I agree with you, Brother Richard. I think this thing needs to be looked deeply. And one of the things that has been disappointed to me personally has been the IBC. I think if you look at the commission, and the other day I read about the commission in India, you'll find that India, the main commissioners, I think, are 3. And imagine they have never had disputes, and they are busy all around the year trying to make structures for that country to a point whereby people have confidence with their electoral commission. Ours here, they are paid every day, but each and every month, and they are seated waiting for the day of election, and then find the election still has issues. And therefore, it is upon the IBC to take their responsibility seriously. I don't think, as we speak today, because I'm told that some of the constituency might be no more after 2023 because they don't meet the required numbers. But they could have seen that even before, so that at the end of the day, they are prepared that these people will not be out there in the cold because of their oversight and sins of omission. So for me, I also agree with you that IBC did not do their work. I don't agree that we should bombard this country with so many constituencies. I don't think it is right. But at the end of the day, what really matters is to scrutinize this issue and come up with solutions that can be of a win-win situation to each and every Kenyan. Thank you.
Mr. Kamau, I'm surprised you agree with that. What is the role of a constituency?
In Kenya definition, I think the constituency is partly for representation, for people to be represented. And if you ask me that, I actually answer this way. What is the role of an MP? The MP is one representing, registrating, and oversight.
And what is the relationship between a constituency and access to resources?
As I said, the representation, that you have unique issues. For example, a member of parliament from Kiambu represent different things from a member of parliament from Turkana. Because a member of parliament from Kiambu when he goes to the National Assembly, he should be a person who registrates on issues to do with coffee, farming, and issues like that. The other one, for example, from Baringo or Turkana, I think it's about pastoralism. Kama sahi kuna issue ya banditry. They should also registrate on ways that they can minimize banditry in that place. That is the best I can explain on that.
Really, I don't understand why. I mean, probably we are looking the cake from the finished cake. We are not looking at it from the where it is starting to be made. When we start talking about you are thinking about the representation being like having any people and stuff like that, then probably we are missing the point on the issue of representation. Because in my understanding, I could be wrong, delimitation or having boundaries and having constituencies is much more about population. Now, if you're going to have a representation, the capping or the giving of money, which I think if we bothered, in my view, if we bothered to listen to the arguments for the many constituencies, well, it might have been far-fetched in terms of it being put in the whatever for them to delimit, but it is the role of the IBC to get out the constituency. But they should ensure that everyone is represented. Now, there are people in a case in point is you are a parliamentarian, Mr. Kamau, you are representing 5 people. I'm a parliamentarian, I'm representing 20 people. Now, both of us are given one loaf of bread to go and share. You are going to share that loaf of bread to 5 people. I'm going to share the loaf of bread to 20 people. Now, the question comes, if this loaf of bread is given to these 5 people, these people are going to get bigger slices. Now, I want to now be into what is happening right now. If you're given CDF funds, for example, a child, these are only 5 children that are being given. The say 20,000, 5 children. Each of them is getting, let's say 4,000. And assuming that 4,000 is the fees, they're already paying even full na mwingine anaenda mpaka anaenda university. So there's someone who is being paid for full fees and another one who is actually being paid for scholarship to university even outside. While my 20 people with 1,000, because of this 20K, they can hardly even afford to go to school. So, and you see, at any point that CDF is given, it is given. There's nobody will say that, oh, these ones are less, these ones are more. No. So, in my view, if you can have representation to the extent that these 20 people, they can have even 2 constituencies, to represent them. I think there's nothing wrong with that, because the resources will be there. And in any case, the resources that disappear through pilferage, because people have a lot. You have been given 20,000, you have come back home, 5 people, and you're told only to pay their secondary school. You have paid for them secondary school. No, people become, they get the appetite of even stealing that money. That's where now corruption starts and many other things. So if we can, seal the loopholes and, get this money into good use, then representation through constituencies can benefit more people than we are having right now. So for me, I think that was a valid point in terms of creating constituencies for other people, because you start from, like they say, you start from 2-0 when you're going to meet, because someone is already ahead. Someone is already getting more. You go, they're already paid for school fees. You are only having 1,000. So that for me is a good thing about BBI that was going to really validate its existence. Not necessarily BBI, but I think constituencies are important, that should be created for many people to feel represented. Others don't feel at all. I don't know what comments you have to make before I bring in Julia. Maybe Mr. Kamau and then Richard.
Okay, I want to ask you, Banademba, you're in which country? Just tell me.
The last time we met here, we were told that it is not significant. Just say what you have to say.
Okay, I wanted to ask you if you're in a country and ask a member of parliament whether they get CDF, they tell you they don't get CDF. CDF is unique to Kenya, and it is unique to Kenya because it mitigates on our level of poverty. And therefore, to me, if I was to be asked, in fact, these funds should be directly taken to the counties. But because of the mistrust and the poverty levels, then we have now made the MPs to be also people who allocate resources. But that is not and should not be the duty of a member of parliament. But having said that, I agree with you that if you can have a shared resources equitably, then everybody feels and feels represented. But the issue of members of parliament in future, I think we should get to a point whereby we allocate the funds and the bursaries through the right structures. Members of parliament should be purely represent the people of Kenya or the people of their constituency, legislate and oversight. They are the people who should go and look, did the bursary get to the people? And that's why I usually have a problem to agree that the CDF is continuing because it has to, because of many problems that are in the constituency. But it is not the right thing. It's not the right thing.
My point. Then can I go ahead? So my point of departure from your line of thinking, then by Kamau, is I believe the point whereby Mwananchi at the grassroots can be helped is at the ward level. So I would suggest, my suggestion is, if you can create, a network whereby instead of having more constituencies, you can have wards whereby you have ward administrators, so that this money, when it comes directly from the CDF kitty, it can go to the wards directly, so that you have a network whereby when the money is released, you can reach people quickly at the grassroots level, instead of having more constituency whereby you have an MP who comes again with his bureaucracies and his a lot of these forms and everything that people feel. The way the structures are supposed to be is you are supposed to reach Mwananchi wa pale chini kabisa, and the ward is the best place ya kufikia. So if you have administrators, ward administrators, or whatever you can call them, MCAs, I don't know what form of administration works well, but that is better than having MPs and more constituencies. That's just my opinion.
Interestingly, the BBI was coming in with the Ward Development Fund. I think it was called something like that, which was actually going to be anchored in the ward. So it was also going to address, currently I think they don't have ward fund, but when the BBI was created, it was going to take it to the ward fund. There was going to be developed a ward fund. I'm only hoping that we can have this conversation more, probably after election, so that we can ventilate more. I'm imagining there are valid points that all of us are raising, and as they keep talking about it, hopefully the idea is that every Mwananchi accesses resources equitably, so that they don't feel like they are left out in any way. And I think the more we feel like we are accommodated with the resources from this country, the more likely we are to pursue other means of coexistence. You feel like you belong in that country. But you see, when you feel like you're kind of neglected, and other people seem to be enjoying the resources more than you do, then in scarcity of resources, there's likely to be strife. People now start pursuing other means of trying to, to acquire those resources, and some of them are not necessarily, legal, like what we see a lot happening. And I think we don't need to have a country where we have that unequal distribution of wealth. So it's a good point. I'm hoping that beyond this, the conversation will be followed up. I want to bring in Julia. Julia, how are you?
I'm doing good, Demba. How are you?
I'm good, and I want you to confirm that tomorrow 8 p.m. you will be there so that you can be moderated by Stone PK on Facing Mount Kenya. We have named it Facing Mount Kenya. Is it a slippery slope? So you guys can come in and tell us if it is a slippery slope, or you can easily get to the peak. So that's where we are at, and thank God you came in today. Go ahead.
I think I will not make it at 8. I'll still be at work because 8 I think is 2 p.m. here. So I think I'll come in later just before they wind up. I heard the show will be from 8 to 10, right?
Yeah, it will be from 8 to 10. So you can join in, but at least we have Stone PK. I think Shiko will be there hopefully, and Njiru, and hopefully even Kamau. Kamau should be there at 8. Kamau, will you be there?
I'll be there. Nitakuwa hapo sana. You know me, that time niko tu kwa nyumba.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, Julia, go on.
Okay, Asante. So I'm loving this discussion about BBI. First, I was pleased to see some members of parliament, how they reacted, especially those in Azmio. And really, I think there was no winner or loser. And I was very impressed with our Supreme Court. And like someone said in parliament, that there were 7 fundamental points and 5 of them was deemed okay, especially the issue of the basic structure doctrine. So really, there was, and I found the speaker talking about Article 255, 256, and 257. And he was like, there was nothing really wrong with the BBI. It was just a process. So I think next time, I think if BBI comes back, I think they will use the right process, and I think they can get somewhere. Now, concerning the discussion here about the content of BBI, I tend to hold some different opinions. Maybe in the middle, like the issue, I really don't like this thing of prime minister and deputy prime minister, all that blah, blah, blah. I really don't think we need that for democracy. And if we are talking about big democracies, they don't have that too. I think if you look at Britain, they only have the prime minister. Here they have the president and the deputy president. Yes, America has such a large population of people, and which needs really representation. And America is really struggling with the issue of race, especially right now when they have even gone now. They're not just talking about African Americans. They are even just talking about people of color. And I think America is such a high multicultural state, really multicultural. So if they decide to take that direction, I think they are really going to struggle doing that. So to me, what really made BBI unpopular in the eyes of Kenyans. Now, if we have to be very realistic and not talk about UD and Azmio or Baba and Uhuru, is the creation of those posts. It made it appear like that Uhuru and Baba were just creating posts for a certain group of people. And therefore, it was very easy for the other side to depopularize this BBI by just talking about that Uhuru is creating. And really, it appeared so, even someone who is supporting Azmio. And even it appears like, so that is why somebody like Kalonzo is struggling to be there, because maybe he hopes to be something. I think that's really a wrong approach for a democracy. And with or without prime minister, we have not been doing so badly when it comes to a democracy. And even when we have had very difficult times, I think we have been able to go around our problems and we've come out of them. So I really don't think that having those posts is a solution to our democracy. And my take about that is that what we need is equitable distribution of resources in our country so that no part of this country feels neglected. Now, saying about that, I want to take the point of Demba, that what we need is to invest more in our counties and make sure that we have equitable distribution of resources in our counties. Now, I support the BBI thing of increasing and making sure that the finances or funds given to the counties, I think we're talking about that 5%. I think that is right. That is okay. That one should be done. And that is what should be made law, so that even if the president is not Uhuru today or is not Raila the next day, that is still maintained, that counties are provided with equitable finances or financing. That is what we need to do, because I think Kenyans are really going to benefit more from the county, not from the national government. So that is what we should lay emphasis on. About the members of parliament, I was of the opinion that we don't need more members of parliament, but listening to Mr. Kamau and Mr. Demba, I kind of changed my mind, and I think that we need to look at representation according to the population in that region. I don't think it is fair to represent 6 million people with the same members of parliament that represent 1 million people. I don't think that is fair. I think we need to go that extra mile and look at regions. I think that's where Americans go now to something they call electoral colleges. When I was watching the elections of Joe Biden and Trump, the last election, and I saw a place like Alaska. Alaska has fewer electoral colleges. I think it's because the population is lower. So I think when the Americans use electoral college, that makes it fair, brings in a fairer representation. Now in Kenya, if you look at Kiambu, it's very unfair to give the same number of members of parliament for Kiambu and Turkana County. Is really very unfair. So I think BBI is going to look at that, and that is, in that case, people are going to feel fairly represented. Now, on a thing of funds going to members of parliament, the CDF was a good thing, and some of the members of parliament have utilized that CDF very well. But I am also aware that many members of parliament have not utilized that fund equitably or effectively. Now, that goes back to the culture of lack of accountability and misappropriation of public funds. That goes back to that culture of corruption, misappropriation, which we need really to fight. So my take on BBI, it has good sides. It has things that I don't think should be implemented. Now, when Demba was talking about that we need maybe to rotate the presidency, someone was working out some mathematics here, and he was saying it will take us 450 years to go around all the tribes, 10 years. I don't know how he came up with that on the chart, and I found that very interesting. Now, I think the presidency should be a matter of somebody who is qualified. Now, I am looking at Baba, and I am really hoping that Baba will get us out of that tribal thing. That now, from Baba, we can vote for any person, even if they don't come from a big tribe. I don't know how we can get out of that, so that now tomorrow's discussion will be about Mount Kenya, so that we demystify Mount Kenya region and agree that you do not have to come from Mount Kenya region to become president. I mean, we do not even have to have a running mate from that region for the region to support you as president. I mean, for once we agree that we can have someone who qualifies to be, someone who is performing, who qualifies to be the president of this country. So I think I hope that we get out of that. Now, if we look at Americans, I think they have come from far. Now, but by the time they had Barack Obama as president, if you look at the Americans, the Afro-Americans and the people of color do not command such big numbers to have been able to vote for Barack Obama to win. But we can agree that we have a big white population that supported Barack Obama. So they have overcome that, though they still have issues of race and all that they are still struggling to deal with. Still, we can agree and commend them and say they have succeeded in many ways when they were able to vote for Barack Obama to become president. So I think also Kenya, one of these fine days, we shall have a president from a minority and we'll be okay with it. Now, how do we get there? We only get there if we ensure that we have equitable distribution of resources. Now, to the county, we make sure we have good schools for all Kenyans. I mean, equitable education resources for all Kenyans, equitable health facilities for all Kenyans, whether they come from Turkana or they come from Nairobi. But we make sure we have roads. We don't want people coming from Northeastern, wakifika Nairobi wanasema, ninaenda Kenya. That one is not funny. It embarrasses me when I hear somebody said that, ati nilikuwa Kenya na ametoka bado ni Mkenya. It embarrasses me. It embarrasses me when I see a school in Nandi County ni ya matope na inaanguka. It embarrasses me. Those are Kenyan children. So I think we need to go to a place where we hold each other accountable. Now, going forward, with or without BBI, I think the next government should hold the governors accountable. Now, these members of parliament, I heard Mr. Kamau and them outline their responsibilities. They represent their people. I think we should hold our members of parliament. Bona we ni mbunge wa Nandi, na hiyo shule yenyu ya matope you, the member of parliament, the governor to that, the MCA to that place, what have you done to that? What have you done about that school? Now, if you think the Ministry of Education is responsible for that, have you tried to solicit funds? Have you tried to approach the Ministry of Education about that? What have you done? Why are some hospitals more equipped than other hospitals? Why do we talk about Makueni performing so well? Why were we praising Machakos County the other day here? Why? Does it mean these governors have more funds than other counties and other governors? It all talks about how misappropriation of funds. So we need to go to hold our leaders responsible. If we do that and we have equitable distribution of resources, we shall not care. We shall not want someone to become prime minister. You know, right now, I think this ruling has helped us. And I really am very proud of Mother Kome. I found her to be very wise. But this ruling has helped even Azimio. Because I am telling you, if we had something like BBI is going on, and someone is looking for to be deputy prime minister, another one prime minister, mungeona ile vita ingekuwa kwa Azimio. Wacha mnasema UNDA. You'd have seen the war, you know, World War II in Azimio, or World War III in Azimio. Because there are people here in Azimio who the only thing they care about is power. That is why they have a problem with campaigning for Baba. I don't want to name the names of those people, but they know themselves. So it is good for now. We don't have that BBI because nobody's gonna want to become prime minister. So let's have the president and the deputy president. But after that, let us agree. We want equitable distribution of resources. We want every governor to be accountable. We want our members of parliament. Ulipewa CDF million hamsini. Ulifanya nini? Ni shule. Let us look at our schools. The other day, Dindi Njoro was bragging, and I think kind of I was happy with him. He was talking about the schools in Kidero County, and he was saying that the schools there have tiles. And I'm saying there are schools, primary schools in Kenya which have tiles on their floor, and there's a school in Nandi County inaanguka na matope, nao ni watoto wa Kenya. That is not fair. That is why all Kenyans want to become president. I don't even like this thing. I hear people campaigning kwamba at sasa sisi rais yako pande wetu when the president goes to Nyanza. I don't like it. And they begin saying, sasa mnaona barabara zinakuja. Barabara should go to Nyanza and Western with or without the president going there or coming from that place, because that is what we want Kenyans benefit from. You know, we should not have good roads in Nyanza because the president is coming from that place. I hope Baba, when he takes over, he'll make a difference. He'll not talk about my region. And from now, I hope I don't want to hear people saying my people, my tribe, my what. I think we should get out of that cocoon. And BBI, my conclusion, BBI was good in many ways, but I don't want the thing of that prime minister deputy prime minister thing. For the members of parliament, I think that is debatable if we need more representation according to the number of people in or according to the population. Thank you, Themba. Natimisha hapo.
Thank you, Julia. You know, the nature of politics, the way it is. I'm just commenting on the proposal that I'd given. The nature of politics, the way it is. Someone said it is not democracy. Democracy is about the minority having their say, the majority having their way. And you talked about Obama. If Obama was in the ticket as a black and he had chosen a black running mate, he wouldn't have made it. So he had to choose a white running mate because of the numbers, you know. And that is how democracy, you know, in the West works. So, and even right now, if you go, it comes from the national level, it goes to constituency level. A parliamentarian will be looking at clan. Which clan do I have? Is my clan big enough to support me? Then I'll be looking for others from other clans. Then it goes to even, you know, the homes. If you're looking for a ward rep, you're looking at is how many of my family members are in this, relatives. So if you're looking at that kind of democracy, I can tell you for sure it is a nice ideal thing to arrive at a point where, you know, we don't think about it, but it will take a lot of many years. Numbers are the things that make, you know, the presidency, that make the leader. So it's an ideal situation, and yes, we will want to. I also want to get to that point where it doesn't matter. But as it is right now, these big tribes, the big tribes, if we continue the way it is, we will be ruled by the big tribes for many years to come. As soon as Raila finishes, it will either be another Kikuyu or another Kalenjin, right? And that is how it will be going. So eventually, you will because we are saying that is what the constitution says, and that is why I was proposing, yes, we have 47 counties. This has come from central, so we have had presidents from central. Let us go to coast. A county in coast, say Mombasa County, should produce the next president. So by the time we are done for 70 years, I mean, you know, 10 years, it has not been repeated to your place, and you have no reason to complain because everybody has actually attempted. So those generations to come, we will kill this issue of OCD. Why is it only central? Why is it only this place? If you anchor it in constitution, but if you imagine that one day will arrive where someone from Turkana becomes a president, we will move and we go, and nobody from in Champs, I hear the smallest tribe in Kenya are I think the Gems or the Ogieks. Nobody from Ogiek will ever be the president in Kenya. Why? Because they cannot mobilize. Because the other tribes will be saying, we are bringing the numbers. Right now, look at the discussion going on. Why is Mount Kenya feeling like we should be given the deputy? You know? Because we are bringing the numbers. Why is Ruto having issues? He's saying that I brought on this table 1.7 million. You see, what will the guy from Ndorobo or someone from Ogiek say, or someone from a small Marsabi tribe say? How many people are they bringing? So I am just proposing solutions to this thing. Otherwise, we'll be having this discourse. We'll be wishing ideally thinking. But it will take a long time. Like right now in the US, it might take a very long time for another black to be a president, you know, because it took a long time. Who's tried? There's this Reverend Jesse Jackson tried in the 80s, you know, and you know, it takes a long time for them to arrive. And even when you look at the nitty-gritties of how Obama became, you know, the president, there are some politics around it. So what I'm trying to say, we need to think solution. It was a proposal. I'm hoping someday again on BBI was not going to, even if it passed, it was not going to come in immediately right now. The only thing it was going to give the promoters an impetus after election, that now we can move on straight, plan a referendum within the next 2 years, not in this year, in the next 2 years, and now plan a because you can't leave an election time immediately and then have a referendum immediately. They would have held on, of course, have the whatever the decision with them. Then, of course, after 2 years, then they can have a referendum to pass. If it passes, then now they can move on and start giving a timeline on how to implement the other clauses. However, not all of it, because some of it will still come to parliamentary passing. There are acts of it. A few of them are the ones that we are going to a referendum, which they are going to have. And hopefully, probably they are going to have it. And Kenyans will have a right to say no or yes. I mean, it's good we are saying that I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that one. But again, personally, I still think it's a good thing to ask Kenyans, all of them. You remember, like it happened in the UK when they wanted, some of them wanted to move, some of them wanted to stay. They had to take it to them. I don't have a problem with the referendum. It is a constitutional process. It is something that you and I, personally, when we implement the constitution recommendation, I don't think there's a problem with that. Was the process, I mean, was it important that it was tried? Yes. We are testing our institutions. We have taken it to the courts. That's testing our institutions. The institutions have pronounced themselves to it. I think that is a good thing. We have robust institutions. Why do we have courts? We have courts so that they can solve such misunderstandings. That's a societal process. And then, of course, if it goes and then we go to a referendum, it's a good process. Let's see, do we agree or we don't? If we don't agree, we accept it and then we move on to the next thing. I think that's why we have constitutions, not just to say that I don't want, and then that's it. You can't be, how do we know? We can only know when it is measured. How do we measure it? Referendum. Yes, Julia doesn't like it. How many other Julias are there? So I think for me, this was good, first of all, that we had a conversation. Secondly, we are able to see as Kenyans our things where we disagree or agree. And thirdly, the institutions that we have, like the courts, have been able to pronounce themselves very robustly in certain situations. Is it the end of it? I don't think so, because Kenya is a dynamic society and it should be so. So we are going to have this conversation again, probably post-election. Now, I know the people in Facebook, you're going to be thrown out. See you tomorrow. Come at 8 p.m. There's a program for Mount Kenya. So our friends from Mount Kenya, and specifically those from Central, kindly come and appreciate conversation with Mr. Kamau, Julia, Jiru, Shiko, and many others who will be joining for. It will be moderated by Stone PK. Kindly come. It is from 8 to 10. Come on and muzungumuziwe Kiluga, and I'm imagining Julia will be talking in Kikuyu among other people. Karibuni. Now, I've brought in some other people in, so our time now, of course, when you see we have said goodbye to Facebook people, it means that our time is about to end. So I'll give it's only Sarah and Penyagaka who hadn't said anything. So I want to give Sarah Pen, and then now we start taking our closing now. So Sarah, karibu.
Thank you, Themba. It has been a very long time since I came over to the panel in Tembei. I have missed you guys on a personal level, so I hope everyone is having a lovely evening or night or morning, depending on where you are. And I'm happy to be here again.
Sasa ukirudi hivi si unatoa curtain tunakuona vile
for now nitabaki nyuma ya curtain, but I will come back now. Obviously, when I come back nitafungua curtain. Sawa.
What is it, Martin?
Wajua niko na vita na Sara. Sasa tuwekate alafu atume namba, kuna namba alikuwa nipatie because of teaching me something. Though I got it yesterday. Themba mwambie nilimba national anthem.
Ah, okay.
Oh, you did perfectly. That's very good. I'm proud of you.
The guy went, sat down with it for 2 weeks, man.
I'm proud of you. That's good. That's very, very good.
All right, Sarah.
I've been listening and I like the conversation. I wanted to say, though, I'm of a different opinion. I believe in the decentralization of power, and as such, I don't find very many positions or posts as a bad thing, because I don't know if the people of my mindset or who think in my point of view, but I feel like the more power is decentralized, the better for the country and the better for participation. We can avoid the whole having to have rotation, like the proposal of rotation, if there are more, essentially the more posts of power. So basically, we get like more posts, and several tribes are there. Again, it's quite unfortunate. We're still our democracy is still hell-bent on thinking in terms of the regions and tribes. But I mean, this is Kenya. We cannot compare Kenya also with another country. I don't know. I feel like Kenya should always try to set standards. We should never follow democracies or dictatorships of other countries. I prefer if we just do our own things by ourselves. If we get it wrong, well and good, we learn. Again, it's it's by failures and mistakes that the best experiences are learned. And so I feel like I will not talk so much about the BBI. The BBI, I believe many people have explained it. I don't even need to explain it further. But I wanted to say about the posts, it's not really a bad thing. It's not very far-fetched. I think if you look at it on the point of view of decentralizing power, then it's actually a very, very good thing. A very good thing. So it depends with the outlook in which you look at it. Again, very many points of view create a win-win situation. So the whole point is to have a win-win situation, and I'm gonna echo the words of Raila and say that he tweeted, I think, and said, he's never going to stop fighting for what is right. But as of now, there is an election to win. So there is an election to focus on, and that is what I think he's going to be focusing on. However, it doesn't change the fact that this is going to be taken as an, in quotes, added advantage for UDA, and they're going to insult us as hell all through the week. But, well, again, it's a win-win situation. The more they insult us, the more they ruin their names. So it depends with the outlook you look at it. I wanted to talk about this whole story of early campaigns is really bothering me, because I feel like the campaigns have started way too early, and as such, I don't know what exactly will be the agenda when the actual time for campaigning has started, because I feel like we'll begin repeating ourselves over and over again, and we'll be relying more on propaganda to sweeten the campaigns, which should not be the case. The case is to pass the agenda on to the people so that the people can be able to be swayed to our side, right? And unfortunately, I feel like that has been done over and over again, and I don't know what will be the strategy that Azimio will use, or Kenya Kwisha, but we'll see. We'll see if, what happens. So far so good. We cannot complain. There have been for one, you need to know that the BBI failing is also a good thing for Ruto, because the claims for impeachment were very hot, and they were beginning to gain ground, and he's going to use that to sort of dilute the concentration of it. So bear with him again. Let him do whatever he has to do to safeguard his own skin for now. But well, again, I'll say the way Uhuru used to say, we will always revisit. So I don't think it was really a bad thing for the court to term BBI as null and void. I believe it was okay. Again, the court does what the court wants, and we, at the end of the day, we need to respect uh, the Supreme Court. So yeah, that we agree, and what the main point is now to find a way in which we can move forward and create you know perfect strategies to clinch the seat. That is the aim, and I've seen Baba is doing well, and he's focusing on that. I saw him earlier today in Homa Bay trying to approach a consensus on who was going to be given the ticket for the ODM ticket for the governorship seat. And I wish he will go back. He will go to Kisii and do the same, because Kisii are the rowdy ones. But all is well that ends well. So we are on the right track. Of course, there are ups and downs in every campaign. This will not be any different. And again, as long as it's a win-win situation, we shouldn't be complaining about it. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah, for your submissions. Yeah, we respect the rule of law. I mean, we respect the decisions by the Supreme Court. We have always done that. At least from our side, we are a constitutional loving and, of course, a respecter of the judgments. We may not agree with what they've said, but we respect it. But like you said, it's a win-win. I mean, they gave okay to 5. They only dismissed 2, so you know what that means. It can be revisited, and either way, it was still going to be revisited. Even if they passed it right now, it was still gonna be revisited. But yes, walianza leo warudishe pesa ilitumiwa kwa BBI. The person saying warudishe pesa is the same person who has not been working for 4 years. You should be returning Kenyan money. Ghost worker number 1. The deputy president should be returning Kenyans money. Yes, Richard, what do you have to say before I bring Penya Kaka?
Yeah. So my concern with Sarah is this. Sarah is talking about decentralized government. I believe we can have a decentralized government. In fact, we do have a decentralized government within the tenets of this constitution, and that is why we have the governor, who is like a president, and we have MCAs to check the governor and all that down to the ward level. My concern is, you're talking about creating these offices. What is your concern about the wage bill?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Could you repeat?
Yeah, so just going back to creating the offices, you said it's good to decentralize power. My concern is, what do you have to say about the growing wage bill? That is a big concern to the country right now.
Don't get me wrong. I believe Okay. Of course, the problem in this case with the post really is just personal interest, right? That's the main problem. The problem is that every extra post that is being made is being made on the thought of fulfilling someone's personal interest. If it was of a different case, then absolutely it would be a different agenda. That's the problem. The problem is not that a post can't be made. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, necessarily the posts aren't bad. It's just that unfortunately for us, for Kenya, in that is, the leaders are seeking to gain power based on their own interests, selfish interests. If it was for the interest of the people, then there really wouldn't have been a problem.
But Sarah, politics is about power.
Yeah,
No.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing that politics is about power. It's just that, like I said, Kenya, we haven't reached the very, key tenets of democracy, in that we can try to, like, say we are comfortable having president and vice president alone, and we're going to be okay with it. Everyone seems to have a problem with presidency in itself. As a matter of fact, everything, having a president or not having a president can make a whole country come to a standstill. That's Kenya. For other countries, not necessarily. But, well, before I had Julia mention about Britain. Britain, who's the head of state of Britain? Is it not the Queen? It's the monarch, right? That's the actual head of state. But the head of government is the Prime Minister. Let me tell you something that is very funny. Canada has a Prime Minister as the head, the national head, but we actually sort of kichini, we are under the Queen, kichini, like I said. So really, the posts don't matter. The problem is personal interest. If that was if we had, like, authentic leaders who can actually, get a post to help people, then there wouldn't be a problem. And why are we even discussing about this? I believe Nusumkate was one of the best governments we've had in Kenya, with the prime minister post. So that goes to show that the more you create posts, the better the government will become, because everyone will be satisfied. So I don't think the posts really are a great problem. But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we should encourage them. It's just that to me, I tend to look at it on the positive side. That is all.
Thank you, Sarah. I know you.
Remember.
Hold on. Who is that? Hold on, Martin. I'll bring you on. We need to understand the uniqueness of our country. Each country has its own uniqueness, and I think Sarah mentioned that. We sometimes tend to imagine that a democracy like ours ought to function like other democracies. You
Exactly.
need to have some. What are the unique features about Kenyan democracy? And like in Nigeria, someone even posted there, they rotate the presidency between the North and the South, and the Christian and the Muslim. So that is their sense of democracy, how it rotates there. And probably if we try to understand how other democracies, African democracy, have accommodated the nature of democracy as the West has taught it to us. And I also said here yesterday, if you understand the way the Northeastern people do their election, the elders are the ones who meet and decide who is going to be the governor, who is going to be the senator, and you cannot go against that, you see. Now you see, if you take that to other places, probably, and that's why, for example, if you're seeing Raila going to Homa Bay, and deciding that, okay, fine, there's a consensus between Gladys Wanga and somebody. Now another person has woken up and said, no, this cannot work. So that side, that kind of thing is working. So there's a sense in which we need to appreciate what are the unique features of democracy. Is it important? Richard is talking about, oh, we should not create prime minister, create this. The prime minister actually was going to be the majority leader position that is existent right now. The deputy prime minister was going to be the majority leaders, and the whips and the whatever whips that are existing right now. So the positions are already there. It's just now enhancing them. We already have a position like a prime minister, the majority leader in government. So even if we say we don't want the prime minister, we don't want this, it is existent. The name is which that now, of course, will come with more strong enhancement. So we can flip it. We can say that, okay, fine, we don't need these positions. It is already existing. People already being paid in those positions. Someone like Kalonzo, if they cannot be given deputy, they'll be told that we'll give you the majority leader in government. A very strong position. You will see the way Duale misused it or used it, whichever way you look at it. So if we can flip it, we can talk it, we can say it, but those positions are existing in another way. It is a psychological way of thinking. Now someone thinks that, okay, fine, when we don't have prime minister, then we don't have positions, right? So let's even as we debate, I'm not trying to negate the import of what other guys are saying, that we don't need this and that, but those positions as at now, they're existing. The money is still being used. The money is still being embezzled because of those positions, and we still lose money through corruption. So what if you created a system in which this whatever money can reach more people? I'm just saying that it's a conversation that we need to have. Let me bring Martin, and then we start taking our closing rounds. Yes, Martin.
Is this I was trying to is this my time or for what I wanted to say to Sarah?
No, this is what you wanted to say to Sarah, and then now we'll have the closing.
Okay, so Sarah, I think Themba has just said everything I wanted to say. The only thing I can add on that, because Themba just stole everything I wanted to say. But Sarah, let's be careful, my dear.
Yeah.
Let's be careful. Let's be careful to not get carried out. What Themba just said is what he said. And it's the right thing, actually. A lot of people, let's be smart, a lot of people are thinking these are new positions being opened up and whatever. They're not. It's exactly what I wanted to say. The reason I was open, I had my hand up and then I nikateremsha, is because Themba took everything from my mouth and told you, let's just be Kenyans. That's all I'm left with, because Themba stole everything. And there's nothing like making seats for anyone, or making posts for everything. These things have been there. It's just making them constitutional. That is what is happening, and a lot of people don't understand. But Themba already told you everything, so amenichapa hapo kiboko. Pole Sarah.
Ina shida, nilikujibu by the way kwa private chat kitambo sana.
Umejibiwa kwa private chat, Martin Leto. Richard, what is it before we
hebu tumia nani mtembe nitwaje Bena namba.
Ati unasema nini, Martin?
Naambia Sarah atumie nani Bena namba.
Mtumie namba. Si yako na namba ya Bernard?
We, tuendelee.
Okay, sawa.
Sawa, just in conclusion kwa hii issue tunaongea juu yake. You know, if you tell me that the prime minister position is the same as the majority leader position, and the whips are the same as the DPM position, you should then give me a reason why these positions are not important right now, so that we have to change our name and bring in new offices that necessarily won't work. I think the best thing we should do is try to strengthen the system that we have right now. This is the best system. Hii katiba yenye tuko now is one of the best progressive constitutions in the world. And what we should be working on ni kujaribu ku strengthen this katiba na kujaribu kuna zile clauses zilikuwa zimebaki zilikuwa zinafaa kufanya nini kuimplementiwa. I don't think we need to create these DPMs na hizi vitu zingine unasema hapa. But that one is my point of departure.
Uko sawa Richard, uko sawa kabisa. You know, there's a difference between employing employing a Luo, and you tell him that you'll be a sweeper, and then you employ him and you tell him that you'll be the cleaning and operation manager. You see, you will have probably given him the same work, but the name has made a major difference in how he's going to approach that work. You know,
and have to go through a referendum to change the name, right?
So what I'm trying to say is that generally, you know, like even if we avoid, you say that hatutaki positions, I can tell you for free that word that they are saying hatutaki position. Those people who don't want positions should not have even been negotiating with anyone anyway. They are actually looking for position. Politics is about power. How to gain power, how to keep it, and how to distribute it. So the people who want it badly, and unfortunately in the Kenyan situation and, you know, developing democracies, we also have other competing values and traditions that cultures that, you know, come with us. So there has to be a lot of balancing. Some of us, you remember during colonial times, you know, there were now the fighters, and then there were the boys. They were called the Shamba boys. In fact, later they were called the Shamba boys, but they were home guards. But they were given specific names, so they felt special to the extent that they actually mistreated their own people because of the name they were given. They thought they had more power. So we are still struggling with the certain hang-ups that we have carried from previous. And by the way, I think I like what Julia is saying, that a time should come where we don't put a lot of input on the election of a president, because you have counties that are strong and each county is producing and creating things for its own population. But you see, we still have a hang-up with the very powerful presidency. So even with the counties and even with the strong small governments, we're still having a hang-up that we still must be the president. You see that kind of thing. We are not thinking that already you have been given a small government in the form of a county that can make us get so close to resources. So I believe that, like Julia said, hopefully as we continue having several, you know, cycles of election, we are going to get to a point where, you know, there's an appreciation that my county governor, my MP, my MCA is the most important person that I need to select. Why would you want a very high qualification for a president while you're not putting a lot of scrutiny to the person who is going to be your MC, your MP, or your governor? You know, this is where you're meeting resources, and this is where you are seeing development. So if you're having people who are not working well at that level, then whether you elect the most, you know, the best leader as a president, and your county governor is not working, then you see the results you are seeing right now. Some counties are fairly more developed, fairly accessing better services than other counties. Why? Because their county governors worked best. Actually, right now, to be a governor is the most important thing, because you have like a small government, you know, and you are likely to effect more development at that level. And you control a whole, you know, big budget. A deputy president doesn't control any budget, you know, and you have to wait for instructions from someone else. If I was Kalonzo, I wouldn't be struggling to become a deputy president. I would be struggling to become a governor of, say, Makueni County or Kitui County, because only after then, when I've done a better job in a county, then people can say, we wish you chose this person as a president, you know. But now you see, because of the hang-up of the previous constitution, we are still thinking that being called a president in front of our name is a better thing than being called a county governor. Yet the county governor controls more resources than a deputy president, you know, and they effect more. They have decisions that come with them being a governor, you know. And you have if you do well, you have a 10-year guarantee that you'll be a deputy, a governor of your county for 10 years. It's now for you to wear. So I don't know who is advising even Kalonzo. If he's smart enough, he shouldn't just be waiting and remaining as a party leader. He should be going for maybe to be a governor in one of the Machakos, the Ukambani counties. Anyway, that's up to him. So I want us to start taking our closing remarks so that we call it a day. And I will start with, I don't know if Selina is there. Selina said she'll be just listening. Maybe she's asleep. Let me go to Julia, then you go to Kamau, then Mr. Kamau, then you go to Richard, then I finish with you, Martin. Julia.
Okay, I just want to pick up.
Leo umenionea kabisa, yani hata sijaongea tangu kuje, but it's okay.
Nini Martin, wewe pia na fujo mingi. Ulikuwa ushaongea hapa? Ulikuwa ushaongea by the way? Hold on, Martin.
No, ni sawa, wacha wafanye, ni sawa.
Wait, ulikuwa ushaongea kwa the other Bernard akiwa hapa?
Yeah, Bernard nilikuwa nimeongea.
Si sasa wewe ni nini fujo? Tulia.
Nyamaza.
Julia.
Okay, I want to agree with you. Demba, the governor, should be the most important person right now in Kenya. And I want to steal a trick for the rest of the regions in the country. You know, it's true that Mount Kenya region has advantages in terms of proximity to the city. That there are very many advantages that Mount Kenya has. And maybe the land, you know, the resources like the agricultural land has been fertile for a long time and productive, and maybe the infrastructure. But at the same time, these people really try to utilize every single coin they have to develop further. They do that. Though I don't think, okay, don't want to say their governors are the most performing ones, but still, if you look at maybe the members of parliament, they will say, we have done this, we have this kind of school, we have this kind of things, we have this kind of hospitals, we have this kind of, they'll talk about it. So I think it is high time Kenyans now held our leaders, our parliamentarians and our governors responsible, and our MCAs. Don't let them get away with it when you have poor infrastructure, when your hospitals don't have equipment, when your schools, you don't have classrooms for your schools. You know, do not let them get away with it. Now, about BBI, BBI is good, has many good things and very many good things. And me, I think way forward, when I hope that Baba is going to win, I believe he's going to win. Now, the way forward is we should vote for each of these agenda. We should not have one vote for in the referendum. We should have like several clauses. Do you want us to create the seat for prime minister, for this? Because as Demba has said, these posts are kind of already existing in one way or the other, the leader of the majority. Now, and if we are talking about representations, I think if we can't win the majority votes, then we can ensure you are represented. Like we can have a CJ from a different community. A CJ is a very powerful person. I mean, we can try to do some equitable appointments from different regions of the country in posts where the president has room to appoint. We can try and do that, but still have just two people, the president and the deputy president. Let us have our governors working and performing. Now, when it comes to the vote for the BBI, I think Uhuru and Baba will be wise this time. I think one thing that put off many Kenyans from both sides, both Azimio and both UDA and the other people, the proponents and those who are opposing, is the thing of creating prime minister, deputy prime minister. So I think when we go to the referendum, we should have a vote. Do you want a prime minister and a deputy prime minister? Next vote. Do you want one man, one shilling? Next vote. Do you want us to look at the representation, the members of parliament, like maybe 4 or 5 clauses for us to say yes or no? In that case, we'll feel okay. We'll feel like I don't feel cheated as Julia. I refused this, I accepted this. And if we do that, I do think even those who are opposing this BBI will look at it like there's something good about it. Because even now you heard Rigathi saying that we have lost this, I don't know how many billions in central Kenya, but we need this. You see, we'll reach a time where we can agree to disagree on various clauses and maybe agree on others. That's my take, Demba, that when we come to the referendum, we should be given the opportunity to vote for different clauses in BBI. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Mr. Kamau, as you talk, kuna jamaa anasema, I can tell you most of those national schools were paid for by poor parents in Mount Kenya, who now their students don't study there. So, Mr. Kamau, kuna mtu anasema alichangisha kujenga mashule na watoto wao wasomi huko. So, can you close up as you comment on that too, if you have any answer, but you don't have to.
Demba, I don't think I have any answer for that, but I think it boils down to sometimes on equity, what we are talking about before, that you might participate in, you can pay more taxes, and then your tax is not actually helping you as a person. But I don't want to dwell on that. I just want to agree with you with one thing that you talked about. Why do we call the deputy president and not the vice president? Why do we call a councillor MCA and not the councillor? Because it is what is in a name. This country, we have egos that we have to work with. You have to control the egos of these leaders. And the only way to control the egos of the leaders, it is those entitlement, giving those titles, those big titles. I think if you give them prime minister, despite the fact that it's not really an important post, is not working for Kenyans, then things cool down. And that's why I will disagree with Julie on this, because we are very fragile when it comes to the democracy of this country. And we might be having all those, like, for example, Julia says that majority did not like this BBI because they of the prime minister positions, and because of the prime minister and those other positions. But I can tell you, we do not know how many people were for the prime minister's position and those who are against it, because we didn't go for an election. The only thing that happened there is a court decided on our behalf. But the good thing about the election that is coming on August, it is not just to choose the president of Kenya, but it's also going to tell us who actually was for the BBI and who was not. Because if the majority particularly vote overwhelmingly for Raila Odinga, who is the symbol of that devolution and that constitution change, then it tells you obviously that the majority were actually for the BBI. Because if indeed we didn't need cohesion and inclusivity, I think it is important, despite the fact that these positions are not, I don't like them. I won't say I like them, But in the way the country is at the moment, without these positions, without the Nusumikata thing, this country will disintegrate, and it will not be business as usual. Even the people who are sitting pretty and wearing those gowns and deciding on what is constitutional and what is not constitutional will not even have an opportunity to even discuss that, because they cannot even move to their offices. So the most important thing is to understand what ails Kenya and what is the cure of Kenya. And I think for the BBI team, they went around the country and they found about land issues that were not sorted. They found about governance issues that were a problem, and they tried. They might not have the remedy, but they really tried to find solutions that will propel this country to a higher level. So it's not that we want prime ministers and deputy prime ministers, but I think the country today in this Kenya, they deserve that. That's why I agree with you, Demba. That is, that title might help us move around Nairobi without a problem. Giving that person prime minister and a flag, yeah, you make him feel happy, and the community feels like they are part of a government, but in the real sense, they're not, and in the real sense, it's not helpful. Thank you.
I like as you're talking, Richard, I know you'll come in to disagree with that. Do you know in Museveni's land there are kings and kingdoms that Museveni recognized? As much as they might not, they are just given some title, like you are the kingdom of the, the Banyoro kingdom, it has its own significance in that society. And even in South Africa with its democracy, there are kingdoms that are still the chief. You remember Mangosuthu Buthelezi, if you read the bill of South Africa, as much as it's a democracy, there are people's positions that are still recognized and acknowledged. So African democracy has to be alive to its uniqueness. That's what we are trying to say. I find it a little elitist when we argue without the forethought of what's our democracy about. When you go down to think about your democracy as a country, you implement whatever it is that comes with being alive. And to Julia, like Mr. Kamau said, when in the previous many years ago in Africa, there was no scanning, so you could not scan to get to know the sex of a baby. So the only time that the sex of a baby would be known was when the midwife brings out the baby, like after the midwifing process, and then the baby comes out. Then in some communities, I don't know if it's a girl, they would relate, they make the sound. I don't know if Mr. Kamau, you know that, or Julia.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
they would relate like 4 times if it's I think a girl, and 3 times if it's a boy. Now, if there was stillbirth, would there be any relation? You wouldn't know, because there was stillbirth. So what has happened to this particular BBI is stillbirth. Yes, the process took place, alibeba for 9 months, lakini kukawa stillbirth. So you can't know if this would have been a king, or this would have been a great footballer. You can't know. So we can't tell. And that's what is coming in from what you guys saying, that most people didn't want. We can't tell because it never went to the referendum. We never got to vote as Kenyans. We never got to see whether how many people wanted it, how many people didn't want it. Right now, it's more of a suspended view. And of course, the courts. I think for me is we have tested our institutions. They have pronounced themselves to it. That's a good thing for our democracy, which I think it's growing. Now, let me bring in Richard. I needed to put out that because I know Richard will comment. Wait, you'll comment during your time, Martin. Yeah, just write it down. You do that pretty well.
But these people, everybody that is speaking right now has spoken while I'm sitting here. I've not even had a word to say because I'm trying to be nice today.
I'll give you a
Everybody,
lot of time.
2 times, I've not even said anything, and then you want me to come and finish because you're trying to get me on the national
Okay,
anthem.
go and say what you wanted to say.
I have not said anything. These guys are gone. I mean, Julia's gone twice. Kila mtu ameenda twice nikiwa tu nimekaa hapa. Since you came, hata hujanipatia chance.
No, you didn't hear what I'm doing right now. Did you understand what we are doing right now?
No, I did not. Maybe I stand corrected.
Yeah, we had already made Julia. When Julia came, Julia was just joining the debate at that time. She wasn't there the whole day, right? So she was just making her presentation at that time when you had her, and then Sarah made her presentation, and then I think when I came in when Richard had not made his presentation. So it started from Richard, Mr. Kamau, then Julia, then I think Sarah. Now we are starting to the closing round because you had already talked during Bernard's time. So most of the people who had talked during Bernard's time, some of them dropped off. You are still here. So we are doing our closing remarks, Martin. Where is the problem?
Okay, sir. I'm sorry.
Wacha kuwa na makasiriko. Hiyo tuachie watu wa UDA. Okay, Richard.
All right, thank you, Demba. I know you've given an example of kingdoms in South Africa and all that. Those kingdoms are not funded by the taxpayer, so I'll leave that at that. If you want to be a king in Kenya, we can allow you as long as you don't ask for a salary from Mwananchi. Now, coming to the BBI judgment. I think the BBI judgment clears the air for serious negotiations moving forward. Political players who have been sitting on the fence waiting for the hand to fall off so that they can become prime minister and those other big titles now can see the reality that we can only have a president and a deputy president. And so, like Julia said earlier, I also believe that if the BBI passed, then we would have war zones all over the political coalitions, people fighting and jostling for political positions. So I believe it's a good thing. I would love to see it come on later, probably after this election. And in that form, I would also love to see a restructuring downwards, not just having more positions, but also Kenyans should be asked if they feel that we are overrepresented at the moment. So there are positions where I feel that they are necessary positions. Like, when you go to the Senate, you have, I think, almost 23 nominated members. I think that's an excess. And also, in terms of affirmative action, I would also propose to have affirmative actions down at the political parties and not in the national level, whereby we say we have women reps from 47 counties. I think if we give political parties this task of making sure that they attain the 2/3 gender role, then we will not be having the same problem we have at the top level. All right, so to finish off, I would want to wish Baba a safe trip tomorrow as he goes to Eldoret, I believe. And I hope the next few days as he traverses the Rift Valley region, he'll have an informed session with the people of Rift Valley and sell his agenda safely. And that is the kind of democracy we're looking for. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Bato, you have Osavinya Mokamba.
How much time do I have? Nilikuwa nimeandika vitu mob and then zingine zishapitwa na wakati saizi.
No, it's okay. You just prosecute yourself to the ones that you can.
Okay, because most of the people, some of them that I had, zimepitwa na wakati, some of them are gone. But in a forum like this one, I have to be patient and wait for everything. I cannot just be running all over. Okay. somebody has said about constituencies. I mean, we knew adding a lot of constituencies on the BBI, that was going to be a problem. And I think we spoke about that yesterday, of being how we talk about our politics and what we do. And I think yesterday we defined our politics very well. And whoever was going to get corrected, got corrected. There's a lot of things I'd spoken about, I'd put on that one, but ishapitwa na wakati. Kuna moja ilikuwa ya Magi. Magi alikuwa amesema something about the Kenyan currency and why we changed our Kenyan currency. And I wanted to talk something about the Kenyan currency. That thing was something that a lot of my friends and us talking was about hiyo Kenyan currency venye ilichenjiwa. Saizi kuna watu wengi wameka pesa hawajui watafanyia nini. That was one way of killing corruption. That came earlier before you came because nilikuwa nishaongea, but I just kind of normally write these things down to know what to say when I say it. Hizo ni kidogo, and then I said, okay, so this one is going to apply right now. I heard people saying that, okay, because now they're saying that watarudia government kwenda kuongea pesa ngapi ilitumiwa kwa BBI because hiyo ingefaa kuja iangalie watu wako na corona na watu wanateseka na nini. But you know, my biggest thing is I don't know where people live or how people live, because kama wewe ni mtu wa bodaboda, my friend, gava itakuletea pesa ati because ati sijui kuna pesa fulani imebaki mahali. You will not get that money. Si ati gava itakuja kubaia chakula ikuwekele ugali kwa meza. So when you come and say that this was not, I mean, we shouldn't do this because tuna need unga kwa meza, that government will not bring you that. The government is not in the business of buying unga ya ugali kuwekea kwa meza na watoto wako leo. It's for you to wake up and go work. And that's the basic truth. Ulie upende ufanye nini, ukilala kwa nyumba siku mzima, my friend, utakula at the end of the day. Whether government iko na bilioni 6 ama iko na pesa ngapi. So when you come here talking to us, telling us that, oh, ati hii pesa ingepelekwa ikuje tusaidie tununue unga. My friend, unga ni yako kujinunulia. All you can petition is your parliamentarian or the lawmaker to go know how much, even them they cannot help you, is how much the import exchange rate is. If you want to die very fast, sleep in the house and expect the government to give you money because you think you paid taxes. That will never happen, my friend. Get up and go get to work, and get your money. All right, that was najua hiyo ilikuwa imeniuma, ilikuwa topic ya saa zingine because mimi waga nimeziandika ya Gladys Wanga ishaenda, walikuwa wamesema imepita. Okay, so let me go back to what we normally do. So I normally come with the biggest, the topics that of move forward, other kushinda tukilalamika. Normally, that's how we've been closing it. Today was a big day in Kenya because we set a precedence of how the law works and how the law is going to work. We made a precedence of from going on today, from now forward, nothing of the BBI has been imetolewa. But we have a law today from the Supreme Court that makes us know if we want to go change a law, how we can do it. So now we have a road plan of something that we've never had since independence. If the people who study law, they can tell you that saizi tumepewa a precedence, a case law that you can go back to. There was a Mr. Kamau who spoke about the sense of ownership of what mtafanya kesho. of Mount Kenya. You know, that sense of ownership, we need to watch it very carefully. Lazima tuiangalie vipoa, because that sense of ownership, and I hate to say this, that sense of ownership led to the genocide of Rwanda because of a certain community feeling that they own something. And we have to be very careful never to go down that route. We have to be very careful. Na kuna mtu amesema that, and I always say, hata heri tupate hata Muslim president. So that way we know we are all Kenyans. And then there's no big tribe in this country that we call Kenya. The biggest tribe in Kenya is Kenyans, regardless where you come from. That's the biggest country, the biggest tribe. There's no like there's a big tribe, Wakamba, Nini, and all that. It's just BS. When you talk about the biggest country, biggest tribe, Nanini, there's no big tribe here. We're all Kenyans. Hakuna iwe Mkamba, iwe Mkisi, iwe Muislamu, iwe nini. Mimi hata ungeniuliza sisi tungepatia mtu Muislamu akuwe president. So that way, sometimes we move away from looking at Kenya as a tribe, as something. We move to a whole different kind of side of looking at it, that as long as you're Kenyan, you're born in Kenya, or wherever the rules are, you can be a president regardless what small community, big community, we don't care as long as you have the best interest for Kenya. And that's what we are looking at, and that's where we're even going to Baba. Now, to finish, I asked somebody who's been, because I normally do this kind of research and talk to people, and this mtanirudishia, because ni finishing ile tunaongeanga sasa the real things. I went to someone, a friend of mine that has been here for a long time. Nikamuuliza, what do you think if I was in a forum of talking to leadership in Kenya? What do you think I need to talk to them about? I'm going to read it. Na nikamuuliza, kwa nini, why do you think, what would make you go back to Kenya? And they told me, wakasema, well, backward mindset, critical kind of way of thinking. I was just writing them down. Kaniambia, alafu the other one, number 2 was Kenyans are stuck on their ways. Number 3, akaniandikia, there's no middle class in Kenya. Number 4, akaniambia corruption. And then number 5, akaniambia, they're scared of going back home because they don't know where to start. I always say when we come over here, even though we're talking about the events of the day, we need to find a way of dealing with this kind of things, because we are at a point like Tomboya did, ali export watu out there. There's a point of importing people back home. So that's what the scare of mtu mwenye amekaa huku tangu akiwa 9 years. That's hiyo ndio kitu aliniandikia. So where do we go from this? Can we have the discussion today now? Tell us, mtu kama huyo, how do we make them know that Kenya is a good country, that the people that were exported out there can come back there and those fears are no longer there?
That's a very good question, Martin, and I think it's something that we need to keep engaging in, and it's a question that hopefully we we get to explore very, very, very deeply. I have a philosophical answer, though, which may not really probably augur well with some of those who keep saying, oh, I want to go back, I want to go back. I keep saying this, that life doesn't happen twice. They say that life is like a river. You don't cross the same river twice. You are living your life that you'll ever live. If you ever go back to Kenya, that's where that life then will get you. So live your life wholly and wholesomely whenever you get to live it and wherever you get to live it. In my view, you got no better time and better place and better moment than this. You'll never be this young. This is the youngest you'll ever be in your life. So this sense of, oh, I'm postponing, oh, I'm gonna go back home. By the time you go back there, you'll not be this old. You'll be that old. So live in the moment.
Remember,
Hold on.
you're talking to me as the first person. For me, I come to Kenya every day. I have my house, Nainini. This is something that I'm talking to understand what people are talking about and to bring it to this forum so that even the new generational kind of leaders that we're going to get even from this forum can help other people. I'm not doing this for me. For me, I'm not the first. For me, I'm okay.
Understand
I'm
my
talking
point.
about these other people.
Martin, understand my response. I was not responding to you. Why are you being defensive? Do you have a problem with comprehension, Martin? I started by saying it's a debate that we need to have. Did you hear that part? That was answer one. And we are going to be having it. I think there are many people, Kina Richard, Kina Kamau, Kina Julia, and many others. It's a conversation we need to continue having, all of us, right? That, hey, these are the things and that's why we are even here, so that we can make a difference in the country, Kenya. We want to continue engaging so that we can make it a place where us, our children, and our children can enjoy, not only for us, but for generations to come. So your questions are valid. Your point is valid. Is a conversation we need to continue having. How do we make Kenya better? For me, that is an awesome conversation. And we have indicated that as much every other day when you come here. The other part that I was giving on answer B is my personal view on postponing living. That, I want to go back. Oh, you live your life, man. If that time comes and you go back to Kenya, that will be then. Yeah, you don't cross the same river twice. It's gone, it's gone. It's past. Now, yeah, cheza kama wewe. If you're gonna do something, do it now. You might never have another time. That's how it is. If it's past, it's past. Live your life once. There's a Sauti Sol sang a song. I know some of those who are religiously inclined might not have listened to it, but they sang a song that says, you only live once. There's some sense in which it was right. Art is art. You only live once. YOLO, So me, I want to have some fun. So if you're gonna have fun, just know that time does not repeat itself. So that's it. Now, I want to finish by commenting on the process of power. Power is sweet, and power is the reason why we are having this engagement, and politics revolves around power. And the nature of power is that it has made many people make serious decisions in their life. In Greek mythology, there's a lady called Helen. I know maybe Richard, Martin Deto, you have come across Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy is the most beautiful lady in that world at that time. And Helen of Troy, for some reason, first of all, she's abducted by Theseus, the hero called Theseus. And then, of course, she is brought back. And then there are so many suitors who want Helen for a hand in marriage. And Helen's father, Zeus, is the one who has to decide who is going to marry Helen. But now all these suitors are brought together and they're told, okay, fine. Since Helen had been abducted before, you guys need to promise that once whoever among us two will take Helen, if anybody abducts Helen again, then you guys must commit to defend Helen. So Odysseus, who is one of the suitors, but apparently him is not in the cards because he didn't carry any gifts, decides that he's the one who is going to administer the oath. That's gonna make all the other suitors going to take that oath that in case Helen is abducted, then they're going to fight. So what happens? Menelaus gets Helen, and Helen becomes a queen. Of course, they get 3 children. But then there's a problem. Sometime back, Paris comes over, and Paris is coming for a different situation. Paris has to, if you read the judgment of Paris, he has to decide between Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite, who is the most beautiful. But Aphrodite decides that if he says that she's the most beautiful, she's going to offer him Helen. And remember, Helen is the most beautiful, and Helen is married. So, of course, that is the first time, of course, after many other myths, you find the nature of political power. There has to be a sense of betrayal. There has to be a sense of calculations. So what happens? Aphrodite is declared the best, the most beautiful goddess among the 3 goddesses, and she offers Helen. And what happens? Paris and Helen elope, and they go to Troy. What was promised by the other suitors that they were going to fight if Helen is abducted again. And of course, that is the start of the Battle of Troy. Now, 3 things. Power is not given, it is taken. And power is sweet. Once it's taken, people want to keep it. And in power and the seeking of power, there are many bends, there are many treachery, and there's what? There's also betrayals that happen in the seeking of power. But it is also fleeting. And now I want to leave us with the quote from Margaret Thatcher. This is what she says. An interesting woman, the Iron Lady. Being powerful is like being a lady. If you have to tell people you are not. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this debate, Mutembe debate today. And we really appreciate your company since we started up to this time. And kama kawaida, lazima tumalize na maombi. Uko na swali ama unataka kusema kitu, Martin? Martin?
Nilikuwa nataka kuongeza hiyo yenye umesema, just to add up on you. Kama kuna mtu anaweza angalia, and people who love to read, I want you to read the book of, there's a book called The Law of the Garbage Truck. In the Law of the Garbage Truck book, it starts with a taxi driver from New York who alikuwa amebeba mtu, like just a taxi, and then somebody cut them off. And once they cut him off, the guy smiled, the taxi driver smiled and waved. And then the person that he was carrying asked him why. He's the one that was on the wrong. But this guy told him, there's a lot of people in this world that walk with a lot of garbage in their hearts, and they are looking for somewhere to dump it. So you have to be able to let not anybody dump that garbage on you, So you have to learn how to walk away and let it go. If anybody can get that book, it's a long book, it's a novel, but just read it. It's called The Law of the Garbage Truck. It also helps on how to, really know who wants to dump the garbage on you. So when you find like this politics that we are going in, sometimes you have to let some things go.
Thank you so much, Martin. And now you are bringing in the introduction of the new segment that we'll be having every evening as we close, the final thought. And in that final thought, you'll be giving us a snippet of maybe a book you've read that has inspired you and how we can use it to inspire other people, because it is very important. At least you are there. Now you guys need to keep up. I see Mato, you're a good reader. Richard, and I believe also you read. You will be giving us some final thought. I know Julia also, being a teacher, she reads, and so we'll be having some final. Give us some final thought that gives us some insights that we can go and look on. I think that is a good thing, right? Someone is asking what happened to Mutembe Book Club. You guys want us to have a book club where we read and exchange our views on what we are reading and how it is helping. Richard, what do you think?
Ungemalizia hiyo comment. Huyo ni mtu amekuja kudump kwa Ndeto, anasema Ndeto, remember to change your battery ya smoke detector please.
Ati amesema nini? Unajua siwezi ona comments, nitaona baadaye. Richard ati amesema
change your battery.
Battery ya smoke detector.
Oh my goodness. Dear Mekweza, you know, that thing I've been ignoring that comment. You know, I said that you nini yake battery ya fire nini yake inapiga kelele. Ndeto. Anyways, let me acknowledge DA. Asante sana DA, and thank you so much. We actually played the song that you recommended. You can go to our channel, Lulu and I, and she gave you a shout out, DA. Go there, listen to the song, and you can share it. Kevin Orinda, thank you so much. Kevin Orinda asema the diaspora team with different expertise should invest knowledge back home. Yeah. Sisi tuko tayari kuengage. We hope they are watching and they listen to all these brains here. Yeah.
Themba.
Yes, sir.
Literally, the law of the garbage truck.
There you go, bro. Elijah Vior, it was a nice debate with the best brains ever, better than confused parliament and the Senate command. You never know. Some of these guys will make it to the Senate someday. You never know. Mtembei, hujachambua ruling ya jana, yep, imeenda wapi? I mean, we've been here for 8 hours. Where have you been? Okay. Thank you so much, Kevin. Gigi, man. Thank you, Gigi, man, for coming here. Idi Ahafan, Karis Official. Ulisikia vile Karis Official amesema, I think we needed the people like Themba to tell us the benefits of BBI. But unfortunately, those who are against it were very powerful in their propaganda. To an extent, we thought it was a bad thing. Yeah. I mean, that's the nature of democracy. So we can't blame them. They were doing the best they could to make sure that you guys misunderstand it. And of course, and also the legal process is a good thing. I don't see why we are trying to bastardize the institutions and the process of constitutional making. If it's a legal process and there's an alternative, follow it. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It's a constitution. Is the constitution the constitution? If you don't like it, you change the constitution. Ideal Fan and Kinara, Chege Kenneth, thank you. Thank you everyone who joined us. Kindly subscribe to Mutembe TV, and also please subscribe to my channel. Mimi sichoki kuuza channel yangu hapa. Channel yangu inaitwa The Themba and Lulu Show. Ni yangu na my daughter. Okay, so The Themba and nisipouza hii, I will not be able to sleep well with my daughter because she is not sleeping, just waiting to hear, did daddy talk about our channel? Yes, I did. So I've talked about our channel, and kindly, hata kama wewe wa UDA na you don't like so much watu wa hii side ingine Azimio, enda tu pale. It's a channel of a African dad with their daughter. Just go there and subscribe and share. Tomorrow, another video drops and we are talking about mental health. So if you want to understand something about mental health, go to the Themba and Lulu Show. Hapa kwa Mutembee kila siku lazima tunamaliza na wimbo wa taifa, and the reason we do that is because we want to appreciate all of us as Kenyans. And the reason we are appreciating all of us as Kenyans is because we believe that in spite of our differences, we are Kenyans and we are one. And when you come here, don't worry. Even if you don't know anything, you don't have to answer anything. And you don't have to give everything. You don't have to give all the answers, because we say none of us has a monopoly over knowledge. All these people here, they come to share their view. Just come share your view. You only need 4 things to come here. A working gadget, I keep saying that. You need connectivity. You need something to share, and a willingness to learn. We come to learn, we come to share, we come to interact, we come to be together as Kenyans. As Kenyans, that's the most important thing. They call it was it the LCM or the greatest common divisor or greatest common multiple? I don't know. Nani mwalimu wa math hapa?
Greatest common divisor.
Yeah. Greatest common divisor.
Denominator.
What are you talking about? Denominator. What unites us? Greatest common divisor is Ukenya. So, and we do it in Kiswahili. So I want to invite Mr. Kamau. Now that you are the one who has never said it before, can you kariri wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili? Lugha ya Kiswahili. Mr. Kamau. Naomba tafadhali. Mr. Kamau. Usijifanye umelala Mr. Kamau.
Yeah, this is difficult. Deva, kan Richard anisaidie tu kwa sababu nilikuwa nimesinzia kidogo.
Patia mama gender equality.
Julia, basi.
No, unajua Mr. Kamau amempitishia mwingine kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe hajawimba wimbo wa taifa kwa muda.
Okay.
Haya, Julia twende.
Kuombe Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amina.
Amina, amina. Asanteni sana, tuonane tena majaliwa. By the way, we are meeting at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. ni masaa ya kuface Mount Kenya. Facing Mount Kenya. If you come from Central, if you understand Kikuyu, because I know Julia will be talking lots and lots of Kikuyu at that time. And Mr. Kamau will be there talking lots and lots of Kikuyu. Shiko will be there. I think also Rose will be there. Njiru will be there. Stone PK will be the moderator for the day. Please, if you can, come and listen to those people telling you about Mount Kenya. Na ile uongo yote mmeambiwa huko wakijaribu kuidismantle. Thank you so much for coming at 8 p.m. Leo, Kenyan time, 8 p.m. Kenyan time. Global time, whatever time. See you. We are out of here. Bye.